You must think that's so funny right now, right? You guys are laughing right now. God damn it. Why did we even talk about it? I feel like that one's on Voldemort. I feel like that one's on Voldemort. I feel like you jinxed it. I feel like you jinxed it. I feel like that one's on you. I blame Voldemort. I blame Voldemort. Goose XI, thank you for the Prime, and 360 Smite, thank you for the Prime as well. You know what? You know what is so weird to me is something I noticed. I noticed something while investigating this this problem with the, you know, with my loss of connection and so on and so forth. I'll show you what was so confusing to me. Hold up. Evil Frightened, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you so much. Okay, so you know how there's VODs of the there's VODs of my past streams. Whenever my freaking stream dies, it's always at the exact same time. It's always the VOD of the when it dies is always 25 minutes and 20 seconds. 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 Like once a week. 25 minutes and 20 seconds. Why the hell does it do that? 25 minutes and 20 seconds. Like what is that? Is it always the same day? I don't think so. No. But in my opinion, like in my you know, I feel like that can't be like my internet, right? Because why would my internet always die at like 12, 25, 20 seconds? Why does it do that? Why is it always 25 minutes, 20 seconds? Like, I don't understand it. It has nothing to do with my internet connection. It has nothing to do with my internet connection because my internet is here, right? I can see chat. I can see you guys type. I can just, I'm just closing OBS, restarting it, and then, is it since you changed the PC? I don't think so, no. I don't remember it popping up immediately. I would have noticed that, right? I would have noticed like, oh, last week I got a new PC and now suddenly it starts crashing. I don't think it was that. I think it was just a random time in my life when it just started happening. It was really weird. Something with OBS? I mean, it is. I'm pretty sure it is an OBS issue. I'm pretty sure it is an OBS issue because, I mean, my internet is working. The only thing that changes is in OBS, the bitrate drops to 0. Reinstall OBS? I might have to do that. I might have to just reinstall OBS. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I have to export all my scenes and everything, reinstall OBS, and then import all the scenes again, maybe. Anyways, it is what it is. Steiny, thank you so much for the 6 months. Welcome back. And next up, thank you for the 15 months. That is a long time. Thank you so much for that. Welcome back, and thank you for putting up with me even though I disconnect every time after 25 minutes, you know what I mean? All right. I will get to the I will reinstall OBS today. Okay, and now let's guess this card. 1500 attack, Dark Monster, can't be that hard. Reinstall OBS, deinstall the NVIDIA streaming program in case you got an NVIDIA graphics card. They might conflict for some reason. But wouldn't that mean it happens like every day if something is actually conflicting? Why is it like randomly once a week on average? Like, why is it not like every time if there's an actual problem? I don't really get that, but yeah. Is there a Burning Abyss with 1500 attack from that time? Kagna is 2015. It's before 2015. There is not. Maybe it goes for auto updates at that time. Interesting, yeah. What is a dark effect monster with 1500 attack? It's not Sangan, it has 1500 attack. Demolisher of Rituals? Oh, that was a good guess, though. That was a good guess, but it is even older. It is a level 3. Snipe Hunter is level 4, so it cannot be that. Also not Fiend. Snipe Hunter is level 4, right? I'm not tripping. Snipe Hunter was never level 3, yeah. Maybe Ecclesia. Okay. Okay. Chat, let me explain to you how this works, because apparently that's necessary, okay? When something is green, that means it is the correct value, right? So this card we're looking for is a dark level 3 effect monster with 1500 attack from before 2014 with higher defense than 600, and it is not a fiend, not a warrior, because we know that from the previous guesses. How on earth is that going to be Ecclesia? Ecclesia is a level 4 from like 2 years ago. So we're looking for, let me recap, a dark level 3 effect monster, 1500 attack, not fiend, not warrior, before 2014, and the defense is somewhere between 600 and 1500. I don't think this is an easy one. DD Seeker? What the hell is DD Seeker? That is from 2018. Once again, that does not work like that. Gen X Doctor. What the hell is Gen X Doctor? Okay, you look that up. You look that up, you guys. You guys look that up. There's no way three different people just knew what Gen X Doctor's stats were. I'm not mad at you because you actually saved me hella time, because I would have never gotten that. But you better admit that you looked that up. You had no idea Gen X Doctor was a card. You went over to some database and you typed level 3 dark 1500 attack. Let's be real. Let's be real here, okay? You contribute a face-up Gen X controller to select and destroy a card on the field. Pog. My first deck ever in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Gen X? Okay, then you maybe were the only person on the planet who knew about this card existing. I'm pretty sure that no one else... I'm pretty sure you were the only one that actually knows this card. Okay, anyways. Alright, here we are. Here we are. Let me tell you what the plan for the day is. Well, first of all, the plan is not to crash again. I should not have said that, but there we are. Now you know. That is also part of the plan. There are a couple things that happened over the weekend that I want to look at. But I want to start with the disclaimer is that one thing I don't really want to look at is TCG tournament results right now, which I don't know if I'm the only one, but to me personally, it feels kind of pointless to watch regional deck profiles, for example, from a format that is about to change so drastically anyways. Sayak openings at 5. Is that today? I thought, okay, chat, that might change the plans. I thought Cyberstorm Axe's app openings were already out. Oh, DZ made an oopsie. Okay, I didn't really follow it because the way, okay, so the way it was for me was I saw like posts all over the internet of like the TCG exclusive cards and whatnot, but I on purpose did not look into it because I wanted to react to it on stream for the first time, right? I did not look into it any deeper. I basically tried to avoid it. I only saw that Doug posted the opening, but Okay, apparently chat is telling me that those are that was leaked beforehand. That was apparently leaked beforehand and not supposed to be out yet. Interesting. Okay, then what we're gonna do, I'm always careful with these types of things. When something leaks, I don't want to really cover it on stream because I don't know if Konami likes that. You know, I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they have their reasons for releasing information when they do. So I'm gonna not cover the I'm not gonna spoiler, and I'm not gonna cover the leaks basically. And we are simply going to react to it together. Right? Because if it happens today at 5, I'm always live until 5, so we're just going to watch the opening together. That's also fire, right? That's also cool. That's also cool. So, yeah. Surely super heavy samurai stuff won't be low rarity. See, I actually don't know. I don't know if you're trolling or not. I haven't looked into it. I was gonna blind react to it, so I genuinely don't know what you're referring to. So we're gonna wait and see. When do you think we'll get a ban list? It's a tough question. It's a tough question. I have the video ready for YouTube. It's going to be released today or tomorrow, depending on when the editor gives it the final, you know, the final okay. Of my ban list discussion. But I'm having a hard time predicting when we actually get the ban list. Because in the past, I feel like they've often done this where they would wait for the new set to drop before dropping the ban list. What are recent examples of that? I feel like with Darkwing Blast, they did that, right? They didn't drop a ban list during Power of the Elements format, right? They waited for Darkwing Blast and then did it. And the same was true for... The same was definitely true for Photon Hypernova. When Josh was playing Pokemon. Dude, I thought of that clip recently of Farfa reacting to that. I randomly thought of that clip recently. I think that's one of my favorite Farfa clips of all time. That was so funny. I laughed so hard when I saw that. Anyways, they definitely did that with Photon Hypernova. Right? They definitely did that with Photon Hypernova. Where they waited. Yeah. Which one? Basically, it was during Scarlet and Violet release. And I played Scarlet and Violet on stream. With like, just for fun. I didn't have that many viewers, but I was just like, we were just having a good time. And then out of nowhere, the ban list dropped, right? And that was the ban list with... What was that ban list? It was like one of those ban lists that was just ass. Was it the one that just banned mine and nothing else? It was like one... Or yeah, Curious Mystic Mine, I think. Like, that basically... It was the one like full power Shizu tier and they limited Herald. Right? It was like limit Herald, ban Mystic Mine, that's it. Like, basically. Right? And so what I did is I looked at the ban list because I was live anyways. And it was so not exciting that I just went back to Pokemon. Right? Like 10 minutes after the ban list dropped, I was just back to playing Pokemon. And Farfa saw that. And he just laughed so hard at it. And that clip is like... That clip's insane. I don't have it. I don't know where it is. But I like that clip. Is it that one? Hold up. Do you have it? Yeah, okay. Hold up.
10 minutes after the ban list and Josh already solved the format. Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Is he actually streaming Pokemon? There's no way. This guy saw the ban list and then just dipped to play Pokemon. You just gave up. YCS champion. Base. I see we have given up, huh? 10 minutes after the ban list and Josh already solved the format. Pokemon Scarlet Vi-
That was a good time. That was a good time. I don't know why I remembered that clip like randomly like 2 days ago or something. But where were we? Why did we talk about this? PMU Abyss, thank you so much for the 6 months. I don't know if I said that already, but I appreciate you. Why did we we talked about when the ban list was going to drop. Yeah. So I think right now, I personally think it will be the perfect time to drop a ban list. Like right now, right? Just make way for the new set, right? Because I think some of the stuff in the new set is exciting, but not if the format stays at the same power level where it is today, right? Like I think a lot of the stuff in the new format might see a lot of play, but only if we don't have like Kashtira full power, right? Like I think Purely is a good example of a deck that has definitely the potential to see meta play, but I'm not sure how good it is when Kashtira is still here, right? And all the other decks are still full power. And so I think from their perspective, if they want to make Cyberstorm Access as exciting as possible, they should release a ban list pretty much right now, right? So that for the next YCS and the national season in Europe, we have a fresh format. Because as of right now, we're going to talk about what Cyberstorm Access's impact on the metagame will be in this week. No worries. We will cover all of that. But just a little bit of a, there's just so you already know somewhat what my opinion on that is I think that as of right now, if we don't get a ban list, Cyberstorm Access is going to be like, the impact is not going to be that high, I think. Immediately. The immediate impact won't be that crazy. Of course, Super Heavy Samurai will be a playable deck, and Purely will also be a playable deck, but I think both of those decks will not be the best deck in the format as long as we have Kashtira. Because I think Super Heavy Samurai specifically has a tough time against Kashtira. Simply because you can't play all of the cool spell cards, like you basically have to rely on stopping them with hand traps, which is like mediocre. Also, you can get if you don't have the right hand traps and they do go for a zone lock, you can theoretically go for like lock both of the pendulum scales and then they can't do the full shenanigans. Of course, you have options like Kaiju's Lava Golem Sphere Mode, specifically like because Super Heavy Samurai doesn't need its normal summon. So there's ways. There's ways, but it's like definitely not like Super Heavy Samurai comes out and then everyone just like has to play it, right? Which is technically like, or wants to play it now. Zaxby and Naja D, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Cash beats all the decks in Cyberstorm Access. I mean, let's be real. Cash, if it doesn't get answered by a non-engine card, Cash beats pretty much every deck, right? So in that sense, it's not that bad for the new decks, right? Because it's as bad for the new decks as it is for all the old decks, right? But the new decks are also not that much better than the stuff we already have, right? Like you can probably just keep playing a Runic deck or whatever other deck you were playing right now. There's no need for you to invest in a new deck when it's basically still like Kashtira against the rest of the world. You don't have an incentive to just switch to a different deck that has to deal with the same problems as all the other decks, if that makes sense, right? I think that makes sense. I think that's understandable, right? And so I think sometimes I like the idea of waiting for a set to drop, see what the impact on the format is, and then make a ban list with like a more informed decision. But in this specific case, I think I would prefer them just doing the ban list as soon as possible. Now, the question is, do they think the same way that I do, right? Do they agree with that line of thinking, or do they want to wait for the new set before they drop a ban list? I think both are possible. And it's just like, you have to basically, it's just guessing, right? What they think, right? So we'll see what happens. I personally think that we're gonna get a ban list relatively soon. If I had to guess, probably after Cyberstorm Axis, because I tend to be, when it comes to predicting Konami's actions. Yes, you'll get your Pepe D. Of course you will. Thank you, Chris, for the gift sub. You will get it in a second. When it comes to predicting Konami's actions, I kind of prefer being like mildly pessimistic. That way I'm not as disappointed, you know what I mean? That's kind of like how I like to do it. That's kind of like how it works. But yeah, okay. Yeah, you will get your Pepe D. I will even postpone the ad that was supposed to play in a second, and then you'll get your Pepe D. But I need to switch scenes because I still haven't added it to the full screen. I wanted to look at Tyler the Great Warrior anyways for a second, so let me just pull that up, and then we play the remix, and then we look at Tyler the Great Warrior's price. Even though not much has changed anyways. Oh, Roy, it's cursed right off the bat. Cursed day. I'd like to see a YouTube video. We meet the guy that makes the ban list changes. I mean, I see you. I hear you. I get what you mean. But I kind of, it's kind of like a thing with Konami that we don't get a whole lot of communication like that, right? Like, we don't really know who makes all those decisions. We don't really know who designs which cards. Like, sometimes you know a little bit like that, but we don't really have faces behind all those decisions, right? We don't really have we don't have that, which I think is it's very often normal, but I also just think it would be cooler if it wasn't the case, because I've seen other card games where that's not the case, where like you have like the game developers constantly sharing their thoughts, which I personally think is cool. But yeah, there's that. Anyways, Tyler the Great Warrior hasn't really moved. Has not really moved. But I guess I'm not really that familiar with eBay, but I feel like eBay is more likely to have stuff happen in the last couple days or even hours, right? Like, I feel like that's how it's been with eBay in the past. It's been a while since I did anything on eBay. But like, you know, eBay markets explode at the 8-hour mark. Okay. It's a shame that this ends for me at 3 in the morning. Because I think if it is worth watching this thing, it's probably like the last hour, right? I feel I would like to be here live, but I cannot. I don't think I can do that. Because Sunday 3 a.m., unless I skip a Monday stream. I can't really do that. I don't know if that's worth it. On the other hand, you say unacceptable. You say unacceptable, but I say the last time I skipped a Monday stream, we got a ban list. Is what I'll say. So there's that. But we're getting one today. Oh, okay. Interesting. This weekend there's a YCS? No. No. I think the next YCS is YCS Philadelphia, which is a couple weeks away. YCS Philadelphia is definitely after Cyberstorm Access. Yeah, that's the end of May. Like that is May 27th and May 28th. So that is over a month away, the next YCS. Can you skip a stream so we can get a ban list? Thank you. I'll think about it. I would like to be here for this auction ending. Maybe. I don't know if I wanna you know, inflict all that damage upon me on a Sunday night. Wait, is that the night from Saturday to Sunday? No, you're right. Yeah, right. It can't be. If it's Sunday 3 a.m., it's the night from Saturday to Sunday. Not Sunday to Monday. It's Saturday night. Then I can't do it anyways. I'm planned out over the weekend. I could have only done it if it was Sunday night, but it's Saturday night. I'm gone Saturday night, unfortunately. That kind of sucks. I was about to do it. I was actually about to say, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna do it, but I am not home Saturday night. It's fine, chat. It's fine. Someone else is gonna be live. It's fine. You can watch someone else for a day. Someone is for sure gonna be live for the end of this auction. It's gonna be fine. Which German city are you from? It's close to Frankfurt. You won't know the exact name of the place, but it's like a little less than an hour from Frankfurt. So that area. All right, chat. We have stuff to do. First up, I want to lose a few words. About the Edison tournament that happened on Saturday. And I will also show you my deck really quick. Yeah. I know not all of you are. Lose a few words. Is that not a phrase? Can you not say that? I'm not native English speaking. In German, you can say that. It's like when you just want to say a few things. That is a German expression that I directly translated. Yes, I thought that was understandable, but it's a phrase. Not many people say it, but it is. Okay, glad. Okay, yeah, we don't use it that often. It was just the first thing that came to my mind right now. But anyways, I want to say a few. Let me say a few things. Okay, if you did not see this, we had an Edison event this Saturday in Germany. It was an IRL Edison event. And we did something that I did not think was possible. We had over 200 players, IRL in person, gather in Karlsruhe for an IRL Edison tournament. And that was very, very hype. It was very cool to see how many people showed up. Some people even, the craziest story I heard was some people traveling 7 hours for the event, which was impressive to see. Like, really, really glad that so many people made their way to the tournament. I thought it was a great experience. I personally will say that I have never, or like, I haven't had this much fun in a tournament in like a very long time. And that isn't because I don't enjoy current Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just because I just enjoy this particular way of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So much. Because it really reminds me of basically my entire childhood. Where we had a bunch of Swiss rounds, and then we had a top 16 cut, and like first place got a PlayStation 5, which is, if you didn't know this is how Yu-Gi-Oh! Was played back in the day. We didn't have no regionals, we didn't have no YCSs. We had nationals once a year, but for 99% of my childhood, the way we played was just drive to a random place where not Konami was hosting those tournaments. It was just the community, basically, like random store owners, whoever wanted to, just hosted a tournament, threw up a just put up a some console for first place, and we would all just go there, play like 8 rounds of Swiss, top 16. First place gets a console, everyone goes home, and that was exactly what we had. And we don't really have this anymore, right? We just don't have that anymore. We only really have regionals and YCSs, I feel like. Nothing else really, at least in Europe. Maybe NA still has it, but we don't really have it anymore. We don't really do that anymore, at least not that I'm aware of. I don't know why. I guess it's because we have regionals every weekend anyways, so like no one really bothers in Europe. But I just enjoyed that so much. And on top of that, I also just felt like the vibe was like just so nice throughout the entire event, because like no one went there to just like get some worlds points or to get their invite to some other event. It was genuinely just like everyone was just there trying to have a good time. And it was, I thought it was very wholesome. And just like there was a very cool mix also of people that only play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But have never even played Edison, right? Nico, for example, told me he was there because he lives close. And he's never played Edison before, but just came there just for the fun of it. And some people there was a lot of people actually that really surprised me. There was a lot of people that said, yeah, I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore, like modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, but I play old formats, right? And I think it is gonna be more and more popular to also have different formats of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I think there's so, like, we have incredible numbers at YCSs, right? We have incredible numbers at YCSs. Okay. All right. Just in the middle of my speech, okay, I need to not lose my train of thought. I need to not lose my train of thought. I lost my train of thought. Oh, I've lost it. What was I saying? God damn it. Why is it so long? Yes, okay. We have incredible attendance numbers at YCSs, right? But that's a lot of people that enjoy modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But now think of all the people that would also play Yu-Gi-Oh! If there were official tournament scenes for old formats. Like, think of the number of people that don't play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it is too complicated for them, or too expensive, or too complex, or whatever, or too fast. Think of all those people. Like, how many? There's so many. I feel like I think it's weird, champ, to be honest, kind of, that there is so many possible ways you can enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, actually so many different ways, you know, like cubing, old formats, Time Wizard, whatever, right? And there's only one actual way, right? It's hard to organize all that. Yeah, but like we're trying to, I think this was a good precedent for, this was a good precedent that it is possible, right? I mean, 200 people is no joke for an IRL tournament, right? I don't think that was something that was, I didn't believe it personally. I didn't think we would fill the entire venue, but we did. And that was pretty cool. Anyways, I don't want to ramble about Edison too much today. I'm just quickly going to show you my deck that I played. And also, if you want to watch any of the coverage of the event, the entire thing is already up on the Joshua Schmidt Plus channel. So every single round is already up. If you want to catch up on the event, if you missed it, if you want to look into Edison, if you have no idea what I'm talking about and you are interested, you can check out the Plus channel. It has all the feature matches already. If you don't know, the Plus channel is the one where I put all the stream highlights and all the reactions. So if you didn't know about this channel, you want to type !YouTube into this chat real quick and subscribe. It also has all the feature matches. So there's that. The link is now in chat. It is the on the clip and reactions channel. It has all the feature matches. And the deck that I personally liked to play or elected to play for this event was this deck. This, whatever you want to call it. Quick Draw Hero is what I called it for the stream. Which was a lot of fun to play. I love that deck. I think I just whipped it up on Friday night. I think it's cool. I just want to say a few things about this deck because I always see people like discussing the stuff in like Edison groups. I'm on the Edison Discord and I see people discussing stuff all the time. I play this deck not because I think it's the best deck in the format, because I'm convinced that it's not. I play this deck because I enjoy it a lot. I enjoy the playstyle of Quick Draw a lot, and I just think it's the most fun. And I think that's the beauty of Edison, is that you don't have to play Zombies or Blackwing or Vayu Turbo if you want to do well, because that's not how it was back then. Back then, the way you built your deck and the way you played your deck, I think, is way more important than which deck you're actually choosing. Of course, there's decks that are better than others, but in Edison particularly, you can just play so many different things and they're all fine if you know what you're doing. And this deck in particular, I think, is one of the best examples of that. I will say one thing. I actually hate Quick Draw. I'm trying to cut Quick Draw from this deck. I love Quick Draw the deck. I hate Quick Draw the card. Whenever I commit into Quick Draw Drill, it feels so much like an overcommitment, and it's so slow at winning the game. It's so slow at winning the game. You have to worry about so many things. Like when you make the Quick Draw, when you make the Drill Warrior, you have to be worried about like Bottomless, Torrential, all those things. Book of Moon. It's really annoying. And then when it comes back every turn, you also have to be aware, like you're not even doing damage if you're playing around cards like Deep Prison and Mirror Force. It's so hard to position with Drill Warrior. The rest of this deck I freaking love. You know, I'm in love with Raikou, Hamster, Caius, Debris, Dandy, like all this stuff. Avarice, dude. Avarice is probably my favorite card in Edison. I love everything about this deck except for Quick Draw. If there's a way to make this deck playable without Quick Draw, I'm gonna be trying that, but I haven't found it just yet. Also, I'll say one thing: you will never catch me playing Titanial. You'll never see me play Titanial. It won't happen. It's not happening. I'm not putting that card into my deck because that card is in my hand every time. Not happening. Taro, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Was TTH worth it? I think TTH is a really good card, and I think there is, in a deck like this where I wanted to play a large monster count to make sure, like, basically the idea is that cards like Raiko, Card Trooper, and Charge of the Light Brigade have, like, they have very high, like, basically I love Avarice, right? I love Avarice, but I want to make sure Avarice is live as fast as possible. And I think cards like Charge, Card Trooper, and Raiko are really good at doing that if you play high monster counts. Because if you flip a Raiko, or if they attack a Raiko, right? You're popping a card, so you're trading 1 for 1. But if you mill monsters to make Avarice live, you're actually going +1. And if you have Dandy or Treeborn in your deck, you always have a chance at going super plus, right? And the same is true for Charge. Charge adds Raiko, which is basic. It's just a Rhoda for Raiko that has the benefit of filling Avarice and maybe hitting Treeborn or Dandy. So I think there's no reason not to play Charge. And Trooper is also just nice, right? That being said, this deck should have as many monsters as possible while still being somewhat consistent. And I think if you play a deck like that, you shouldn't play that many trap cards. And when you don't play many trap cards, I think Treacherous is just the most efficient. It's the most efficient card. I think it's better than playing like just a couple Wing Blasts or just Torrential or just Trap Dust Shoot. I think Treacherous is the best trap on, like, by card. If I have one slot for a trap card, it's always Treacherous, I think. I don't think the other cards come close. Because Treacherous is the only trap you can hold in your hand until your opponent has a board. And, like, that's the one thing you can't do with Torrential. Like, if I have Torrential, I have to set it for it to do work, and it exposes it to removal. Whereas if my opponent summons a monster or 2 monsters, I can just set Treacherous after, and that just does the job, right? I don't think I've ever set Treacherous turn 1. Doesn't this also out Gores if it's set up correctly? Yes, like, very often when you have Treacherous, you can just ignore Gores because you can just, like, attack, and if they have Gores, you set Treacherous after, and it's, like, it's cute. I think there's little downside to playing Treacherous in a deck that doesn't want to play many traps anyways, but it's also just, like, how I like to play the deck. I also like the other, like, trap cards. I like them, but yeah. But yeah, I'm still trying to find a way to not play Quick Draw Synchron, yeah. The hero package was really cool. I don't really see how you get to your Miracle Fusion. What do you mean, get to your Miracle Fusion? It's like, the reason I'm playing cards like Chaos Sork and Miracle Fusion is I think Quick Draw has a problem with... Quick Draw has this problem where it's very reliant on normal summons, right? And I really like giving the deck additional pushes with cards that just special summon a huge threat, right? I think Chaos Sorcerer and Miracle Fusion, like, when you fall behind with Quick Draw, your deck becomes really slow. And, like, you can't really just, like, set a Hamster or set a Raiko when your opponent already has a lot of pressure on you. So I think having a couple bombs in your deck that speed up your deck in that circumstance, I think is really good. And the one Miracle Fusion was only dead in my hand like once or twice because you have Stratos, Alias, Plasma, and Rhoda, which is 4 ways, 5 with Future Fusion, 5 ways to your hero cards in the graveyard, and you mill cards. So the Miracle Fusion is almost always live, and you don't always need a water for it. You don't always need a water for it, because this is actually genuinely just also an okay card. Like, I've won 2 or 3 games by just finishing them off with Gaia. That's fine. Gaia is a fine card. So, yeah, I think the Hamster was not very good. I sided out Hamster a lot, and I actually resolved it 0 times, funnily enough, because I never found enough. Like, whenever I had Hamster, I either elected to do something else, or it was removed from the field. I don't think I ever summoned Raiko off of Hamster this entire event. But yeah. I don't want to talk about it too much because I know most of you are probably here for TCG, but I will say that this deck is a lot of fun and you should try it out. You should try it out. Maybe you'll find a way to make it work without the Quick Draw, but I'm not sure how you would do that. Without quick draw, you are even more reliant on normal summons, right? Your deck becomes even slower without quick draw. Maybe there's a way to replace that. Like maybe you can play. Maybe there's a world where you can play more heroes and miracle fusions to make that your push, right? Because if you play a trapless deck, miracle fusion is extra good. Because absolute zero, you don't need any back row. If you have absolute zero, there's like almost no way you die, right? But, yeah. Would this deck be expensive for TCG? Like, you mean to build this in paper? To build this in paper, I think the most expensive card in this deck, if you want to go lowest rarity, the most expensive card in your deck is going to be absolute zero common, which is like €7 or something. And junk archer is like 10, I think. So if you go lowest rarity, you can probably build the entire deck for definitely less than $50. Definitely less than 50. Like, I know junk archer is like 10. Iron Chain Dragon, surprisingly, is like $5 or something. Ancient Fairy is not expensive. No, there's a rare card. There's a rare Ancient Fairy that came out 2 weeks ago. When you play Edison, do you play with AFD's original card text? Yes, you play the exact same rules as back in the day. You play the exact same rules as back in the day. 6-card opening hand, priority, old card texts, all the old rulings. Yeah. TCG Archer is well. Let's check card market for how much junk Archer is in the TCG or like in Europe. Junk Archer has 2 prints. Hold up. Junk Archer has 2 prints. Let me filter this a little bit so we don't look at like chewed up copies. Let's say excellent. Yeah. Okay. Depending on where you're from, if I were to order it from Germany, it would cost me $14 for an ultra rare unless I go with a good, which is like generally when you're ordering from Card Market. I don't know about your experience, but if you want to play something in a tournament, in like a YCS or whatever, I would not go for lower than excellent. Maybe good is okay, but like for Edison format, I think good is fine, especially for extra deck stuff. But yeah, it doesn't change much about the price anyways here. There's another version which is even more expensive. Okay, I lied. Junk Archer is a little bit more than 10. It's 14. It depends on how good the seller is at rating cards. Yeah, I think a lot of people put, like, if it's actually good by the standard of Card Market, I think it's always playable. Like, if you order a good card, if you order a card that's rated good, you should be able to play it. If you can't, if it's too damaged to play it, I'm pretty sure you would be able to return it. But there's that. There's that. All right. Yeah, that's the deck. I thought it was very fun. I enjoyed it a lot, and I will probably work on it a little bit more at some point in the future. And also for Edison in general, I think I will also put some work into making some, something happen for the format if possible. I already have one thing that I'm working towards, which is we'll be hosting an Edison online event next month together with E3 Yu-Gi-Oh! If you don't know, E3 Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the biggest Edison YouTube channel, basically. I think it's daily videos, almost daily uploads for Edison. And there's a tournament series called RBET, Really Big Edison Tournament, is what it's called. And usually those tournaments are always very, very NA friendly time zone. Yeah. Like usually they're like in the middle of the night for Europe, or like very late for us Europeans. However, I've convinced them, or he's offered to make one happen next month. We're going to host it together. And it's going to be Europe friendly time zone, basically. So I will get the details out to you as soon as I can, but there will be a European version of the RBET next month. I will be hosting it together with Keegan. I will not be playing in it. But if any of you, have seen the stream on the weekend and it looked fun to you, because honestly, I think if you've seen the stream and it didn't look fun to you, I don't know what else is what you define as fun, because I think that it was incredibly fun. Even if you haven't checked out Edison before, that might be a very cool opportunity for you to, dip your feet into Edison. I'll get all the details out to you. I'm pretty sure the RBET tournaments are always free to enter as well. I don't think they charge anything. At least I hope they don't, so everyone can get in as cheap as possible. It would be on DB, yes. It would be on DB. And I'm pretty sure it's also going to be free to enter. And there's still some prizes for it. So it should be a good time if you want to check out Edison for the first time, or if you're a veteran EU Edison player but you haven't been able to play one of these events. But yeah, we'll see how big it can get. I don't know if we have a cap for it, how big it can be. I'll make sure to get all the details out. But yeah, it's gonna be fun either way. I just wanted to announce that, and now we have some cards to react to. Now we go from the past to the present, or rather even the future. Because we have some more Duelist Nexus cards. Plan from here on out for today. Plan from here on out for today, chat. New Duelist Nexus cards. First thing on the agenda. Preparing for Cyberstorm Access format and Cyberstorm Access release. Second thing, because I do want to look into some more decks. We've already looked at, I think, Super Heavy Samurai, Purely, and Manadome or Manadium. We've looked at those, but there's a few more things. Like I want to take a look at the new Albaz support and how that's going to work out, and maybe some other niche stuff, because I want to prepare also for a video that we're also going to film this week, where I want to talk about which decks from the set are going to have an impact on the format and which ones are not going to have a huge impact, but there's that. So Duelist Nexus, new cards. Bunch of new cards were revealed. Cyberstorm Access, deck building, preparation for the new format. And then at 5 p.m. today, 5 p.m. my time, which is in about 3.5 hours, in about 3.5 hours, we will have Cyberstorm Access opening videos on YouTube. Is the word on the street. The word on the street is that the openings are today. So we're going to see in its full glory all the rarities, all the spoilers, all the new cards. There are openings already. I know that there has been a leakage occurring, but that was not supposed to happen. And I'm always very careful with showing that stuff on stream. I don't want to, if Konami didn't want it to be published yet, then I don't want to show it. I want to respect that. I don't want to get into their way of, of their release schedule for information and whatnot. So we're going to talk about it like a good boy. I'm going to talk about it at 5 p.m. and not before that. Easy as that. Easy as that. All right. That being said, Duelist Nexus remaining cards have been revealed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we now have all the cards, and I think the set's already out. I'm pretty sure the set is already out in the OCG, so of course we have all the cards, I think. So there we go. Kiriban, continuous trap card. We love those on this channel. We love those on this channel. We love that symbol. That's our favorite symbol. Okay. First effect. If 10 or more cards and or effects have been activated this turn, special summon this card as an effect monster. Cyber's Dark level 10, 3k, 3k. It's still a trap. If summoned this way, during your end phase, set this card in your spell and trap zone. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect while this card is in the monster zone, quick effect, you can destroy as many cards they control as possible, then set this card in your spell and trap zone. Okay. I don't really... This is giving me major pack filler vibes. Which is kind of sad because I think a card like this is not uninteresting. Like the concept behind it of like, if your opponent has done too much in this turn, you can punish them for it. You know what I mean? I prefer that a lot over Floodgates of like, your opponent can't do this, period. I prefer the concept of if your opponent has done too much, punish them, right? It's kind of like the same concept of Nibiru, where like, Nibiru is a very powerful card, but I do like the concept behind it of like trying to slow the game down in that fashion. This card attempts to do the same thing, but it's not going to be successful because first of all, this is a trap card, which inherently makes it terrible going second. And second of all, 10 cards or effects is a lot. That is so much. That's so many cards or effects. It does count your own cards. But honestly, it's just not something you can control very easily. Like getting up to 10 is, even if it's like 5 each, at that point your opponent probably already has a way to counter this card, because this card loses to every form of interaction. Because it's a continuous trap card, it loses to spell and trap removal, it loses to negations, it loses to it loses to cards that negate activation, it loses to cards that negates the effect of a card. It loses to cards that can't be destroyed by card effect. It loses to your opponent just not activating something. Like if your opponent has a card that's bigger than 3k after the 10 effects have been activated, they can just run over this card, right? It seems very, very like compare this card. Simply compare this card to all the other cards we already have that you can flip on your opponent's turn. There's so many trap cards that are better than this. Right? There's so many trap cards that you would rather have in any deck going first. Right? So many. Like all of the like D-Barrier, Anti-Spell, all the other Floodgates, even cards like Solemn Strike are probably better than this when you go first. Right? And when you go second, they're both dead, pretty much. So, I like the idea here. I like the idea, but I think they need to go a little bit more powerful if they want to make cards like this viable. Like what they did with Nibiru. Nibiru is... You might be surprised by this, but I think Nibiru is barely strong enough to see play. I think if Nibiru was a little bit weaker, it would not see play ever. Right? Like Nibiru is a very powerful card, but if they made that card a little bit weaker, then you know, like if it was just a few more summons or something like that, right? It would be so much easier to play around. I think they hit a sweet spot with Nibiru in that sense, right? 6 summons? I mean, 6 summons would make it a lot easier for a lot of decks to play around. I've gotten nibbed on exactly 5 summons a bunch. There's a lot of decks that get nibbed on 5 a bunch. There's a lot of decks that would maybe be able to get their negate out by summon 6, but not summon 5, you know? I think if Nibiru was slightly worse, it wouldn't be that good. Sword Soul, perfect example. Sword Soul would always be able to go Mogi, Token, Shishao, that's 3, Longyan, Token. Barone number 6. Suddenly, Nib is completely dead against Sword Soul if they go for that, right? For example, just an example. So all I'm trying to say is that they really need to be on point with these designs, because the concept is always the same, right? Activation condition and payoff, right? Activation condition, payoff. If either the activation condition is a little bit too hard or the payoff is not good enough, even just slightly not good enough, it's not going to see play at all, right? Because with these cards, they're really hit or miss, right? These cards are really hit or miss. They're not really like balanced, right? They're not really balanced. They're either good or they're pretty bad. And I think this one is unfortunately on the pretty bad end, even though it is kind of close in its concept of being an okay card. But the fact that it's a trap card, like, if there's any turn where I'm talking way too long about this card. If there's any turn where you want to punish your opponent for activating too many cards, it would be their first turn, right? So making a card that stops them from doing that when you go first is kind of pointless. But yeah, okay. Anyways, that's Kiriban out of the way. Pretty cool artwork though, but Singing Cuckoo. Level 3 Fire Winged Beast effect monster. This thing is cute. You can only use this card's name's effect once per turn. During your main phase, you can activate one of these effects. Destroy this card, then draw a card. Discard a card, then draw a card. Draw a card during the end phase of this turn. Gives me pack filler vibes. Using your normal summon to draw a card. You say that, right? But it's not like that hasn't been done before, right? I mean, Hyperia, I won a YCS with Hyperia in my deck, right? So in the right circumstances, it's not a bad card, right? Also, it discards for card effect. That's worth noting, you know? Like, I don't know. It's not level 3. Yeah, but who doesn't tell you that there isn't like a deck that can make use of a level 3 Fire Winged Beast at some point in the future and just like, you know? This card's name is a reference to a story about Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, the three great unifiers of Japan who ended the Sengoku era of Japan, characterizing the differences in their personalities and politics. They were watching a cuckoo bird waiting for it to sing, but the bird wouldn't sing. Nobunaga says, "Little bird, if you don't sing, I will kill you." Why would you? Okay. Hideyoshi says, "Little bird, if you don't sing, I'll make you sing." Then says to the bird, "Little bird, if you don't sing, I will wait for you to sing." Okay, violently is destruction. Forces things, which is discard. And Tokugawa simply waits. End phase. That's pretty cool. Besides, you know, this portion. That's pretty cool that they did that. I like that. You can even see the shadows of the three guys, right? And this thing is thinking about what to do. That's pretty cool. I wish whenever they make cards like these, I wish they were actually just like busted sometimes. You know what I mean? Like why does this card have all this cool story behind it? And then when I read it, I'm just like, it's kind of mid. Probably not that good, you know? Like, in the right circumstances, maybe a deck can use it, but not really. Like, why is this card not just busted? Right? Why isn't this card, you know? Why does Mathmech Circular do all these things? And is at the same time the most boring shit ever? And why isn't this card just better? This card should be better than Mathmech Circular. You can't change my mind on that. Don't even try changing my mind. But a card with that lore behind it should be better than Mathmech Circular any day of the week. Only truers in chat. Yeah. Ignore waiver. Someone timeout waiver for 30 seconds. Hold up. I'll do it myself. If I can figure out how to do it. Okay, it's... Okay. Aqua Round. Normal spell. Banish a card from your hand. And if you do, during your next standby phase, you can add up to 2 cards with the banished card's name from your deck to your hand. If this card is activated while your opponent controls no cards, you cannot activate cards or the effects of cards with the banished card's original name for the rest of this turn. This card is complete ass. Look. Sometimes card design is just confusing to me. Like, if this text ended right here, right? Banish a card from your hand, and if you do during your next standby phase, add up to 2 cards with the banished card's name from your deck to your hand. If this is all it says, this card is already completely unplayable. This card is already completely unplayable. The only thing you can even think about doing with that is like banishing like a Thunder Dragon card that triggers, or banishing, I don't know, something, right? Use it with cards that banish and do something when they're banished, right? Maybe Goatees, right? Maybe Metaphys, super rogue decks, right? Those decks are super, super rogue. Maybe they could think about doing something, right? But then, to even the only application that this card has would be that. And then they slap a restriction on the card that basically makes the card completely useless. This is just you just can't use this card. It's not possible. It doesn't do anything. This card is -2 when you activate it. And in the next standby phase, it brings you back to equal. Best case scenario. This card is +0 next turn. Read the note and you'll understand why it's bad. I will never understand why it's bad. Around is a song that is sung by groups of people with each subset of people starting a different time. Considering the artwork, it's also referring to the other meaning of trolling. The girls got issues with one another. Yeah, the girls got issues. The girls definitely got issues, but that does not explain why the card had to be bad. That does not explain why that card had to be so bad. Yeah, they're trolling. They truly are trolling. We do a little bit of trolling. All right. Eternal Ice Grave. Ooh, that looks like a cool card. Is it cool? Quick play spell. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. During the main phase, if a monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's monster effect, except by being destroyed, activate one of these effects, end the main phase, or skip the main phase of your opponent's next turn. When I read the first portion, it reminded me a lot of that card that we used to have to counter Trishula. What was it called? It was like Mirror of the Ice Barrier, I think. I think it was Mirror of the Ice Barrier. Hold up. Mirror of the Ice Barrier. Mirror of the Ice Barrier was like a card that you could use, and it would trigger when your opponent banishes one of your cards. Scrooge, thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. Thank you for using your one and only Prime this month on me. Thank you. During this turn, each time a card is banished from your hand, field, end, or grave by your opponent's activated monster effect, apply the following effects based on where the cards were banished from. Hand, banish 2 random cards from your opponent's hand. Field, banish 2 cards your opponent controls. Graveyard, banish up to 2 cards from your opponent's graveyard. This card reminded me of that one when I first read it. Of course, it doesn't have to be banished. It just leaves the field by a monster effect. The problem is the payoff is really weird. End the main phase. Skip the main phase of your opponent's next turn. I don't know. I guess it has some applications when you go first, right? But it says except by being destroyed. It's so weird. It counters Nibiru. It counters Nibiru a little bit, right? But it doesn't even. There's so many things that doesn't work, right? Like if this was possible to do on, to respond to a kaiju with, but kaiju doesn't work. That is not by a monster effect. Do you chain to Nib with this card or use it on the resolution of Nib? You would use it after Nibiru has resolved. You would use it after Nibiru has resolved. And then you would end, your opponent next turn would not have a main phase. But honestly, just play cross out or some shit like that. Like that's better. That card is not very good, I think, unfortunately. Misu Tetsu, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. All right. My food is still warm. But we have a little bit more time. We have a few more cards to go through, and then I have a React Andy lined up, also banlist related, which is cool. Unearth the endless depth of your greed with Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed. Level 3 Earth Rock Flip effect monster. You can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn. Flip. Apply these effects in sequence. Excavate cards from the top of your deck up to the number of cards your opponent controls. Add an excavated card to your hand, also send the rest to the graveyard. Send monsters from your extra deck to the graveyard up to the number of monsters special summoned from the extra deck your opponent controls. It looks like a big meme, but yeah, I think it's kind of cool, but it's pretty much I think it is a meme. It is a meme. The only world in which I see flip monsters being a thing again is, and this applies in general, not to this card particularly, but like, I think flip monsters have a chance at seeing play if we ever return to a format, or if we ever have a top deck that can't deal with set monsters. Like how, for example, and this is an example from like 10 years ago, but like that was how we would beat Evil Swarm, is because they would have like Ophion and protection from Spell Trap, and so we would just set like a monster that they couldn't deal with. Zodiac also, yeah, Zodiac you could also like, that's a more recent example, right? So, but I don't currently see this happening, because with the current extra deck, like every deck has ways to beat set monsters. Like this is not gonna be good. Race through the banished heavens with Uruka the Magic Star. Level 4. This is giving me hand trap vibes for some reason. Maybe it's because it looks like green Nibiru as a fox, if Nibiru was a fox. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. When a monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect and no other cards, you can banish this card from hand or grave, special summon that monster if it's banished face up. Otherwise, special summon this banished card. If this card is special summoned, you can make it gain 1,500 attack. The idea is cute. The image is cool. But I think this card is very mediocre. Yeah. It's a way to protect your key monsters. Right? It's just like, let's say, for example, you have... The problem here, once again, is that does not work. It does not work under a kaiju, for example, right? But the idea is, for example, you you summon a monster, your opponent summons Barone and pops it, for example, you can use this to bring it back. Not that that is even a good play if there's a Barone to negate it, but that is theoretically how it could work, right? Like you summon a monster, your opponent removes it, you can basically, you know, bring it back. But bro, it's 2023. A card needs to do more than that. Right? Oh shit, it's when as well. It misses timing too. God damn, they still make cards that miss timing? They still make cards that miss timing? I did not know that. God damn, I thought we were past this, Konami. Oh, come on. This card is just bad. Yeah, it's just bad. Pack filler angle. Ooh, what do we have? Click and Echo. Double Dolphins. Click and Echo. I was about to say it looks cute, but look what they're doing to my main man, the little octopus over here. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Leave the little squid alone. That's a squid, right? It's not an octopus. I said octopus. I think it's a squid. Leave my squid alone, Click and Echo. What are you doing? Actual bullying. Not cool. Okay. Level 2 Sea Serpent. Level 2, I'm listening. Cannot be used as a material for a fusion, synchro, or XYZ summon. You can only use the second effect of this card's name up to twice per turn. This face-up card on the field cannot be tributed. If this card is sent to the graveyard as link material, special summon it to the summoning player's opponent field in defense position. Okay. Before I read number 3. Have we not learned anything from these types of effects? Why on earth do we keep making cards like this? If this card was special summoned by its second effect, you must keep your hand revealed. Okay. Okay. I am now calm again. The thing is, somehow, hold up. How on earth can these two cards coexist? How on earth can these two cards coexist? This card came out in 2018. This card came out in 2018, and it locks your opponent out of all special summons except for link monsters. This card is the same, but instead of locking your opponent out of special summoning, they show you their hand. I guess, let's be clear here. The problem in this equation is not these two dolphins. Those are not the problem. This card's the problem. But there it is. It gives you perfect information. It does give you perfect information. Samplocks, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Also, Misu Tetsu, I think I didn't say that yet, but thank you for the prime as well. Thank you so much. This card is not good. This card will not see play. The thing is, even if you want to see your opponent's hand to see if there's a hand trap, like at the point where you get to link this off, you've probably already played into all the hand traps. Diva target? Bro, who's gonna Diva for this? Who's gonna Diva for this? Have you read, like, the Atlantean Prince and whatnot? You're not gonna Diva for that. You're not Divaing for Click and Echo. No shot. Me. Yeah. You're all gonna, yeah, of course. All of you are gonna Diva for Click and Echo. Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah, you're definitely out here gonna be Divaing for Click and Echo. Yeah. Catch me at like table 500. Agnimal Candle? Level 4 Pyro Tuner? You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is added to your hand except by drawing it, you can special summon it. Once per chain, up to thrice per turn, if a monster is sent to your grave, you can increase or reduce this card's level by 1. Yeah, that card is also pretty cute and will also never really see play. Unless there's a very specific application for it that I'm not aware of. That is a lot of work to get an extender of some level. Just activate a ready fusion and you'll get whatever level you want. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's so much easier. This card is sleeper OP, just saying. Okay. Little opposite. Dune. Normal trap. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Choose 2 unused main monster zones in the same column. Apply this effect. Then your opponent can apply it for themselves. Special summon a level 2 or lower monster from your hand or deck to your chosen zone in attack position or face down defense position. Okay. That is interesting, but not very good, I think. Summon, click, and echo. Yes, finally. No, you can't summon to your opponent. The thing is, you choose the monster from your deck, and your opponent chooses a monster from their deck. So theoretically, if your opponent has no target for it, then it's okay, right? Then it's only an extender for you, but even then, it's a trap card. If this was a spell card, it'd be interesting. Besides the fact that if this was a spell card, it'd be completely busted. If this was a spell card, it would be completely busted. Everyone, that would be an insane card if you were, yeah. But if your opponent has occupied zone, it says unused. It says unused. The only thing you can do is you can activate it, choose an unused zone for your opponent, and then somehow block it. By some way, but that's like very hard to do, I think. Stamplocks, thank you for the 4 months, appreciate it. But it's not very good. I mean, you can summon Newman. Yeah, Newman is okay, I guess, but yeah. And then I think this is the last batch of cards. It's Rescue Ace support. It is Rescue Ace support time, which out of all these decks from Amazing Defenders, Rescue Ace is definitely the one that needs it the most, by far. By far. So let's see. Very good support. I don't know yet. Rescue Ace Preventer, level 8 Fire Machine effect monster. You can only use the first, second, and third of this card's name each once per turn. You can banish a Rescue Ace card from your graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. Okay, solid, easy to summon, big beatstick. All right. It does start a chain in hand. It does not just summon itself. If you control another Rescue Ace monster, quick effect. You can target an effect monster your opponent controls, change it to face down defense position. Oh, that's very cool because that helps you break boards. But it's also an interruption. That's a nice design. And flipping face down is pretty good. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one of your banished Rescue Ace monsters, except the level 8 monster, special summon it. Ooh, that's also a good effect. That's also a good effect. This is just a generally good card. There's a lot of archetypes that would like a card like this. There's a lot of archetypes that would really like a card like this, so I don't know if this makes Rescue Ace good or not, but that's a good card. It summons back the monster. Yeah, you have to banish a card to summon it, and then when it leaves the field, not even by your opponent, you can just link this off or detach it from an XYZ. You can even send it with Foolish Burial. You can discard it, and whatever, you can just revive a banished Rescue Ace. That's pretty solid. Except the level 8, but there's plenty others, right? So that's okay. Emergency. Wait, that's it? Only 2 cards? Okay. Quick flick by spell card, always treated as a rescue ace card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Special summon a rescue ace from your deck in defense position, then tribute a rescue ace monster from hand or field. Okay, so it's like emergency teleport, but you need to tribute. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a rescue ace trap in your grave, set it. Also, fairly interesting. It's kind of like Tearlament's Grief. It's kind of like Tearlament's Grief, but better in a way because it's a quick play and it has the graveyard effect to recycle trap cards, and it has very good synergy with this thing, right? Because you can just, like, if you have nothing else, you can just special this, tribute it, and then revive a banished monster for it. But that's also a good card, I think. Now the question is, does that make Rescue Ace viable? Or is the deck still just overall, is the concept too bad? We might take a look at it at some point. They can do a 1-card Heat Soul? Okay, that's something, that's a start. We need to cook. I think we'll wait a little bit on that. I think we'll wait a little bit on cooking with Rescue Ace because we get these cards in months. This is not Cyberstorm Axis. If this was Cyberstorm Axis, you know, we can look into it. But, yeah. Doesn't it require to have a Rescue Ace in hand beforehand? I don't think so. Do I have to have a target for this already? I don't think so, right? Because it summons one, so I'm always gonna have a tribute for it. I don't think you already need a Rescue Ace in hand or field to activate it. The concept is good. The problem is how fast Yu-Gi-Oh is nowadays. The deck just needs a solid way to consistently send stuff to the graveyard and search. Well, I mean, but that card is both of the things you just said, right? This is a searcher slash special summon, plus sends stuff to the graveyard, plus has a graveyard effect. And this thing has another graveyard effect and special summons itself and is a disruption. Those cards are good. Those are good cards. I don't know if they're going to be top tier, but we can look at it at some point to see if Rescue Ace gets better with that. Personally, if you want my very, very first initial reaction, I think those cards are good, but probably don't make Rescue Ace top tier. Even though both of those cards, like you say in chat, they are both 10 out of 10 cards for Rescue Ace. But, yeah. They had some tops yesterday in the OCG. Oh, link me that. Give me that sweet, sweet source for that. I guess it's Road of the King, maybe? Where can I see that? Where can I see that? It's not on Road of the King? Okay. Unfortunate then. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Here we have one. I don't know how many players this had, but it did win the event. It did win the event with 3 copies of this new card and also 3 copies of the other new card. Interesting. Okay, and then we had Tri-Brigade Illusion deck, 2nd place. Interesting. Branded Illusion, interesting. And Vanadium. Isn't this the spell that... Isn't that the spell that equips your opponent's monster or puts it into spell trap? Why are they doing that? Why are they playing that card? I don't know. Why is there a Vangu? I'm scared. Why is there a Vangu? Against which deck? What is that? The illusions can just summon it? Oh, right. They can search level 4 beasts, right? Oh, they can search level 4 beasts. So you set up Vangu. If I ever... Chat. If I ever queue with Sprite into someone summoning Vangu on me, that's gonna be the end. I think. That might be the end. If that happens. We might not recover from that. We might not recover from that ever. That might not happen. Leo Lio, thank you for the tier 1. New sub to the channel. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you. Look at this goo. Thank you for the 6 months, Death the Striker. Send it to me on Discord. I'll check it out before stream at some point. If it's fun, we might play it. Just join my Discord server if you're not on there yet. And link it somewhere. I'll say one thing about this. Because I'm using this to my advantage to plug the channel. Because I have to get something positive out of seeing this. I will say one thing about this. I have a ban list discussion coming up. on the YouTube channel today or tomorrow. And we will talk about MathMech in that video. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't seen me talk about it live, we will talk about MathMech in that ban list discussion. You may not like the fact that I'm talking about MathMechs in a ban list discussion, but we will talk about it. And you cannot convince me otherwise. Also, we are close to a hype train, which I'm not sure how to feel about while these decks are on this. Yeah, okay, now it has started. Okay, right when I said it, you think it's a good idea to prime for the 4th month in a row and say MathMech best deck. All right, cool. Yeah, all right, and now we're Pepe D'ing too. When MathMechs are on stream. I see how it is. God damn it. All right, I need a break. Oh, God. Okay. Of course it's cursed. There's MathMix on stream right now. What is that? Tier list? Oh, come on. No. OCG, no, don't do it. OCG, stop. No. Chat. Okay. No, okay. Okay, chat. Chat. This is the first time I'm scamming you. We just had a remix, and now you're filling the sub goal with an anonymous gift to MathMech. I'm scamming. I don't care. I'm scamming you. You know, you don't get a remix for that. You don't get it. No, you don't get it. Nah. No. Well played, Weehawks. Well played. You win this time. You win this time, chat. You win this time. I was not prepared for that. I was not prepared for that one. God damn, okay. This is the Cybers remix, yeah. Okay. Okay. Speaking of math mech and things that should be on the ban list, which are basically the same thing. My food is in the process of getting cold, if it's not cold already. Ugh, come on. We will never look at math mech again. We will just never look at math mechs again. It'll be forbidden. On Physicist, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Why remix again? There's a point reward for it. You can redeem 100,000 points. Apparently that was worth it just now. You're gonna make me increase the price again. How many sub gifts for you to play math mech? You don't have that kind of money. You don't have it. You don't have that kind of money. You very simply do not have it. Moose Amos, thank you for the prime, and thank you for the anonymous gift to Axis Code Talker. Here we are again. It's one of those days. It's one of those days. Okay, now, chat, can I quickly finish my sentence that I was just about to say like 2 minutes ago? Am I allowed to finish my sentence? Because all I'm trying to do is freaking have a little lunch break and react Andy, and I'm just trying to segue into that. That's all a man is trying to do right now. Because speaking of the ban list, I saw this video make some waves at the end of last week, which is an interesting title to say the least. Okay, that one's based. That one's actually cool. Thank you for the gifts up to Ronan Toden. Whoever you are based. Thank you for that. Very wholesome. Appreciate that. Bring Ronan back. You could unban 2/3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list tomorrow and literally nothing would change. Now, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? That's something I'm going to find out. That is something I'm going to find out. Also, if Ronan Toden is not unbanned in this video, I'm going to be mad. If you unban 2/3 of the ban list and you leave my boy Ronan Toden on there, I'm gonna be mad. We are not talking anymore if that happens. Not that we talk often. Not that we talk often, but we will definitely not talk. We will talk even less if Ronan Toden stays on this ban list. Okay? Thank you for the gift sub to Ronan Killer. Oh, god damn it. Okay, very funny. I'm not even sure if I should support reacting to MBT videos anymore because they've canceled Magical Hats. I'm pretty mad about that still.
Welcome back to another one of these videos. The videos in which during banlist season, I decide not to profess what I think will actually happen to the metagame. I'll give you that real quick. It's fine. Diablosis to 1, maybe. But instead, like Prometheus...
What? Diablosis to what?
Try to steal fire from the Konami gods to bring a thought
that has to be bait, right? That has to be bait. He's the imposter.
Experiment to its logical conclusion to see how many cards we can take off the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list before something breaks. If you're watching this on Farfa's stream, I know that critical thinking is probably not your strong suit, so this part's imperative. I don't think these cards should come off. Undeniably, the list of cards I'm about to show you are going to make Yu-Gi-Oh! Absolutely worse if they are legal. I just don't think they'll compromise the list of decks that's currently at the top or the gameplay that we all enjoy as part of the TCG. That said, this ban list season,
That's a good point. There's a lot of cards on the ban list that are not on the ban list because they're too powerful. It's because if they ever were viable, they just make it a shit experience, right? There's other reasons to ban a ban list other than, you know, card is too strong. To ban a card other than, you know, card is too strong.
Set a goal for myself. Can I get 2/3 of the ban list off? I'm happy to say that I accomplished it.
You can't do that.
Let me show you my madness. Before we get started, a quick disclaimer. I'm aware a significant amount of the cards on the ban list aren't there for power reasons. They're there because they are unfun, or make games take a long time, or are hard to
already
resolve,
said that,
or are
Joseph.
judging nightmares.
You're just repeating what I said.
don't have
You
room
don't
to
need
be
to do
picky.
that.
I'm removing 121 cards from the ban list. You're going to see self-destruct button on here. Victory Dragon makes an appearance. Let's begin with the one on screen right now. Archnemesis Protoss would undoubtedly be very good in Sword Soul, a deck I'm completely fine existing. Blaster Dragon, Ruler of Infernos, just went to 1 in Master Duel, and I don't think anyone's even read it so much as crafted it. Block Dragon is probably okay at 1. Sure, it enables decks like Adamantipator in Master Duel, but I think that's okay.
I regret clicking on that video already. It's going to make my heart rate not be okay.
They're a little under the purview of the power level of the current metagame. Gin release of Rituals could go to 5 tomorrow, and it wouldn't matter, because Rituals...
It's funny because that one's actually probably true.
spells are such a minus. All of the good Ritual decks...
It still shouldn't come back, because it's not fun, but it's probably
circumvent Ritual Summoning entirely, meaning this card really doesn't have a home. Eclipse Wyvern is an unquestionably good card and a way to search better cards, but I don't think it's so
Eclipse
good
Wyvern
that it's going
could
to cause
be
any
okay,
problems.
unironically.
Ava is unquestionably good, but at a singular copy, I don't think it's going to be enough to make Drytron
Ava
competitive against the top tier. Fiber Jar is a very bad card, but it's hard to resolve. Too bad it's on the list. Fishborg Blaster is on the ban list because it doesn't have a hard once per turn, but I think activating its effect 4 or 5 times isn't that big of a deal when so many decks like Synchron do similar things regardless. Gub came off in OCG and it's completely fine.
Poker Josh in here. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back.
Magispector Unicorn Kieran is probably fine at a single copy. Masterpiece the True Draco Slaying King could go to 3 tomorrow with no changes. Orcus Tarpor I think is even legal in Master Duel. It's completely fine. Performage Plush Fire is unquestionably extremely strong, but the Performage pool is so low that I think giving the Pendulum Soup deck one more piece to play with isn't going to change anything. Phyrexian Cluster Amaryllis is part of the worst FTK in the history of time.
Glorious Incandescene? Thank you for the prime. I think I butchered that, but thank you.
I'm bringing all the Dragon
Also, I learned how to say
list
butcher
for this
now,
one,
chat.
And
Don't
Redox
have to make fun of me for that anymore.
most concerned about, but I think just a Reborn isn't enough to justify this card being on the ban list. Samsara Lotus is legal in Master Duel, part of a terrible FTK. Titled Dragon Ruler of Waterfalls is a Dragon Ruler that's also a Foolish Burial. It's very, very strong, but I think a singular copy isn't going to break anything. Victory Dragon could come off the ban list any day. It's only on here because of consistency issues with the remainder of the match winners, which all have the text "cannot be used to do duel" on the bottom of them. We've got Brilliant Fusion, which is legal in Master Duel at 1. Butterfly Dagger Elma is part of the worst FTK in history. Chicken Game is at 3 in Master Duel. Delinquent Duo, I know I'm not going to sell you on this, is not a particularly good card. Random discard that does absolutely nothing.
The thing about Duo is, I've said this before, the thing about Duo is I don't think anyone would main deck Delinquent Duo, but that card would be so annoying after siding. Like, it would be like an auto include in every side deck, and it would be so fucking busted when you go second against Duo, right? It's just like losing your board breakers to the card is so annoying. And sure, there's like decks where, like Tier Limits, for example, where you didn't want it, but you would simply not side it in against those, and it would make every game it appears in so much more miserable. Ender, thank you for the 7 months. I'm glad you enjoyed the Edison tournament. There's probably more to come in that sense as well.
Nothing going second isn't exactly where you want to be. There's a lot better cards that do a lot more, and a couple that we've unbanned. Giant Trunade and Heavy Storm are very good cards, but
those cards could come back,
legal, and I think that card is absolutely better than Heavy Storm. Giant Trunade is a little different because it enables a couple of loops, but I don't have to find any of those loops to be so unbelievably oppressive that it's going to be a problem. Kaiser Coliseum is completely legal in Master Duel and accomplishes absolutely nothing. Mass Driver is an unsearchable win con for a deck that's already doing unfair things. We took Metamorphosis off for the last Masochist Banlist tournament, and it didn't really accomplish anything. There are some scenarios where you can use a 1 to go into Millenniumizer Strict to insulate yourself against...
Okay, if I understand this correctly, this is somewhat based on a on an experiment that he's done in the past where they've taken off a bunch of these cards on the ban list and hosted a tournament with it. Which is cool. That's a cool idea. But I think the problem is that you didn't really give it much time to develop then, right? He's hosting another with this list. Interesting. But the thing is, like, you would need to do that, like, if you're doing this many changes, right? If you're making this many changes, you can't like you can't expect to observe all of them making an impact on, like, you know, the meta in like one tournament. So, yeah.
Existing setups, which is not particularly great. It also potentially gives you access to some really good cards out of the extra deck, like Last Warrior from Another Planet, but none of them are so game-breakingly powerful that they put you in a position where you're automatically going to win the game. For that, I feel like it's fine at a single copy. Very hard to sell people on Mirage of Nightmare, but I do not think it's particularly good. It's a little slow. It discards the cards in your standby phase. Sure, there are some decks like True Draco that can get rid of it, but at that point, you're like, yeah, I've drawn 2 cards on my 3rd turn, and that's not enough of a payoff that I feel comfortable keeping this on the list forever.
I think Mirage is probably not that good anymore. It's probably right about that.
Pot of Greed is going to be in every deck. I just thought it would be funny to take off. Snatch Steal. At this point, we have Change of Heart, Mind Control legal. The one that's also an equip spell probably isn't going to break anything. That Grass Looks Greener is a 2 in Master Duel and not a problem. Zodiac Barrage is unquestionably extremely strong, but with a very small pool of cards it can actually
summon. Okay, at this
summon.
point, we're just doing it for the sake of it, right? We're not actually trying to bring back Pot of Greed.
I think it's completely fine. Last Turn is not a very good card, but is only on the list because it has no problem solving card text and it's a weird alt win. Red Reboot is a 2 in Master Duel and is fine, I suppose. Return from the Different Dimension is a strange card. It can only be activated the turn after it's set, which means you have to set it up and then activate it on your opponent's turn in order to get any value out of it that you wouldn't be able to out of extenders like Kashtira Birth, which are already legal and good. Theoretically, you could do some powerful explosive setups on your 3rd turn if it survives an entire combat step, but I don't think that's particularly likely. Self-destruct button is not a good card. It just makes games annoying to resolve. Sixth Sense is frustrating, but not good. Trap Dust Shoot is unquestionably extremely strong, but I don't think it's as good as a Pointer of the Red Lotus, which is currently legal. And Ultimate Offering is bad. In the extra, I always thought Colossus couldn't come off. I have softened on it because of Master Duel. I think it's okay. Curious the Lightsworn Dominion is a lot less good with Fairy Tail Snowband. LP is a lot less good with a lot of the powerful cards in Dragon Link Band. Heavy Metal Foes Electromite is definitely extremely powerful, especially when we're taking off cards like Perform Age Plushfire, but I don't think it's enough to make that Pendulum Soup deck competitive against anything else.
Almost the entire extra section down there makes me just shake my head.
Do that. I think Rodon is fine without Howkin 001.
Almost all of those cards
I'm like, is definitely strong, but I don't think it's enough to compete with the current metagame. Simorgh, Bird of Sovereignty, can't get Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds. Predaplant Verity Anaconda is actually legal in Master Duel too. Did you know?
Also, there's no Ronin Totem so far in the limited section.
So I think Danglong is completely fine. Ebe, I think, is a little less fine, but we were really hard pressed.
The fact that you have mentioned cards like Block Dragon, Verte, Aurora Dawn, LP, Curious, Pot of Greed before taking off Ronin Totem. I think we need. I think we just don't talk anymore after this. I don't think
numbers.
We talk.
She was,
unless
I think,
it's
the 120th card we brought off. I definitely think there will be some powerful power decks that utilize this card.
What I just said.
I implore you to think of some. Tempest Magician is part of the worst FTK ever. MX Saber Invoker was the literal last card we took off the list. I think this card is incredible.
Invoker too, yeah.
Really strong setups. I'm just not exactly sure what they are. Break it, please. You might be seeing the 7 stars on Galaxy Tomahawk and thinking about Kashtira, but in reality, that isn't exactly where Kashtira wants to be. I think this card's fantastic at setting up Auroradon, but I don't think there's a really good payoff for Auroradon without 001. Wind-Up Carrier Zenmaity is a very cool card and a cool deck, and I want that deck to be good. Trident is very good and will have an immediate impact on a significant amount of decks, but I think that impact is mostly positive, giving them just sort of a generic out to a bunch of extremely unfun floodgates.
Disco Trooper and Ozaru, thank you for the prime.
Okay, at this point, I think it's clear I've just lost the plot. Let's go through these real quick. The Exodia pieces could go to 3 tomorrow, and it wouldn't matter. Exodia's at 1 for lore
Ronin
reasons,
Totem is not here. Ronin is not here. How do we? Oh, come on.
Guido the Ancient Sentinel. Okay, so all the Ishizu cards are currently limited. I think that we can have a couple of them back. I've picked the worst Shuffler and the worst Miller to include.
You're bringing a Guido back? Bro, I have barely recovered yet.
Armageddonite is limited. I don't really understand why. Theoretically, you can use multiple copies of it in one turn because it's got no hard ones per turn, but if you pull that off, that's fine. Astrograph Sorcerer is a lot better in a world with a heavy metal foes Electromite, but I think that's okay. Black Dragon Collapse Serpent is at 3 in Master Duel. Steam the Cloak is currently legal and doing nothing. Cyber
This is
Jar
not
the
real.
same.
There's no human out there that
Cyberstein
thinks
is like
this
a
could happen.
frustrating payoff to a bunch of combo decks, but you wouldn't play more than one copy of it anyway because those decks draw their entire deck regardless. Jackalope and Chusinoko will make Deep Draw a little bit better, but I don't think so much better that it's going to be competitive with the top tier. Dark Grepher is in the same position as Armageddonite. Dino Wrestler Pankratops is very, very good and will find his way into a ton of sideboards, but I think that the Pankratops gameplay is interesting and engaging enough that it's worth exploring. Exodia is the same as the pieces. Gen X Ally Birdman is part of the worst combo in history. Infernity Archfiend is part of a very interesting combo deck that I would like to see come back into prominence. That creepy little punk, where are you? Lunalight Tiger, I think, is at 3 in Master Duel, but if it's not, it could be. This card, unfortunately, is just not enough in today's day and age. Miscellaneous Source, same deal. While it does enable some pretty funny setups with stuff like Carboneddin and Eve the World Chalice Justice CR, I don't think those are particularly good or will be super playable. Morphing Jar could go to 3 tomorrow, no changes. Mudora is unquestionably a huge unlimit and will have ramifications, and for that I am sorry. Moving on.
I'll accept your apology on the
Medora.
Medora. I'll accept it. You did it for the content. I respect that.
Accomplishes anything that one doesn't. Phantom Skyblaster, I still don't understand why it's limited.
That's
Red
true.
Rose Dragon was on here for like
That's true.
silly Hauk kitchen sink reasons, and I think it could come off very easily. Salaman Great Gazelle could go to 3. Sorry
true.
to the top 4 competitor at YCS Lima. I think this deck is not particularly good. Terratop will be splashed in a lot of decks alongside Takatom
Terratop is a card that
Saber Invoker. I just want to see that happen.
Terratop is a card that I probably agree that it can be unbanned, but I freaking hate the card design on Terratop. As much as I hate the card design on cards like Gamma, Brilliant Fusion, I just hate those cards. I hate the cards that are so good that you need to play them when they're legal, but they make your deck actively worse if we play, because it makes us play other cards that are engine. I hate that concept. I just hate it. I think a card should just do what it does without requiring you to play shitty cards in your deck. I just hate that. I don't want to do that.
Spiral Quick Fix could come off, as
Don't
could any
make me
Spiral
do
card
that.
as long as Master Plan is still banned. Substitute is completely fine without Ronin Totem. Tempest Dragon, Ruler of Storms, is the worst Dragon Ruler in the history of time. And White Dragon Wyvern Burster is at 3 in Master Duel.
Okay, that
Card
sounds
Destruction
very
is
negative
not a
about
very good
Tempest. You don't
card.
have
It
to
is
do
a
my boy like that.
-1.
There's
It's
only
good for
4.
deep
Being the
draw, but
worst
not
out of
better than
4
any of
isn't
the
that
other
bad.
existing deep draw tools. Card of Demise is decent. It's got this weird prohibitive clause on it where you can't activate a second card, which is fine. It's part of a bunch of decks that draw a significant amount of cards over the turn. I don't think moving it from 1 to 3 would really change anything. Same with Chain Strike. Chain Burn is going to live or die based on other reasons, not the free.
You're not going to like my take on Card of the Mice, chat. I think Card of the Mice is great card design. I think Card of the Mice is a beautiful card. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Do not. No question marks, no hus in chat. I'll tell you what you guys are having a problem with. I tell you guys what your problem is. Your problem is floodgates. Your problem is not Card of the Mice. Your problem is not Card of the Mice. It is floodgates. If we did not have floodgates, we could have 3 Card of the Mices and it could actually make trap decks viable, because it would be one of the few ways how a trap deck can maybe outgrind another deck going second. Right? Card of the Mice was one of those cards where a trap deck could actually grind against faster decks, right? Because you have to invest so many cards at breaking a board going second, right? You lose so many cards to negates, you lose cards to destruction, removal, because your opponent already, sets up so much stuff that you need to worry about. And then having Card of the Mice to refill your hand after that in a trap deck is beautiful. Card of the Mice is only hated because of cards like Skill Drain, Gozen, Rivalry, those types of cards, right? Card of the Mice was never actually the problem. Card of the Mice just suffered for the sins of other cards. And you cannot change my mind on it. And if you really think about it for a second, you cannot tell me that this card is not okay. The drawbacks on this card are so heavy. The drawbacks on Card of the Mice are so heavy. You have to play such a specific deck to make use of Card of the Mice. It's only the floodgates are the problem. The floodgates are the problem. Period. objectively correct. What I
with
just
which
said.
you can draw
Part
this
of the
card.
mize is
Change of
is
Heart
fine.
could probably go to 3, though a lot of people will play it. Divine Wind of Mist Valley is part of the worst FTK ever. Draco Face Off is another pendulum tool I'm comfortable giving them. Dragonic Diagram is an incredibly powerful card for a number of decks, and I think will see some amount of play in a post-unhit universe, but I am comfortable with those decks being playable. Final Countdown is the worst win con of all time. Gateway of the Six, another awful FTK tool. It's got a searcher now. Why is it limited? Gold Sarcophagus. It's like a way to get a card into the banish zone, which some cards let you access. It's like a hop, skip, and a jump into a Rhoda, which is not good enough for it to be limited, I believe. Infernity Launcher, moving this to 3 will make Infernity immediately playable, but I want to see that happen. Instant Fusion is probably a lot less scary now that we limited the best thing that you can do with it. Into the Void, obviously these deep draw spells, you don't want a
There's a few things here that just happened. Gold Sarcophagus to 3, I can get behind. Gateway of the Six, fuck off. Launcher and Archfiend together could, I think, be problematic. Instant Fusion, I agree with, can be unbanned if they carefully design around it, which they have shown in the past that they are not capable of designing around Instant Fusion. Look at Kid Kalos. So I think Instant Fusion to 3 would be a mistake. Into the Void is fine. Midbreaker Field is probably okay.
Critical mass of them, because then a deep draw deck with 100% consistency develops. We are dangerously close to that, but I'm running out of cards to take off. Magical Midbreaker Field is terrible. Mind Control is in the same position of Change of Heart. Monster Gate, not very good, as is Reasoning. These two cards are part of like all of these weird mill your whole deck strategies that are just terrible anyway. Monster Reborn, no one plays this at 1, could probably move to 3. One Day of Peace, same with the other deep draw tools. One for one I don't understand why this card is at 1. Theoretically, you can activate more than one over the course of the turn, but to get what? There's not like a 1-star monster that wins you the game on the spot. Reinforcement of the Army. I was thinking about this for a while. Why isn't this at 3? Do we just think that that's a too powerful of a toolbox to access? Too consistent, some decks would make it. I mean, Sky Striker is going to love this, and they'll like some other stuff later on as well. Sekka's Light could go to 3, no problem. Set rotation is definitely very powerful, but we were running out of cards to remove. Mecha Hornet Drones and Mecha Multi-Roll are probably okay. They don't change the
Hornet Drones are not
Sky Striker,
cool because it's 2 bodies in other decks.
The modern metagame, Slash Draw is part of the worst FTK ever. Spellbook just came to 1 and it did nothing. Upstart Goblin could go to 3, though people would play it. And Magical Explosion could go to 3 because if you're drawing their entire deck, there's another way to win the game. In the extra cards like Gem Knight Master Diamond could come off.
I'll say one thing that I find annoying about this video, because I genuinely think that thought experiments like this are very, very interesting, right? Thinking about what would hypothetically happen if we took off this or that card, right? My problem here is the execution, is because I feel like we've done this for content. We have set ourselves a goal of like, we need to hit a threshold of this many cards for it to be like a clickable YouTube title or something. And we're being unreasonable because of that, right? Instead of like taking each individual card and being like, you know, could this actually come off or not? We're just trying to hit a set number. He said that in the beginning. I'm not saying this like, I'm not Peepo Detective, right? I'm just saying that's what I don't like about it. I would prefer if we could, if we would just actually not unban a card because, oh, we are running out of cards we can unban and we need to unban a certain number, you know? How about a can come back tier list later in the week? I mean, if you guys want to, we can talk about this, like what cards could come back and which cards couldn't. I think we've done this once before, but that's months ago. We could talk about it.
This will make Gem Knight FTK playable, but I don't think particularly good. Striker Dragon is currently limited because of arrow reasons. Like now it can point to Pisty. That's completely fine with me. And
Striker Dragon
can unbanning LP. Ancient Fairy Dragon
can go to 3. Omega can go to 3. Librarian can go to 3.
Part of some FTK
Beatrice
style
can go to
setups that I
3.
think are not particularly good anymore. TG Hyper Librarian is not going to make any difference.
I find Beatrice particularly weird at 1 because it's the only deck that cares about 1 Beatrice is BA, which is like the most healthy deck ever. Well,
at 2 or 3 copies. Beatrice Lady of the Eternal, I think, is already good at 1. 2 and 3 only opens up Beatrice Control, a deck that is not strong. Daigusto Emerald, I still don't understand why is on the list, and Leerless Recital Starling is semied. We're also unlimiting Time Seal, which is bad, malicious, because I like the card, and Pot of Desires, because the difference between 2 and 3 Pot of Desires, I think, doesn't really matter. So there it is. 2/3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list wiped clean Personally, I think that these won't change the top decks. I still expect Kashtira, Sprite, and Naturia Runic to be the best options in this post-banlist environment. But if you don't think so, as ever, you are welcome to prove me wrong. On my Twitter this Friday, for which there is a link in the description, I will be announcing a tournament. A tournament to determine if this list has finally ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! Once and for all. Take the next few days to brainstorm. Think of what exactly could be broken under this rule set and then break it. Then, when I unleash the floodgates, show me. Post a list that utilizes the above unhits and does something absolutely heinous. I'll be selecting a number of those lists and throwing them into a no-holds-barred, single elimination bracket to determine what decks are the best up against some of today's titans. Quick caveat here, every single time that I do this, a lot of people just show up with their pet deck that includes additional copies of consistency tools that I've unhit. I'm not going to pick your Dark Magician deck that's now playing 3 copies of Upstart Goblin. Get creative. I expect blood. I expect carnage. But more than anything else, I expect to be proven right once again.
I expect it just to be terrible games, terrible gameplay, because we have unlimited. We've done nothing but unlimited a lot of cards that aren't very fun. So whether it's still the same decks or not doesn't really matter, because even if it's the same decks, they're going to play a whole lot of toxic cards now. So, yeah, I mean, best case, congratulations, you haven't done anything other than add delinquent duo like variants into a Kashtira mirror match. Like, congratulations. It's like, it's pointless, right? But okay. That was that. My experience of what OCG synchrons are capable of post Dune. That's a lot of cards I did not expect to see in the same deck. Is this your only card in hand? Hand loop for 4. How does it do 4 hand loops? How does it do 4 hand loops? Is it all? Do you loop Smoke Grenade? Oh, Omega with Dispater. Ooh, so Omega Dispaters banished 2. Why is there 4 banished cards though? There's 4 banished cards. I thought Smoke Grenade sends to graveyard. Pitch 3 for Smoke Grenade. There was also Trishula involved. Okay. Oh, we ripped 1 from hand and then we Trishula'd 1 from grave and 1 from hand and we Omega twice. So that's 4. Okay, I see. Okay. Oh. Why did I even click? But now we're committed. We're committed. Did we just make Axel Synchron without using the effect? What was the point of that? We forget that happened, okay? We're treating these decks like Shutter Island, okay? This is a Shutter Island situation. We just like start over as if nothing happened. We go carefully over to Dueling Book in the background, and we look at Branded Post Syac, shall we? Branded Post Syac sounds like something that's more wholesome to look at. There is 2 more decks from Cyberstorm Axis. Let me pull up Cyberstorm Axis because we're getting ready for that right now. Cyberstorm Axis. Out of the list of stuff that's in Cyberstorm Axis. Also, Jappy, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you so much. We've looked at Super Heavy Samurai. We've looked at Manadium. We've looked at Purely. And is that it? We've looked at those 3 decks, I think. I think that's all so far. The only 2 other decks that I have in mind that might be that have a chance of, you know, being part of the top tier meta or like respectable decks, I suppose, I think are Branded with the new support. And maybe there's a Bestial Synchro strategy that you can do. Although I'm not sure exactly how that would work before Assault Synchron and before, like, without Chaos Ruler. Tellars? I mean, if you really want to, we can recap the new Tellar cards, but I don't remember. I remember them being good cards, but I don't think it's a good deck. You know? Adventure with Ringo Worm? I mean, we can look into some stuff. Watch Vlad's... Has Vlad really made a video about the new Tellers? Hypnocorn. Why did they print these cards? Wait, this is a...
You didn't think he...
Alright, Vlad is apparently in pain.
see me again, did you? Well, yes, I am alive. I'm not gonna explain my disappearance. Anyway, so today I thought I'd give you guys... I'm pretty sure this is like a known deck already, to be honest, but I only found this out recently. I just thought I'd share it with other people. I don't know why Konami keep printing cards like this that just enable this type of gameplay, but they do, and it's kind of funny when it happens. But basically what I'm talking about here is the Talor Knight deck, and the cards that are coming out in Cyberstorm Access.
Thank you for the tip, but never make a tip again and use the word mathematics, please.
Thing that requires not that much to set up. Now, I've not done that much testing with this deck. I've just been kind of fucking around with it and just seeing what works. And this is basically a little 2-card combo I came up with. This is probably known already, to be honest, but I'm just gonna quickly go over it anyway. So this is Talor Knight. The deck gets a bunch of new stuff in Cyberstorm Access, namely an XYZ, this card Lyra, and then like some spells as well. So we're going to be starting off here with Deneb, Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Lyra. Deneb's going to grab us Unukal High, and Lyra's going to grab us a Skybridge and summon itself. Then we're going to summon the new Caduceus.
Wait. Okay, we're not explaining the effects, I see. Okay, which one? What is the... Hold up. Talor Knight. We have this, and this. Lyra. This card is always treated as a Constellar card. If a Tellar Andor is normal summoned to your field, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is summoned, add a Talor Knight spell from your deck to your hand. Okay, that's a pretty good card. And then we have Altea. If this card is summoned, you can target cards on the field up to the number of light and dark XYZs you control, destroy them. If a Talor Knight and/or Constellar are the special summoned, you can special summon this card from your grave. Cannot declare an attack for the rest of this turn except XYZs. Okay. Talor Knight Constellar. When this card is activated, you can special summon a Talor Knight or Constellar monster from your hand or grave. Target a Talor XYZ control, special summon from extra deck. Different rank. Okay. And Caduceus. 2+ level 4s. If this is XYZ summon, target a Tellarknight card and or Constellar card in your grave. Add them to your hand. Banish a Tellarknight or Constellar monster from hand or deck. Detach a material from this card. Becomes the effect of a banished. When that monster is normal summoned, only use each effect of Tellarknight once per turn. Ooh, branded resources. Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you, Galzo. Appreciate that. Rio Tets, thank you for the prime. Okay, now we have read those cards. We are ready for this.
Which, on summon, it adds some stuff back. But we're not using that effect here because we didn't have any cards in grave. But we're using its other effect where we're going to be detaching material from it, banishing Sheraton from our deck to add Constellar Caduceus. This is just random super rare in Blazing Vortex, and it's just crazy in this deck specifically. So here, Caduceus is going to grab us.
Okay, there's a lot of cards in there that you don't really want to draw, I think.
Constellar spell or trap from deck to hand, and it's going to be I think it's a spell, right? Yeah, oh, no, a Constellar spell or trap. I'm not sure if there's Constellar traps, but hey ho, we're going to grab Tellarknight Constellar, which is like a Call to Haunted for this deck, except it's a spell. We're going to be bringing out Inner High from our hand, and we're going to be dumping Altea from deck to grave. Next, we're going to use Skybridge to bring out Altair, and then we're going to put the Caduceus back in our extra deck. Then we're going to trigger our Altair to summon a Tellarknight from our grave, and we're going to
just plays into
Altea
everything, right? We're also dying to Nibiru.
So we're going to summon back
like
Altea,
dying.
and then we're going to overlay all 5 of our monsters into Caduceus again. This time we're actually going to be using the unsummon effect to add back Skybridge and Lyra, because it adds back a Constellar and a Tellarknight card from grave to hand, which Tellarknight Skybridge is a Tellarknight card, and Tellarknight Lyra is a Constellar card because of the first line of text it has. Very funny. Next, we're going to be putting M7 on top of Caduceus because it is a Constellarknight monster. Then we're going to use Tellarknight Constellar's effect to put Ptolemaeus on top of our M7. And Ptolemaeus reads, you can detach...
There's no shot. We have someone here watching who's called Mathmech Circular. You know what the funny thing is? That person has never needed to actually, like, manually subscribe to the channel. Because they would always just get a random sub by someone trying to annoy me. Like, you name yourself Mathmech Circular or something like that, you are always sub to this channel. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. You just get that.
7 material from this card to skip your opponent's next turn. And this card was banned up until recently. That's funny, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna detach all 7 materials, skip our opponent's turn, and then we're just gonna continue playing. All of our once per turn effects don't matter anymore. We're just gonna do everything again. Now, I do kind of mess up here. We bring back Altea. Important thing to know is when you bring back Altea during that turn, you can only declare attacks with XYZ monsters, and Altair locks you into attacking with Tellarknight monsters. You have to pay attention to that if you're actually trying to play this deck. But basically, funny thing is, you can make the Tellarknight Caduceus, add 2 cards back from graveyard, including M7. You can attack for 25, then put M7 on top of it again, and then Caduceus for Tellarknight Ptolemaeus again. Whoopee! And then you just keep doing this until they're dead. How fun is that? I haven't done one.
Wait, the deck skips your opponent's turn every turn? With 2 cards?
These FTK combo videos in a while on my channel. I thought it'd be really funny to show this off. I know this is probably already known by people, but I think this is just hilarious that this is just something you can do in the game, and it doesn't even require like bricks, right? Like the only real brick in this combo is like
that's not what I remember about Constellar.
Tellarknight. But if you draw it, it's still good because the new Tellarknights are treated as Constellar monsters, and the first thing you're going to be doing in this deck is just making Caduceus anyway, so you're still able to special summon the wait, they're both called Caduceus. Well, you can XYZ Caduceus, and then you can summon main deck Caduceus from your hand, right? So yeah, this is just all I wanted to show. I'm not gonna explain my absence. I've just been working. I don't really want to make videos. But yeah, I thought today I would end my silence and just show you guys this crazy ass combo that I didn't really come up.
Just like disappears, then shows up, drops an infinite turn skip combo, doesn't elaborate further, and leaves again.
But I just saw.
Why?
So yeah, hope you guys enjoy that. If you know any more combos, please let me know. I would love to play this deck again. This deck's really funny. And yeah,
no, do not tell Vlad about. Do not tell Vlad about any combos. He might make it. He might turn it into a video. Okay. Skips your turn and leaves. Hey, my opponent couldn't play the game. Very funny. Haha. Okay. All of a sudden, chat, I am losing my urge to look at the Teller Knight deck. I don't know about you guys, but I am really not looking forward to. Yeah. Teller is ass, don't worry. Oh, I know. Don't worry. I don't actually thought it was good. I just thought that in my mind, the Teller Knight deck was gonna be like a mid-rangey, you know, tier 2 to tier 3 kind of strategy where like with the new cards maybe it is playable. But if it actually ends up being like a stupid FTK type of strategy now, I'm like even less interested in it. I didn't think it was gonna be. I didn't think it was gonna turn that way, but then maybe Firewall Mathmech. You can probably like out of this. Have you just joined the stream or have you been around for longer? Cause I feel like if you're a regular to the stream, you would know where that suggestion goes. You're suggesting Firewall Mathmech. But you might just be new. You might just be new here. So I'll forgive you. Just don't say the M word again, okay? We were all very bad in school here, and we don't like the M word. Okay, so what do we do first? Do we look at Bestials or do we look at Bestial Synchro or do we look at Branded? We don't like Manadium. Oh, we've looked at Manadium already. We've looked at Manadium. Manadium is okay. I think Manadium is like a tier 2 type of deck. It's like playable. Does Branded change much? I actually don't know. I'm not sure. I have Galzo who's been a pretty big Branded enthusiast, has sent me this version of the deck. I don't know if this is standard or like a personalized version, but it does play out of the new cards. There's only 3, which is a Quem, an Albion Fusion, and a Lulu Valith. Everything else is already out. Zytek, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you for your Prime. We have already looked at Punk Gold Pride. There's already the VOD should already be up on the VOD channel. You can go !YouTube and subscribe to the VOD channel and check out the VOD for that. Of course, don't go right now, but there's already footage of me playing Punk Gold Pride a little bit. I'm not too big of a fan of it though. I'm not too big of a fan of it. Also, before we do this and look at the Branded deck, I wanted to talk about something because the Teller Knight combo we just watched kind of reminded me of that. And that's actually something I'm a little bit concerned about, is that you guys know we've been talking about how like the game is getting faster and faster and there's not really any like mid-rangey / slow strategies anymore. And I felt like they needed to do something about that. You guys remember that talk, I hope. You were here, but I guess that summarizes it for all of you that weren't here. It's like, obviously Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an issue with everything getting faster and faster and faster, and certain decks that are designed to be slower are not able to keep up without the use of, for example, floodgates, right? That's something that we can probably all wrap our head around, of the concept of that these types of decks, you know, are... And I think that's sad because there's a lot of people that like to play a slower game without having to floodgate your opponent. I'm personally one of those people. I would like to play a deck that tries to play for the long game without actually doing like floodgate stuff, right? We live in a society where dealing is the mid-range. Yeah, exactly. Mid-range basically is the only difference between mid-range and combo is that, hold up, let me skip that music. Whenever that song comes up, I skip it. I should probably remove it. The only difference between mid-range and combo in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I think, is that when a combo deck pops off, your opponent is basically immediately supposed to scoop. Whereas with a mid-range strategy, when you pop off, you make a board, your opponent kind of breaks it, but you still kind of kill them on turn 3 with your follow-up. Right? So the only difference is that with a full combo, your opponent immediately loses on basically your turn 1 / their first turn, which is turn 2. But with mid-range, you still need to do some work on turn 3, right? Right? So I think it's kind of sad to think about it, right? Like, and that's the thing is, there's two different things here. The one thing is that it's still a good game, right? It's still a good game, but I think it's sad that we're losing all those different ways of playing the game, right? We don't really have any of that. We don't really have any control mid-range combo style anymore. It's really just all a mash of every deck is trying in its own way to win the game starting from turn 1, right? The reason why I'm starting to say all of this, the reason why I'm saying all of this right now, the reason why I'm thinking of this right now is because I don't like that they are turning decks that used to be slow, like Teller Knights, or also another deck that we're going to look at in a second, like Altergeist. They are turning those decks into combo piles now, right? They're not actually worried about making good slow decks or slowing the game down. They are just making those decks from back in the day just faster as well, which is not the direction I wanted to go with if I was a like, you know, Teller Knight, Trap Tricks, Altergeist. There's countless examples of this. Of course, I want to be able to keep up with the meta, but at the same time, I'm not really looking to make my deck that I like because it's a control deck into a combo deck, right? If I like the combo deck, then I would play a combo deck, right? I think this is also the reason why I evaluated the Altergeist cards as badly as I did, right? When the Altergeist cards dropped, I said, I don't like these cards because they don't help Altergeist with what the deck is trying to do. And then like a day later or something, people came into my chat and they were like, hey, you were wrong. The Altergeist cards are actually pretty good. Look at, like, Pac made some combo video about Altergeist, and I looked at the combo video already, but we can still talk about it if you want to. The thing is, they basically made Altergeist completely lose its identity. I'll show you why. I'll show you what I mean by this, and I'll tell you why I don't like it. Hold up. Okay, Pac is trying to be lithium so bad. Did you hear that? Hold up, let me go look.
So, yo, what's up, guys? So, if you guys haven't already heard, Altergeist finally got announced some new support. I'm super excited for this. I'm a huge fan of Altergeist. It actually was the deck that allowed me to make my debut onto the, you know what I'm saying, pro Yu-Gi-Oh scene, as many people would call it. So let's read the new cards, and afterwards let's come up with some combos, some deck lists, and why I think this support is actually really, really good. So let's start off with the new Altergeist monster.
Thank you for the 3 months.
Altergeist Malvis. It's actually a tuner monster. It's level 3 light, and whenever it's added to your hand, except by drawing, you can summon it for free. And when it's no more special, you can target an Altergeist monster in your graveyard and reborn it, except itself, and it's unable to activate this effect this turn. This effect is actually broken because, unlike Faker, this card doesn't lock you. And it's also really, really insane because it's a tuner, so it allows you to go from some really cool synchro plays. You can make Arcanine Musician. You can make the Altergeist Synchro. You can even make Arclight. So I'm gonna be showing you guys a bunch of combos with this new card pretty soon. Then you have Altergeist Perennitrator. It can attack.
With the direction the game is going, I'm actually kind of starting to want rotation. It's like they are trying to make every deck auto win turn 1. See, this is how we come full circle. This is where we come full circle and people actually start changing their mind on it. I don't think we need to talk about rotation again right now. I don't think rotation is the only possible answer to this. I think there would be other ways to do it too. But what's definitely not the way is just making even more and more decks that just make a sick turn 1 board, dude. We don't need that.
Attack directly. When it deals with battle damage like Melee Seek, it draws you a free card. And when it's sent from field to grave, you can send any alternate
Legacy support that makes old decks just combo piles is so sleep. Yeah, exactly.
Not as broken as Melee Seek, unfortunately, but still very good. And then we have the new Link 4. This card is insane. It requires 2 plus alternate monsters as a Link 4 Dark Spellcasters, 3000 attack. And when it's Link summoned, you can set any alternate trap directly from your deck. And once while it's face up on the field, it's a quick effect during the main phase to send a card you control to the graveyard to target an effect monster your opponent controls and take control of it. And it becomes treated as an Altergeist monster.
See, when I saw this card for the first time, I was like, this card sucks because it's win more. Because whenever Altergeist gets to make a Link 4, they've already won the game. Turns out, I was wrong in the sense that you make this shit turn 1 now. Because your Altergeist deck now apparently like loses to Nibiru as well, because they made it that way, which is something that was not even possible when Altergeist was actually a meta deck. Like Altergeist was actually not capable of playing into Nibiru. It was not possible.
That's ridiculous. It's literally a snatch steal, and becomes treated as an Altergeist monster, so that like if you take your opponent's monster and it points to a Hexia, Hexia contribute that monster that it stole to negate. So just busted, literally just busted. And then we have Altergeist Revitalization. It allows you to reborn any Altergeist Link monster in your graveyard, and you can banish it from your graveyard to immediately normal summon an Altergeist monster, allowing you to normal summon twice. So pretty good cards. Now let's take a look at some of the combos that I was able to make actually live on Twitch. So if you haven't already, go to twitch.tv/PackTZG to you know, watch me on these lonely nights whenever you guys want to see some combos and then me cook the goo. So now let me show you guys some of the combos that we were able to cook up. Hey guys, go to txx1.com and use pack10 for 10% off. You can get access to the best sleeve. Pack10 for 10% off. See you there. Anyways, enjoy the video. Combo number 1. Alright, so combo number 1. So this hand is when you open the new Penetrator plus Pukari. And what you can do, you see I opened 3 hand traps with this, pretty lucky. You're actually going to link summon into Hex.
If an Altergeist monster would be used as Link, you can use this card as from your hand as Link material. Okay.
And then trigger Pukari and the Penetrator to send.
Don't call it Penetrator, Pack. Jesus. Why'd you call it Penetrator? Stop. I was okay with Cyber Axis. No, what is it? What was it? Cybernetic Axis Storm. Cybernetic Axis Storm I could forgive you for, but stop calling it Altergeist Penetrator. Jesus Christ, no.
Any Altergeist card, you're going to be sending the new one, Revitalization, which allows you to double normal summon by banishing it from the graveyard. And here you're going to relink into a Prime Banshee. Hexia will then trigger to add any Altergeist card from your deck to hand. You're going to add the new Malwis card. You're going to trigger Malwis effect when it's added to summon itself from the hand, then use its effect to reborn. And here, we're going to use Prime Banshee's effect to tribute the level 1 to trigger Faker. So Faker summons a Marionetter from your deck. Then you can... I actually low-key chatted. You're not able to actually use Marionetter here because... Wait, am I? No, you can. Yeah. So you use Marionetter's effect, target itself, bring back Hexia.
I low-key chatted.
But monsters that are summoned off Molwith can't use this effect. But I summoned Marionetter off of Faker, so that's fine. Then we're going to actually overlay Link summon into an Adminia. And then use Adminia effect and Prime Banshee.
Is Altergeist Penetrator how you get Vernusyphilis? Yeah, actually, that might be the way. That might be the way in PAX universe how you acquire Vernusyphilis.
She's effect to add back Faker back to your hand and then set a Altergeist card. So you'll be setting Protocol. And now this is your end board. You have Altergeist.
You see what I'm saying, right? You see what I'm saying? This is not Altergeist. The cards say Altergeist, but you're not playing Altergeist anymore.
Protocol with Hexia, Adminia, Impermanence. So, like, really, really good end board here. You can add Minia, send the Mulwis, take one of their card, Hexia, tribute this card, negate. You have Protocol, send Hexia, negate. You can trigger Faker.
On the other hand, also, the freaking funniest thing is that the board is probably beatable if you don't draw those 3 hand traps next to it. It's good, but it's not like GG's, right? I think it's not even gonna work out for them, right? Because all of those decks that they kind of try to turn into combo decks, they're still going to be worse than actual combo decks, right? Like this Geist deck is never gonna be top tier, right? Because while this is impressive in 2023, this is not what other decks do more than that with 2 cards even, right? Other decks are better at comboing. Altergeist, you cannot make Altergeist into an actual combo deck like without making it either completely busted or other decks are gonna do more, right? Look, Super Heavy Samurai does more with 1 card. Kashtira 2-card combo is better than this. Like it's not actually gonna work out, right? They're not actually gonna make Altergeist a good deck. All they're doing is completely change its identity, and people might not even like it. And people that liked Altergeist beforehand might not like this style of deck, and it's not even gonna be viable, right? It's not even gonna do much, right? Just like the Trap Tricks deal, kind of, right? Trap Tricks is a good budget option, but it's not actually a top tier deck. It's like a good budget option that you can get into the game with, but it's trying to make a trap deck something that it is not, right?
Imperm, like it's just like so many interruptions. Okay, so that's the first 2-card combo.
It's a good locals deck, yeah. And I don't think this is more than that either. And I don't know if that's what you want if you're an Altergeist fan. Like, would you actually get... I think Altergeist fans would probably prefer a way to actually make Altergeist viable in a way that does not give up the identity of the deck, right? I think the people that like Altergeist liked it because of how it played, right? And it does not play like this anymore. I love Altergeist and I hate this. See, I think that's how most people that enjoyed Altergeist actually feel like. And I am in the same boat. I liked Altergeist back then. If you don't take into account the floodgates, as always, I actually really like trap decks without the floodgates. I like Altergeist. I thought it was a cool, grindy deck. But that's not what that is, right? This does not feel like Altergeist to me. That's just like another combo pile. And I didn't ask for that. No one asked for that. Odin Tabers, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back.
Okay, so this is going to be combo number 2. So I already opened the hand already, but I'm just going to make it easier. So this is a 3-card combo. So you open Marionetter plus Faker Silk. So what do you do here? So you go Haunted Rock. Haunted Rock effect. We're going to trigger Faker. Faker effect, summon itself. Summon Meluseek. Link into Hexia. Trigger the Meluseek effect to search a Mulwis. Mulwis effect to reborn back the Siliquist. We're going to link summon off the Hexia away. Search another Marionetter. Prime Banshee effect is going to tribute the Mulwis, summon the Penetrator. We're going to link summon into Hexia.
He's not even trying anymore. He's not even trying at this point. You're just calling it Penetrator on purpose.
We're going to trigger both Penetrator and trigger the, what do you call it, right here. The effect of Revitalization to normal summon Marionetter again. We're then going to set Protocol. We're going to send the Haunted Rock, bring back another Hexia, and then make Adminia, and then trigger the effect of Prime Banshee once into the graveyard to add back Faker. Okay, so your end board is like double Hexia, Protocol, Adminia, Faker, which is absolutely insane. And you also end on Manifestation because Adminia...
The thing is, this is a busted end board, but this was a 3-card combo. That is not good. For like 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! This is not Altergeist, just some random combo pile, and it's not even gonna be good. You're not gonna play this. I'm not putting Altergeist Haunted Rock in my deck to pull off 3-card combos like this. I'm just gonna play any other deck. I can play any deck in existence to make a 3-card combo happen that wins the game.
Adminia will set a Altergeist trap directly from your deck. So you end on like, this is like so many interruptions. Double Hexia, 3rd Hexia potentially with the Multi-Faker, Protocol to negate any monster effect, Adminia to snatch your opponent's cards. Just insane. Let's look at combo number 3. All right, so for combo number 3, we're gonna open Marionetter plus Faker. So you're gonna go Marionetter, set Haunted Rock.
Bro, Marionetter was Faker was such a beautiful opening back then, but it went Marionetter and pass.
Use Haunted Rock, send Faker. Faker effect allows you to summon Meluseek. And we're gonna be adding off of Meluseek the new Ultra Ice monster. That's why this card is absolutely insane, because it made it so that the deck switches from more of a mid-range deck to more like, it's no longer a control deck almost. It's like a mid-range strategy now.
That's not
Similar to,
good.
like how Trap Trick evolved after he got the support from the structure decks.
We didn't want this.
Yeah, I think this is like really cool to like show you guys.
I think they're misinterpreting what we want in this case. Or like I'm not, of course I'm not speaking for everyone in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, but I feel like a lot of people, when they say, hey, my Altergeist deck, Konami, can you please fix it? My Altergeist deck cannot keep up with the meta. The meta is just too fast for me. I think no one asked for, you know, please turn my Altergeist deck into a combo pile, Konami. You know what I mean? I don't think that's what people want. Because if I want to do 2 and 3 card combos to end on 4 negates, I already have like a billion options.
Guys off like what the new combos allows you to do. Then we're gonna use Melwis to bring back the Meluseek. We're gonna link this off into a Prime Banshee. We're gonna trigger the effect of Hexia to add Marionetter for follow-up. Use the effect to summon Penetrator. Then you go Penetrator's effect.
Oh, this time you okay? Now it's Penetrator. Okay.
You double normal Marionetter. Marionetter is actually not once per turn on its normal summon effect, so you can normal it again, trigger it, set protocol, and then here we're gonna make the link 4. Prime Banshee has back Faker. The link 4 sets manifestation, and you end on literally 2-card combo. Mario Faker ends on, you know what I'm saying, double Hexia, because you mani back another Hexia. You can Hex attribute this, doesn't matter. You have Protocol Faker, like this is like 5-6 interrupts, just off 2-card combo.
Yeah, this is not bad. This is not bad, but this is also not Altergeist, which is kind of the point of why I wanted to show this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I think this, first of all, like I said earlier, it makes these decks lose their identity. Second of all, it does not fix the problems of these decks. Because the problem of trap decks in modern Yu-Gi-Oh is not that their turn 1 board is not strong enough. Because if Altergeist goes first, the deck is fine. You don't care about your end board when you go first. You are okay when you go first. You are in trouble when you go second. And none of this matters when you go second. When you play this Altergeist deck going second, it's still gonna suck ass. Because yeah, you might draw your 2-card combo, but you're also very often gonna draw Haunted Rock, Protocol, Manifestation, multiple monsters. Like, you're still losing going second. You're not resolving any of that. Right? When you play Altergeist going second, you still imperm activate Faker. You know what? You know what's funny? First of all, you're almost never gonna have that, and second of all, you probably still lose in 2023. If you have imperm Faker, it's not that good anymore. Like, imperm Faker was good in 2018. That's 5 years ago. 5 years ago, imperm Faker was like good. 2023 imperm Faker probably doesn't win you any games anymore. So it completely misses the point, I think, of what they need to do with Yu-Gi-Oh and with like mid-range / trap decks, because people are like complaining that their decks can't keep up anymore with combo decks. They're like, hey, my mid-range or my control deck cannot keep up with combo decks anymore. Konami, please help. And Konami's like, yeah, I got you. Now everything's a combo deck. How about that? And I personally did not ask for that. That is not what I want. But it is what it is, I suppose. How to fix control decks then? See, the thing is, there's multiple ways you can do it. But essentially, you need to make the game slower. very simply. You need to force the game to be a little bit slower. I don't know how you exactly do that. There's multiple ways you can. You can basically make we've talked about set rotation before, but that I think is something that will never happen. You could have more aggressive banlist designs where you really hit some of the stuff that's gotten out of hand. And I'm not talking just the meta decks. I'm talking about also stuff that becomes meta if we hit the meta. Like, we need to significantly lower the power level of the first turn. You could have a new master rule that limits what you can do on the first turn, right? That is something that could happen. You can also design decks that force people to play slow, right? Like, one example, I think one great example, once again, there's going to be like 50% in chat that are not going to like what I'm saying right now. But one great example of this was Sky Striker. When they originally designed Sky Striker, it was one of the most beautiful concepts I had seen in a long time at making the game slower, because the fact that you simply could not control monsters in your main monster zone meant that the deck had to play slow. Sky Striker, until Halka Fibrax access code stupid stuff, until then, Sky Striker simply had no choice but to play slow games. It could not be fast, right? And it was beautiful. It was Sky Striker control games were so cool. So basically what you can do is you can make a really powerful deck, but simply give it restrictions so that it cannot like do incredible combos on turn one. It's hard to design such a deck. It is hard to design such a deck, but I think it's possible. And like by introducing decks like that into the metagame, right? You force the others to play slower as well, right? Because if I have a deck that is super, super powerful, but plays a very slow game, then the other decks also have to kind of prepare to go in a grindier game, right? Like, Sky Striker being in the format in 2019 and 2018 made everyone else kind of like consider, like, hey, what do I do if I play against Sky Striker and it kind of gets to this grindy spot? And that was great. I think that was great. I think when Sky Striker first released, before they made it like more and more combo and floodgate heavy, I think Sky Striker was hella based. But yeah, I think there's multiple ways you can do it. I think there's multiple ways that you can do it. And they are currently not looking like they are trying any of it. Like, they didn't give us a new master rule, which that was on the table, I suppose. When was that? When we would usually get it? When they announced the new anime, right? The one with Playmaker? When they announced that was usually the time where we could have gotten a new master rule, but they chose not to. How about Runic? That's basically Sky Striker 2.0. Runic is close. Runic is also a very beautiful design. The problem with Runic is that they made two mistakes with Runic, I think. They made two mistakes with Runic. The first mistake that they made, or three rather, they made three mistakes with Runic. The first mistake with Runic is that they made them not very restrictive, so they can be paired with a lot of other decks in the game, and just be like extenders, right, for all kinds of strategies. I think that was a mistake, even though I've been using decks like that, but like only because they're good. But I think that was not what they intended to do with the deck. The second mistake they made was they made it far too synergistic with floodgates, which is something they should not have done. And the third mistake was that they made the deck not powerful enough on its own. And if you do all these three things correctly, we might have Runic as its own standalone deck, like pure Runic, but without floodgates. And that could actually be a very interesting deck. If they made the Runic cards a little bit stronger, but they somehow removed the synergy with floodgates, you know, Like maybe something like you can only activate the fountain draw effect if you don't control any cards that aren't runic cards, for example. That would have been a very interesting thing that I just thought of that. Like make fountain in a way where you can only draw with fountain if you have no cards on the field that are not runics. And then we lose all the synergy with other archetypes. We lose all the synergy with floodgates because we can't even have a face-up skill drain or something, right? And then you can make the runic quick play spells even stronger so that a pure runic deck actually works. And then maybe if we do all that in freaking 2023, maybe you can actually play a deck where its goal is to deck out your opponent, but not by like floodgating them, but by actually, you know, like dealing with all their threats, right? Individually. And I think that'd be dope. I think that's something that would be incredibly dope. You guys remember how much I coped on that when Runic initially came out? Like the first thing I played was pure freaking Runics, and there was no floodgate in my Runic deck. Because sometimes I like to cope a little bit. Sometimes I like to play the decks that I just want to be good, but they end up not actually being good, of course. But that was my first initial thought when I saw Runics, was like, yeah, this could actually be cool because it could actually be a way to play a control / deck out strategy in 2023. Of course, it turns out that the more degenerate ways to play Runic are, of course, better. But I think that's just a design flaw. I think that was their idea. I think their idea was, hey, we're making a slow deck that's actually good enough. But they just didn't. They just kind of failed in the execution, right? I think Vanquish Soul was a good attempt to make a grindy deck in 2023. I agree with you. I agree with you there. I think Vanquish Soul is also a very, very cool design. Doesn't that count for a lot of other cards? Stuff is too generic. Look at Axis Code, Boral Savage, Boral Sword, maybe more archetype restrictive effects and summons. Yes, absolutely, it does. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is running into a lot of specific problems that are very unique to Yu-Gi-Oh! That other games don't really have. Because we have no rotation, and because we just have we have basically no restrictions to how you put cards together in a deck, right? Like if you look at other card games, there's like rules that apply to deck building. Like for example, in Magic, you can't put all the best cards into one deck because then you need the color to activate them and whatnot. Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically has to be very careful to not make the cards too synergistic, because then you can just slap all the good cards into one deck, because there's no restriction like, hey, in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can only play like cards with the same attribute or something. We don't have that, right? We have none of that. Pokemon has the same thing, right? In Pokemon, you can only play so many different energy cards to use your different types of Pokemon, right? You can't just slam all the best into one deck. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not have that. You can just put all the best cards into one deck if it works, right? You basically, everything is always available to you, which is, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that they need to be very careful when designing cards. And as a result of that, sometimes they fail, because that's very normal. Like, I would not want to be... I would want to be a card designer for Yu-Gi-Oh! But at the same time, it's also really, really stressful, I can imagine, to think about like all the different implications of like how a card could potentially be abused when you create it, because you have to take like, what is it at this point, 11,000 other cards into account. And as a result, they end up, sometimes they are too careless. Right? Sometimes they make a card that just is like, you know, we complain about, right? And then very, very, very often they are also too careful and end up making cards that are just not good, right? Because it's very hard to design a card that hits exactly that sweet spot between like, this card is too powerful because it synergizes with freaking Des Koala from 2004. suddenly, that's the Death Koala FTK right there with like 99.9% consistency and plays through 4 hand traps. Or you make the card slightly too restrictive, and then all of a sudden it's unplayable, right? It's not very easy, I think. What do you think about the banlist variation we have in Duel Links and Speed Duel? As in, instead of limiting cards to 0, 1, or 2, they limit how many copies of cards from each list you can play in a deck. As in 1 card from limited 1, 2 from limited 2, etc. I'm familiar with the concept. I think it would be interesting. I don't know if it would be better. I do not know if it would be better, but it would definitely be interesting. I don't think it would be bad. If you design the... I think that the problem with all of this is that you can do all of those things and they could all be fine or not fine if you do it either correctly or incorrectly, right? Like you can execute rotation really well. You can execute a banlist system really well. You can execute the Duel Links banlist system really well. You can do all of that. It's just no matter what you do, you need to do it properly, right? You need to do it well. If you design cards perfectly, if you have the right mindset when making a ban list or making a rotation or whatever, you can all do it fine. It all depends on how they do it, not what they do, I think. All I'm asking is ban list dates back. I think the only problem I have with the ban list generally is that it's usually too late when they make it. Like they typically, in my opinion, in recent years, and this has not always been the case, but in recent years, I feel like this has been particularly present, is that they hit cards way too late when they're basically already not a problem anymore, right? Sub goal angle, I've seen. You'll get your PPDs. Just let me finish this talk because I don't want to disrupt it with a remix right now. I think now I've lost my train of thought. What was I saying before I responded to that comment? Oh yeah, ban list being too late. Yes. I think they've had this syndrome in the last couple years where they've always, like, we are screaming at them to do something about problem cards in the format. And basically when they do it is right at the end of the format, when like the new format is upon us and they ban the problem cards from last format, right? I think perfect examples of this are Artifact Scythe, Mystic Mine, what else? Curious, all those types of cards. And the thing is, what I don't understand is the only argument I always hear is that Halka Fibrax, Snow, Chaos Ruler, you name it. The argument I always hear is, yeah, well, they need to make money. They need to sell cards. But the thing is, if you really think about it, I don't think that matters. I don't think Curious being legal really contributed to the success of Tearlament in a great way. We would have still bought the heck out of Tearlaments and Sprites. We would have played those decks into infinity even if those cards were already banned. I don't care if Curious is legal. Like, Tearlament was going to be a good deck regardless. I don't need Snow to have success with Tearlaments. Those decks were good enough regardless. If anything, you're hurting, I think, some of these sales because people don't like the deck because it plays like some cards like that. I don't know. Were you ever wrong about a deck that you thought was bad but ended up really awesome? 100%. I'm wrong about these things very often. It's very hard to completely evaluate a deck when you just see the concept of it like weeks before it actually releases or something. Like, very often that happens where I look at a deck and I'm like, yeah, that's good, or no, that's not good, and then it ends up being yeah. The Cash Copium was funny. I remember. I don't agree that I was wrong on Cash Tira. Because you basically just don't understand what I meant when I talked about Cash Tira, I think is the problem. because I still to this day stand by my statement that if there was an important tournament, I would not bring Kashtira. I personally wouldn't. I don't think it's a good deck to bring to a tournament. It's a good deck, yes, but it's not a good deck to if you want to do really well at a tournament. I would not put my faith into Kashtira. I would not do it. Pretend, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. I think that is but I think that is less because the deck is bad. It's just because its dynamic is not very favorable for good players. If that makes sense. It's kind of difficult to understand. It has a lot of like big tournament theory ideas in that statement. I'm like, the reason I'm not playing Kashtira is not because I don't think it's good. It's just because I think it's exploitable, and I'm afraid of being exploited when I'm picking a deck that is as straightforward as Kashtira, where I like to play decks that favor me because I'm like good at the game, right? Because I'm good at deck building, and Kashtira doesn't do that. The Kashtira is like has a huge target on its forehead. Is very straightforward to build. Everyone knows what to expect. Everyone prepares their deck for it, and you will lose to people that are prepared for your deck, even though they might be worse than you are, right? And I don't like that feeling. Which I think sets Kashtira apart from other best decks in the history of the game, right? There's a lot of good decks that didn't have that problem. That would be the same as Purely, correct? I haven't tested enough Purely to say that for sure. I don't know. I do not know. Pura Nikos, thank you for the prime. Yeah, okay. I do owe you guys a remix. All right, let me switch scenes and play you guys a remix. That was enough chatting about game design and ban list stuff, I think. Cursed from the get-go, as always. So much damage. The remix gets worse every time it's played. I don't think it gets worse. I think it gets better. It ages like fine wine, you know? Okay. See, it is, yeah, it's an actual remix. It gets remixed every time it's being played. Easy clap. Okay. All right, moving on. Moving on with actual Cyberstorm Axis theory. Galzo has sent me over a shameless plug of the new branded combos. So why don't we look at that? Let's look at the new branded cards. Well, we've even timed out. I've rambled until a timeout on DB. Isn't that crazy? Okay. Oh, based Edison deck on screen. All right. Branded post Syac. Okay. The new cards worth checking out, I think, are Quem. Thespian Lulu Valith. And what's the other one called? Albion, the new Albion, right? And then there's also Etude. These are the four, I think, worth checking out. So why don't we quickly do that? I know we've read these before, but I forgot what they do. I'm gonna be honest with you. Guiding Quem the Virtuous is always treated as a Dogmatica and a Despia card. If this card is normal or special, you can send the Fallen of Albaz or a card that mentions it from deck to the graveyard. Which I believe is only being used really to... You can send Albaz directly if you want to for Branded in Red. You can send Albion to get a send on a spell card, which is really nice. Or you can theoretically also send Ecclesia or Cartesia to get them back in the end phase, right? That is something you could do. Or get them back in other ways, right? So that's cute. If a card leaves the extra deck, you can target a Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions it in your grave, special summon it. And this way, even you can send, like, you can get back the Cartesia immediately if you manage to do this as well. You can only use each effect of Guiding Quem the Virtues once per turn. I think this is a good card. I genuinely think this is a decent / strong card. I don't think it flips the entire concept on its head of Branded. It's probably still the same concept for the most part, but this helps for sure. And then we have Lulu Valith, which is a pretty sick looking card, to be honest. Level 4 tuner +1 non-tuner monsters. Once per turn, if a card leaves either extra deck, you can make all face-up monsters you currently control gain 500 attack. Then you can negate the effects of a face-up card on the field until the end of this turn. During the end phase, if this card is in the grave because it was sent there this turn, you can special summon a light spellcaster whose attack equals its own defense from hand or deck, which is Cartesia, Ecclesia, and Quem, most notably, can be summoned off of Lulu Valith. So that's a pretty cool card. Then we have the new Albion Fusion, which is Fallen of Albaz plus a light spellcaster monster. I don't know exactly why they didn't give this one the restriction of a light spellcaster, which attack equals its own defense. I think that would have made a lot more sense, because this, as it is right now, can be abused in some ways, because you can send, for example, Jaugen or some shit like that with Branded Fusion, which is annoying. Cannot be used as fusion material. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. You can only use each effect once per turn. During your opponent's turn, target 2 monsters in any graveyard. Special summon both monsters, 1 on each field. I personally hate that they are doing this over and over and over again. I don't know if it's just me, but I think that it has been proven to great extent that summoning monsters to your opponent's field is not a good mechanic for the game. Period. I think that they should just stop making cards that summon shit to your opponent's field. Just stop it. Just stop. Just don't do that. It makes sense with the graveyard effects. The thing is, it can make sense as much as I want to, but like, I just hate that. And if you really want to do it because it makes so much sense in a deck, like, I get it. Yeah, Albaz can fuse with your opponent's monsters. I understand. Cool. No one ever does that, but I guess that's that's why it makes sense, right? Yeah, negate their effects or restrict it further, right? Make it a a branded card or a Despia card or whatever. Like, give them just something that is not Ibli, Gimmick Puppet, Edo, not these types of things. Just prevent that start. No one likes that, dude. No one enjoys that. No one enjoys that shit. If this card's in your graveyard, you contribute 4 monsters in the extra monster zones and each player's center monster zone and spare summon this card. So it's like I don't think that happens ever. And then we have Branded Etude, which I remember reading and liking, but we'll see. During either player's turn, you can immediately after this effect resolve, synchro summon using monsters you control as material, including a dragon monster. You can only use this effect once per turn. While you control a bestial monster, any monster sent to your opponent's graveyard because they tributed for a ritual summon or used as a material for fusion, synchro, or link is banished. You might be surprised by this because it is kind of a floodgate, but I do not hate this card. I think there's a threshold where a floodgate type effect is like not oppressive enough to actually be super cringe, right? Like, I think there's a difference between straight up like macrocosmos for every single card, which is on a Rise Hard, right? Whereas this one is like, it's only for monsters and it's only when they're used as material for like Link, XYZ, Link, Synchro, or Fusion, or Ritual, right? I think that's fine. Kind of like Empen. Empen, you might also surprised by this one, but I think Empen is fine. I think the fact that you add, basically, if you really want to make floodgates, Konami, if you really want to make floodgates, just make them in a way where they have a little loophole where you can play around it, right? Just make it inconvenient to play around it, but not impossible, right? Like playing around Empen by summoning your stuff in defense is a fine interaction, right? That is fine, right? But like, you compare Empen to like skill drain, they're not the same thing, right? Yeah, it's more effective against link monsters, but then just like, you know, if just don't there's not that many decks that only have link monsters, right? But okay. Anyways, in the deck list that Galzo sent over, we see from these new cards we only see 3, which is the new Albion, the new Synchro, and the Quem. We don't actually play Etude, which I think is reasonable. Let's watch the combos. Why not? Let us watch some of the combos.
How's it going, YouTube? Welcome back to another video on the channel, and as promised, this is the combo tutorial for Cyberstorm Access branded Espia. If you want 5% off any single or sealed product, head over to yugioh and use code GALZO5 at checkout. So these are not all the combos that you can do. This deck is super versatile, and a lot of hands have a lot of starters in them and ways to play, but I do want to show you a few of them that have really caught my eye when I was testing, that I found to be really interesting and really valuable for you to know. Before we begin, make sure to leave a thumbs up on the video, subscribe if you're new as always. Let's get to our end of year goal of 10,000
placeholders plus I talk slow. All right, I'm 1.25
yet. Let's start off with a combo that is going to be the shortest one, and it's going to be the very, very fast and easy Gimmick Puppet Lock. As long as the Gimmick Puppet Lock is legal, we are going to play it, and this is going to be the only combo that...
I don't agree with that, by the way, Galzo. I think the branded the branded expulsion lock was never optimal in branded, and you can't change my mind on that. I don't think you ever needed that. The other combos are just going to be like normal branded combos. The I2s here are just like for additional cards in hand. We're going to go ahead, and now you're going to finally see where branded sword comes into play. So we're going to normal summon the guiding Quem. We're going to be sending branded sword to the graveyard. If you don't know what branded sword does, you can banish it. Target one banished monster that is Fallen Valbaz or mentions it, add it to your hand. So we want to recycle this Quem because we don't have a lot of ways to recycle it. Then we are going to go ahead and activate Branded Fusion. This is normally where when I play Branded, my turn ends after that.
We actually don't need the discards in this combo, so it's actually a pure two-card combo, excuse me. Then we are going to send Blazing Cartesia and Fallen Valbaz to summon, of course, the Albion. Now we're going to have Chain 1 be Albion, just fusion summon. Then Guiding Quem, since the card left the extra deck, we can target the Cartesia and the graveyard and special summon it. So we're going to special summon it. And then we're going to banish the Fallen Valbaz and the Quem to make a copy of Albion the Incandescent Dragon. If you don't know what this card does, cannot be targeted, cannot be used as fusion material. During your opponent's turn, target 2 monsters in any graveyard, special summon both monsters, 1 to each field. Sounds familiar? Because it is. Then on resolution, we're going to be activating the Cartesia, fuse away with our Albion to form the Dusk Dragon, activate the effect on summon to send a light or dark monster of level 6 or higher from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard. Of course, send the...
This is so much work to put a gimmick puppet on your opponent's field when you can just play a normal game and do like Mirror Jade, Branded in Red and whatnot, which is just so much. I think it's better.
Gimmick Puppet, go to the end phase. We can now declare the effect of Branded Sword, banish it, and bring back the Quem. You don't have to do that because you're going to get expulsion.
There's a gimmick puppet on my screen. So you want me to relax?
But we can bring this back to hand. We can also bring this back to hand, right? But you don't have to, because during the end phase, you can also set expulsion, right? So what we have here is double.
How is Mirror Jade plus red better than Puppet?
2 cards.
The end board is not better than Puppet, but your deck is better without Puppet in it. Because think of all the games where you draw Puppet, you draw Expulsion when you go second. Think of all that. Of course, the lock, if you execute it properly, is better. But you're only looking at, basically, you're looking at how does this perform if I pull it off. And yes, if I pull it off, it's great. But what about all those times where I draw these cards and I'm not able to pull it off? And I think overall you're making your deck significantly worse for an end board that's not that much better. BJ Toba, thank you for the 3 months, and Soul Garris, thank you for the 3 months as well. Thank you guys for the primes, appreciate that.
Just Quem and Branded Fusion. So again, you can activate the Albion, right? Targeting these two. If this gets negated, you can just activate Expulsion, tribute this, and summon these two. So essentially, if they have a Called by the Grave, a Bell, or a DD Crow, which usually out this type of combo, you have the backup of Branded Expulsion that guarantees that this goes through. So again, if this is not banned, you need to be playing this. So our next combo is Lubellion and Quem. We're going to start off by activating the Lubellion, grabbing a copy of Serenir. Then we're going to go ahead and go for Quem. Quem on summon sends a card that mentions Fallen Valbaz. We're going to go ahead and send the Mercurier. Then we're going to go ahead, special summon the Serenir, banish the Mercurier, activate Mercurier's effect to add ourselves to the hand a copy of Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. Now we're going to go ahead, tribute this for Lubellion, activate the effect of Lubellion to
now, this is what I like to see.
Branded Lost face up on the field. Now we're going to be activating, before, of course, we do the Lubellion effect, we're going to be activating the Serenir because it's a trigger. We're going to be sending Branded Retribution to the graveyard, just like a different order. Then we're going to activate Albion as cost, send Branded Fusion, put this to the bottom and draw any card, doesn't really matter. This is pretty good as well. Then we're going to banish the Retribution to bring back this Branded Fusion to our hand and go ahead and activate it. Now, we're going to be sending the Albaz and the Cartesia. We're going to be summoning the Albion. Now we have 3 triggers here. Albion is going to be 1, Quem 2 to target the Cartesia, and then Lost here. If you have another Mercurier, you can add it. I'm going to be adding Kit for now. Then we're going to summon back the Cartesia. And
first of all, I like this a lot more already. I like this a lot more already. I think the fate of Branded, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Heavily relies on whether at some point they make support that make this deck actually not dependent on Branded Fusion. If they, I think it gets better with this support. Like, I'm pretty sure that some lines with Quem is like, are pretty cool, even if you get ashed on Branded Fusion. I think there's ways. Cartesia also helped a lot. Cartesia helped a lot in doing that. So I think that's what the future holds for Branded, basically. If you can play without losing to Ash on Branded Fusion, I think Branded can be potentially tier 0 or tier 1 deck in the future. I think as long as the deck loses to Ash, I don't think it can ever be a tier 0 type deck, because whenever it gets popular, everyone is gonna main deck Ash Blossom, and that's just like such a huge dent. I think at that point, if everyone has 3 Ash in their deck, I think Branded cannot realistically reach the win percentage necessary to be considered tier 0. If you get what I mean. I think it's just theoretically impossible for Branded to be tier 0 if everyone plays Ash. I don't think it has the win rate. I don't think it works out. Just play ulti Branded Fusion. True. When they get ulti Branded Fusion, it might be tier 0, because then when you activate ulti Branded Fusion and your opponent tries to Ash it, you can just be like, nah, my Brand Fusion is ulti. You can't actually do that. Then they call over a judge and they're like, yeah, they're right. You can't Ash that. So I'm gonna let you resolve that Branded Fusion. You know what I mean? Unless they print ulti Ash, then we're going full circle back. Yeah.
Go ahead and banish to make a Lubellion. Then we're going to be making Lubellion. Chain 1, we're going to be discarding a card. And then if there is no response, we are going to be activating the Cartesia here. Cartesia is going to be making the Dusk Dragon. And we're going to be shuffling back the Albaz here and making Mirror Jade.
See, this is what I want. This is what I'm trying to do. This is what I'm trying to do.
Now, we already have the Albion in the graveyard, so we can activate this Dusk Dragon to send Lulu Wallolith to the graveyard. Now, we're going to get to the end phase here. We're going to be activating the Cartesia here, bring it back to hand. The Albion, this can grab us whatever we want, basically. Currently, we don't have a way to activate things like Branded in red, but we will have if we can get this Quem to the graveyard. So again, you can have Branded Beast here, Branded in red.
Ooh, Quem is also a target for Branded in red? Oh, because it's treated as Despia. Ooh, okay, that's nice.
Expulsion, Sword. Doesn't really matter. Depends on, the other cards you have in your hand, because your discard could be something valuable. So again, depending on the hand, But what's more important is that now you can use Lulu to summon the Cartesia from your hand. So what does this actually accomplish? Okay, so what you can do now, for example, during your opponent's turn, activate the Mirror Jade, sending as cost whatever you want.
Is Lulu Valilith the first generic level 12 synchro we got? I don't remember a different one, but there might be something else. I don't know. Probably not.
Using the Mirror Jade once. It's
Final
not a hard
Sigma.
once per turn. Then, at a later
Final Sigma is also generic. Yeah, true. Also, it's technically not generic because it needs specifically a level 4 tuner, right? So technically not completely generic.
point, you can activate the Cartesia, go ahead and use these two to form Dragostapelia, and now, on resolution, a card has left the extra deck, so you can actually use Quem to target Mirror Jade because it mentions Fall of Albaz, bring it back, and use it again. And of course, use Branded Lost again.
You can't tell me that you actually need Branded Expulsion when your deck can do this shit. Right? Like you can't why did you tell me a minute ago I have to play branded expulsion? There's no shot. My deck can do this. I'm doing this.
You can grab yourselves whatever you want. In this case, it's going to be Albion, but again, if you run more than one Mercurier, then you can add another negate to your hand. So it essentially, just Quem itself allows you...
Look, the thing is, there's 1,000% ways this deck can play around evenly. 100,000% there's ways this deck can play around evenly. Evenly was never good against Branded. If you set up a Branded in red with an ad libitum in the graveyard, they activate evenly, you chain Branded in red, target ad lib, fuse, after evenly, you bring back the with ad lib. It's fine. It's fine. Also, whenever you get even lead in Branded, it means that you live and you have follow-up for days with these setups. Like, if you make boards like this, you have incredible follow-up, and you do not lose to evenly match. Do not tell me that you need to Branded Expulsion lock because of evenly. I don't accept it.
To fusion summon into your opponent's turn, then actually gain value, summon back the Mirror Jade from the graveyard. So this is common amongst all the combos with Quem, but just the very important point of interaction that you can do this thing with Quem. So this is why I mentioned during the previous video why Quem on the field is such a strong card. Wait, only 32% of you are subscribed? Come on guys, leave a thumbs up on the video if you're enjoying this and subscribe to support the channel. So let's see what happens when you have both girls in your...
Galzo. Do I need to play Expulsion or not? Yes or no? Now you're good? All right.
Hand. We're going to start off with Quem, send the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. Now we have a Fallen Valbaz in the graveyard. We can activate Cartesia. Go ahead and summon it. Then we're going to be activating the Albion here, sending the Retribution to the graveyard, placing it on the bottom of the deck. Then we're going to be using Cartesia here. Go ahead, use Quem and Cartesia to form the Granguignol. Activate Granguignol, send the Serenir. Serenir will send us a copy of Branded Fusion. Then we can go ahead.
Now this is cool because it lets you get to Branded Fusion if you don't have it. The problem is this is not exactly what I meant earlier when I said we need a way to play without Branded Fusion. I meant we need a way to play if we can't resolve Branded Fusion because it gets negated. But this is still good. The fact that you can get to Branded Fusion if you don't draw it in multiple ways is
with
cool.
The normal combo that you normally would do. Here you can go for the Despia combo.
Can this deck ever go second into something that is not the mirror? How do you stop Super Heavy with 40 engine cards? The list that Galzo posted earlier did have, you know, Droll Lockbird, I guess, which is probably going to be a mainstay for next format. I'm not sure how good Santa Claus is against the Super Heavy Samurai, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Combo or for the Lubellion combo, just as an example, because you do have discards in your hand, you can go ahead and activate these. Send these, activate the Albion, use the Albion to banish the Albaz and the Serenir here. Make a Lubellion, discard, shuffle back these two. Summon a Mirror Jade, tribute the Albion, summon the Lubellion here, And now, during the end phase, you can grab yourselves the Cartesia back to hand.
Wait, you're not
And with
using...
Albion, you can actually use branded in red. Of course, we forgot to activate the Lubellion, so we're going to do just that. I don't care. Place the branded lost. So now, this is considered a Despia monster, so you can actually use branded
Quem is great. I love Quem.
in red on this. So this is very similar. Like, we didn't use Quem for something crazy here
Quem
like
is
we did
sick.
the last combo. But again, this is pretty close to the end board that you would have today. And it's just like with a less optimal hand, Cartesia and Quem. And again, let's not forget that we can actually use branded opening to summon the Quem. So we're gonna go ahead, summon the Oliver, activate the effect.
Oh, we
add branded fusion to
can!
hand. Then we can go ahead, activate branded opening, discard something. Go ahead, summon out Quem. That can now go ahead and
This
send.
is so cool.
We can send the
She's like 12, bro. Come on, dude. Let me just talk about Yu-Gi-Oh without actually, you know, being weird like that. That's obviously not what I meant.
Cartesia here to the graveyard and actually do a different line that we would have. So because we already have the branded fusion and everything that we need. So we send the Cartesia, go ahead, activate branded fusion, send the Albaz and the Lubellion to the graveyard, grab an Albion, chain 1, chain 2, target the Cartesia. Now we can go ahead, use that, banish, go for the Lubellion here. Now we can do this, discard, and then chain 2 Cartesia, use both of them, because now we
That
have
play
a way
is
to
also
summon the
so
Lubellion
sick.
as well.
I love the Lubellion chain Cartesia. Oh.
Go for the Dusk Dragon, and then shuffle back the Albaz, the Lubellion, grab the Mirror Jade. Here, this is why I like Ad Libitum, because when you have your combo going, it's just a 2-card, you know, there's 2 cards variations of everything.
I sent a replay of what to do when Ashed on the Nadir servant. I'll check it out in a second. Cause oh yeah, your list that you sent has Nadir servant. I was gonna ask about that. Cause it says cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of the turn. So I suppose the best you can do is like try to set up Brandon in red or Expulsion, but we'll see. I'll watch
In
it.
this deck, you can send the Ad Libitum to make the perfect board. So now we contribute this, go for this, go ahead, place Lost on the field. It's very similar to what you have today, but here you actually have
There's so many things about this that I like, right? Like whenever I see a branded combo and there's no Expulsion involved, I'm like, damn, that's so cool that deck can do that now, right? It's like the fact that it can do all those cool things, like because you have to realize, chat, the last time I played branded at a tournament is literally like a year ago, right? I've tested branded a lot, but I've never brought it to a tournament. The fact that it's gotten all those little upgrades here and there is super cool to me. The fact that it has like, it got the Cartesia, it got the Quem now, the Cartesia fusion is sick. The fact that you can tribute the Albion for the Lubellion is such a neat little trick you can do. There's so many things about it I love. The only thing that I don't like is that it cannot beat Ash. And like, of course, sometimes some hands can beat Ash, but like realistically, you can't beat Ash, right? Isn't it more like 2 years by now? No, it's definitely 1 year. It was the Karlsruhe Regionals a year ago was the last time I played branded at a tournament. Yeah.
have Quem to gain a little bit more advantage than that. So during the end phase, we can add the Cartesia back to our hand. Go ahead, place Brandon in red, and now we have a Brandon in red lost setup. So during your opponent's turn, you get a banish, you get a...
So will you bring branded to a tournament after cash format? I mean, that is a question I can't answer, because that probably, for it to not be cash format anymore, we need a ban list, right? And it heavily depends what happens on that ban list. Like, I don't know.
Pop 2.
I would like to.
Negate.
That's one thing I can tell you. I would like to play branded again. I liked branded a lot. But it would need to be in an environment where I don't scoop to a single Ash Blossom, and I don't know if we're ever going to get that environment anytime soon.
And then you grab the Mirror Jade back again. Of course, here you can, whenever your opponent special summons a monster, or if a card leaves the extra deck, you can go ahead and use the Granguignol, summon this, and these two will trigger. This is another negate for any face-up card non-targeting. So this is like probably the normal board. This is not even the weird board, like an exceptional board. This is just the normal line that you will have. That's why.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty good. I think that's good enough. I don't think you need Explosion for that. From the new support with Cyberstorm Axes, what deck do you think will be the strongest? I have not completely made my mind up about that. But I am planning to make a YouTube video this week for that. We're gonna record it on stream, so you either need to be, you know, followed on Twitch, or you can just subscribe to YouTube to not miss it for sure. But I will be making a video on that this week of like, I've already made a meta tier list for current format, so I don't think we're gonna make a tier list. I don't think we're gonna make a tier list for after Cyberstorm Axes, because that would be kind of stupid to make a tier list again after uploading a tier list last week. I think we're just gonna take the new decks and like discuss whether they're gonna be good or not, right? For each individual deck. Like basically, I don't know, like the most important decks from the new format and from the new set and what I think about them. I think that's the way I'm gonna approach it. But I need some more time to think about it. But I can give you my very, very quick first thoughts on some of the decks. I think Super Heavy Samurai is a high tier 2 contender, maybe tier 1. I think Branded will play the new support, but I think it will not change in terms of its positioning in the meta. Like, because it adds new lines, it adds better lines, but it doesn't solve any of the problems of Branded, I think. So I think Branded remains the same power. I think Purely is good, but I don't think it's going to be as strong as it is in the OCG yet, because Purely, it has, I think, a problem with Kashtira, a little bit at least. And it also suffers from, like, when everyone already plays Kaijus because of Kashtira, I think Purely is not that great. But I think it's good. But not top tier yet. But probably after a ban list. And then what else is there? I think Manadium is like a tier 2 strategy in similar strength levels of Sword Soul. And I think that's most... And I think Gold Pride is tier 2. Roughly. That's my first impression, but I'll think about it more. And we're gonna make that video happen at some point this week. Definitely.
You play Branded Opening and 3 Aluber, so you can use the opening to summon back the Quem. So these have been 4 Branded Despia combos in Cyberstorm Axes.
All right. Now let's check out the combo when you get ashed on the Dear Servant, and then I feel like that would be enough to then talk about Branded. Nice gimme pocket, by the way. Love that. Love that. All right, we get ashed. We go Nadir Servant. Nadir Servant, we send Lulu Valith. Then we go Quem, send Albaz. In the end phase, Lulu Valith summons a Cartesia. Where does this come from? Where did Santa Claus come from? Oh, you need a monster. Okay. And then on the opponent's turn, we can do... okay, I see. Not bad. Not bad. I think it's dependent on the format, though, because I think Fallen of Albaz in the current format is not that good of a disruption. It depends on the format. But, like, against Kashtira, Albaz is not a very good interruption, right? Like, I think if you end on Quem plus Cartesia with a monster in hand, you lose to a single Fenrir, right? So I don't know if that's the... I don't know if that's what you want to go for, but in certain matchups, it could be okay. You know? Yeah. Secret to Fordo, think about it 4 months. So maybe it could be okay. Maybe it could be okay to play Branded and focus on like more Cartesia and Quem to play around Ash, but only if the format makes it so that like these sort of interruptions that you can create after Ash are actually good, right? If they're not good enough, then you don't even need to bother, right? But yeah. All right. So yeah, I think branded is okay after Syac. I don't think branded really needs more engine. I think that, I mean, on the one hand, I see where you're coming from. I see what you're saying. I agree that like the deck already has like so many unreasonable amounts of support of engine. Yo, Galzo, thank you for the 5 gift subs. That was an expensive YouTube sub. You didn't need to do that, but thank you for the 5. Appreciate the support. Good video. Appreciated that. Thank you for the input on branded whenever, you know. Expensive ad, true. Yeah, everyone go subscribe to Galzo if you are branded Despia enthusiasts. Okay. Can you fusion summon after Nadir Servant? I think that if you read Nadir Servant, I think there's like a 69% chance that you can figure that out yourself. Rough estimate. You lost me at step 1. Okay. All right. Chat, is there anything else? Is there anything else that you are excited for in Cyberstorm Axis? Because we have now, of course not in detail, but we have looked at Super Heavy Samurai, we've looked at Branded, we've looked at Manadium, we've looked at Purely, we've even taken a small glimpse at Teller Knights. Don't say Mathmech. Stop saying Firewall Mathmech. Julian, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Stop saying math. Is there actually a Mathmech card in here, or why are you even saying Mathmech? It's just a new firewall? Okay, thank God. Man, I hate Mathmech. Okay. Adam CH, thank you for the Prime. The new... Yeah, I think this card, to me personally, if I had to vote, or if I had to say, like, what's my favorite card from Cyberstorm Axis, I think this card is close. I'm not sure if there's another card I like as much as that freaking little dragon. Actually, no, I think this Potter wins. I think this Potter wins. This Patter might win that. This card is so sick. This card is so sick. This is... Come on. Come on. How many different accounts are there that are called Mathmech Circular in different variations? There's no shot. How many different versions of Mathmech Circular Twitch accounts are there? You can't, like, stop. It's not funny. Okay. Yeah, I think this Potter is my favorite card, but the thing is close. The tuner is close. I like Ringo Worm. Where is it? Ringo Worm. Where are you? Here. If there's a face-up non-effect monster on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the turn you synchro summon a synchro monster, you can banish this card from your grave, special summon 100 Apple token. If this token is used as a synchro, it can be treated as a tuner. I think this card is cool as hell. D-Stein, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. The question I have with this card is, where do we use it? I feel like it's obviously adventure, right? Like, obviously it's adventure where you put this card. But the problem is, like you can start building that deck, but where do we go? You know, like where do we go once we're here, right? Because we do have the adventure package in full capacity, which is really cool for this deck. But where do we go after we've done like this? Like, what do we do? What is the goal even? Right? Like, we're here and I feel like we're stuck at this point. I don't know what we do. Sprite? Sprite seems weird. Something I tested around with. Hold up. Now, I would lie if I didn't think this looked incredibly fun to play. But I would also lie if I said I think this is good. Like, it looks very cool. It looks very cool. But I don't think it's particularly good. Also, this will never be a thing. You will never play Prosperity with 3 cards of Consonance. There's no shot. That's not possible. Like, you can maybe you can play Prosperity in this deck, but you can't play cards of Consonance with Prosperity. Card of Consonance is actually interesting with Ringo Worm. But also, why is there 3 Galaxy Serpents, but no, like, unexpected die or something? There's a lot of stuff here that I don't understand. There's a lot of stuff here I don't understand, but... Bestial Adventure Synchro combos. Okay, now we are reaching... I think we're reaching cope territory, but it's fine. It's nothing wrong with a little bit of coping.
What's up, guys? It's Tyler from House of Cards TCG, and today we're doing a combo tutorial.
That is 26
using my
minutes.
5-0 undefeated deck, which is Bestial Adventure
My
Control.
brother in
This
Christ.
deck was so much fun to play, and I learned some new lines in playing it in that tournament, and there's definitely a lot of things I want to show you, including the inboard. So you can go ahead and check out the deck profile right here. I'll link it to the channel. Just hit that button. You can go right over to the profile, as well as you can go to the playlist, which is live duels, and check out a lot of the duels that I did with this video. I have 2 more coming, so you can check that out.
All right.
House of Cards.
TCG. So this combo is when you don't open up the Apple Dragon. It's kind of like what do you do at that point? Basically, you're going to be playing Bestial Control. So in this hand, we obviously have Chaos Space, which is access to our dragons. We already have access to our dragons, actually, and we have Lubellion Magma. So what we could do here is we can go ahead and start off with the Bestial Lubellion. That can go ahead and grab us any one of our dragons. This is actually supposed to be Baldrake. I need to make that change in this thing. So we'll probably go ahead and grab ourselves the Sornier. This will be good, because then what we could
This is, yeah, it's just Dragon Link.
do is we can go ahead and activate the Chaos Space. We probably could just pitch the Black Dragon. That'll go ahead and search us out our White Dragon. This will set up our seal, and Chaos Space will obviously allow us to draw another card. So we can go ahead and banish the Black Dragon, summon out the White Dragon. We'll use the Chaos Space. That'll put back the Black Dragon, and that actually draws into our Apple Dragon. So this is actually now really good. Actually changes
Noted. The Ringo Worm combo is just draw it with Chaos Space.
the combo a little bit. I could act like I didn't draw this, but now, because we already did the setup, let's just go ahead and full combo this now, as if we didn't know that we had that. So the next step up is actually going to be to get the Lubellion up so that we have a light on the field. And that's when I look at this board. We could have also actually made the Attune, but we didn't have access to the right. So what we're going to do next is we're probably just going to go ahead and summon out the Apple Dragon. We'll go ahead and make a Muddy Mud Dragon. Now we just need to get a light on the field.
Didn't he just say we're going to act like we didn't draw that? We didn't know we were going to find that? Oh, okay.
So we'll activate that, grab our Black Dragon. Next up, we'll go ahead and activate our Sornier. Sornier can just go ahead and banish the White Dragon. We'll bring it out. Now what we'll do is we'll special summon out Lubellion. We'll use the Sornier effect. Sornier's going to go ahead and pitch the Regain, put it in the graveyard. Then we'll use the Lubellion effect. That's going to go ahead and put Beast up. Now we can activate the...
Motley, thank you for the 4 months. I will never stop coping on Branded Regained and Branded Beast. I'll tell you right now. I'll give you a tip, chat. I'll give you a tip. A very important life advice, okay? Is that whenever you are trying to do well at a tournament, do not put Branded Regained and Branded Beast into your deck. But then I have more life advice. If you're trying to have fun at a tournament, put Branded Regained and Branded Beast into your deck. Because those cards I will never stop coping on because I want them to be good so bad. They represent a style of game that I love so much. I would love to play a format or a deck where Branded Regained and Branded Beast are actually good. Why? Because the grind game that they create is so strong. The grind game is so nice. I love the idea of having this like repeated value turn after turn after turn, you know, just like outgrinding your opponent with Branded Beast, Branded Regained. You know, you have some removal, some recursion, draws cards. I love it. I love the idea of it. But if you're realistic, that shit does not belong in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. Currently, that's not good. We don't try to play a grind game anymore. You know, it's like, I want it to be that way, but it is not that way, right? And so I'm always coping on this. Like every once in a while, I'm like, maybe it's good, but then it's not, right? It's just not good enough, quite frankly, in this day and age of Yu-Gi-Oh! But I wish it was. I wish it was. I just want to say, I understand all of you that are always coping on these bestial control decks. I understand you. I wish it was good. I wish it was. I really wish it was.
Mud Dragon effect, that will bring out our Albion. Activate the Albion effect, that's going to bring Grangoyle out, we'll banish this, and we have to banish one of our monsters here. We've already used the Lubellion, so we can probably just go ahead and banish the Lubellion here, bring out Grangoyle. Now we'll do the Grangoyle effect, that's going to go ahead and Foolish Burial. What we want to Foolish Burial here is we want to look at some different options. So we already have the Black Dragon and Magma, which is going to make a seal. So ideally, what we really should actually Foolish here is probably Destrudo to set that up. We don't have a safer
Such a pile, dude.
Chaos Dragon. Let's just go ahead.
Did you just make Albion into Grand Guignol by making a level 6 Synchro Muddy Mud Dragon? There's no shot. No shot, dude. You make a level 10 synchro with... Oh my god, I love that. There's no way it's good, but I love what you're doing. Don't stop. Do not ever change.
So just making that alone, even if they nib you, still in a great position. So now we're set up spotter. Our next step is actually to set up our seal. And again, we have two options. We definitely want to use the Magma here. Magma's going to be important, obviously, for our in phase. So we'll just go ahead and banish the Sorin here. We'll be able to do that. We'll get a search at the in phase. And then our last thing is going to summon the Black Dragon, doing different ways. Again, we have the Destrudo. We could actually use the Destrudo, bring it back, and then save the Black Dragon for follow-up. That is one option. Or we could just go ahead and banish our Grangoyle, bring out the Black Dragon. Then these two will make our seal. Now, here's the thing.
We need seal still.
So we're going to do, first thing is Magma. Magma's then going to go ahead and search us out our Druid Worm. That's going to be our Bestial that we can summon. And then we go ahead and Beast. Beast is then going to go ahead and set up with our Regain. And then we can do the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. That's going to go ahead and set our 2-day. So at the end of this turn, what we actually end on is quite a lot. So we end on a Steel bounce. Steel's going to be able to tribute itself, bounce, and then that can bring out another Magma, which is going to search us another Dragon.
Let's fucking go.
So that's already an interruption. We have a Barone, which is an Omni Negate.
There's no shot it's good. I'm sorry, chat. There's no shot. This might look very cool to you, but it is not. Unfortunately good.
Opponent's turn, and with that, you can actually bring out a lot of different options with Seal, which I'm going to go over in the last video. And you can bring out a Safer with the Druid Worm, make Chaos Angel. You can bring out the Apple Dragon with the Druid Worm. That can make a Savage Dragon, Warlord Savage Dragon. A lot of different options that you could go with. And also the 2-day, if your opponent while you control the Bestial, any monster sent to your opponent's graveyard, because they tribute it for Ritual Summon or use it for material for a Fusion, Synchro, or Link, is banished instead. That's how you set up the Bestial to spotter. This is considered a Bestial, so the opponents will have to banish, which now allows you to have a monster negate. As soon as they normal or special summon, Regain brings back your Bestial, which could be your Magma Mud, or it could be your Druid Worm if you use it, and then Beast is obviously a pop. So all that, a ton of interruptions. Your opponent is really gonna have a hard time dealing with it. Now let's go into the engine when you open up the right engine so you can kind of see what that combo looks like. Alright, so this hand hit me. This hand's insane. So you have access to your right engine, you have a level 4 extender and Chaos Beast.
Okay, this hand's completely bonkers, dude.
So you can go ahead and just set up your Regain and get another draw. Typically you want to Foolish it and then add it, but this hand right here is insane. So what we'll do, first step is we're gonna go ahead and activate the right. We're gonna go ahead and place the Journey of Destiny. The only next step is to figure out, because we don't have the Enchantress, and we want to set up the Omni Negate because we have the Chaos Space, which is gonna set up a level 4, is we don't have the Enchantress to make the Artemis, so we need to make sure we have a light for the Muddy Mud Dragon. So what we're gonna go ahead and do now is we'll special summon out our Apple Dragon.
Unironically, I think what I'm worried most about with a deck like this is what happens if I don't draw Ringo Worm. Genuinely, I think that is the problem of a deck like that. I think what do I do if I don't open Ringo Worm is the biggest problem of these types of decks, because I don't think there's a card that serves a similar purpose, right? You're really trying to get into those tuners, and I think that's why the OCG has it so much better when it comes to those decks, because they have Assault Synchron, right? They have Assault Synchron, they have another level 2 tuner that can even theoretically be searched by tuning, so they have so many more options like that. Whereas for us, in the beginning, if we don't draw Ringo Worm, we just can't do anything. Don't say Small World. You take that back. You don't say Small World. Do not say Small World. Don't say Small World ever again.
That will go ahead and grab us our Draco back, because we don't want to pitch the Gamma, because we want to use the Chaos Space to pitch that. And then what we'll do is we'll activate the Faithful Adventure. Faithful Adventure will go ahead and grab ourselves the Griffin. We're going to go ahead and pitch the Draco back. You can go ahead and attach the Draco back to the token. And then we'll just summon out the Draco back, providing us with the Omni Negate that we need to full combo. Now we're going to go ahead and activate the Chaos Space. Chaos Space is going to go ahead and pitch the Gamma. We're going to go ahead and grab ourselves the Black Dragon. Now, again here, what we want to do is we want to get access to our light on the field. So we're going to use our Black Dragon. We could use Regain right now to actually do this, and we can draw, which we might as well just go ahead and do that. we'll pitch that. We drew into Enchantress. So, like, honestly, I mean, we drew into it, so we might as well just go ahead and use it. So we'll go ahead and activate the effect. We'll special summon this card. I mean, the deck is made to draw and to do a lot of different things. So this may be, I mean, it's RNG. It just is what it is, right? So before we go into Money Mud Dragon, we're gonna go ahead and link off the Enchantress for the Artemis. We might as well go ahead and use the Enchantress effect. That will go ahead and grab the Right of Aramis here. Now what we'll do is we'll make the Money Mud Dragon using the Apple Dragon and the Chaos Dragon. That will go ahead, and we have this combo regardless because we're going to use the White Dragon after we make Money Mud Dragon. So you make Money Mud Dragon, then you search the White Dragon, special summon it, use Money Mud Dragon and the White Dragon to make the Albion. So we had it regardless. Obviously drawing into the Enchantress just makes it a little bit easier. So now we activate the Mud Dragon effect. That's going to go ahead and make our Albion, pitching these two. Then we'll do the Albion effect. Albion's then going to go ahead and bring out the Grain Oil. We're going to pitch the Artemis and the Money Mud Dragon. That's going to go ahead and bring those out. Then we're going to do the Grain Oil. We do not have access
No,
yet to our
no.
We're going to pitch Rebellion here. We're going to special summon Rebellion, tributing the Albion. Then we're going to go ahead and activate the
Nine.
We have regain, but now we just go ahead and set up Beast. Again, we would have Foolish regain either way, and then we would have grabbed it. So now here we have both these set up. We're going to go ahead and banish the Apple Dragon. We'll go ahead and bring out a token. We also have a Chaos Space Draw, which once we banish the Black Dragon for the White Dragon, we'll use that. So we do the token in the Rebellion, makes Bestial Despotter. Bestial Despotter is then going to go ahead and bring back out the Apple Dragon. So make sure if you haven't regained yet, you don't use the regain. I've done it where I've regained on the Apple Dragon. Then you don't have anything special summon back off the Despotter to get into your Barone here. So make sure you keep that in mind here. So we bring out, make a Barone. Now here we're basically really cooking. The only thing left to do is we're going to go ahead and special out our.
We're literally cooking.
We will use our Chaos Space. Chaos Space will then shuffle back our Black Dragon. That provides us with a little follow up, of course. So we do that. It does grab us our Rebellion. Our draws are just insane here. So we'll go ahead and do that. I don't think that we've actually done Magma yet, so we can grab our Magma off of our Bestial Rebellion. I can't make this up. This is all RNG, so I don't know. I'm just drawing. So we'll go ahead and link off our White Dragon. If we didn't draw into that Rebellion, what we would have done is we actually would have used the Bestial Despotter and the Striker Dragon here, made the seal.
I'm
and then
just
regained
drawing.
The Bestial Despotter on your opponent's turn. As soon as they normal summon or special summon, you can do the regain.
This is like a 7-card combo. Yeah, true. And we've 7-card comboed our way into a board that is roughly as good as the 2 to 3 card Altergeist combo now.
Despotter. So that was the other line that you would have done, but this is actually like full combo. So this is everything. So you get to actually see a really good combo here.
Normal summon Soul Piercer ends on more. Not wrong.
Go ahead and bring out the Magma. Magma's gonna search at the end phase. Then we're gonna do
He's
Magma
still
and the
cooking.
Striker
Yeah, I mean, he
and
still
that's gonna
gets
go ahead and
seal.
make
I
a
know.
seal.
I
So now
know.
we have the most
Chill.
insane inboard, which is
Chill.
we're gonna search the Jerusalem at the end phase, and then we're gonna set the 2-day off the Albion. So this is almost like impossible.
The thing is, all I want to say is I understand you guys. I know. I wish this was good. I wish Dragon Link was good. I love Dragon Link. I think it's freaking based. I think Bestial Control is a super base deck, but it's not going to be the best ever. Unless they change a lot of stuff about Yu-Gi-Oh! In its fundamentals. Like, it's not good. It's not a good concept right now. It's a fun concept. It's a fun concept, you know, trying to out mid-range your opponent with cards like Seals, Regained, and Branded Beast. I love that. I love that, you know. But I don't think it's good. You know, there's a difference between something being fun and something being competitively viable. And you compare this to any other combo deck out there, it's not actually doing so hot, thinking about what you all needed to do this.
Going to be setting up here is you have the same seal bounce. You have the Bestial Despotter, which is set up, which obviously is the pop the monster negate, an Omni negate in the Barone, an Omni negate in the Griffin, regain, which brings back a Bestial from your
What
graveyard.
is this
and
simulator,
you
by the way?
Draw. You have Beast, which is a pop.
The hell?
Jerusalem, which is a sin once it gets sent off, and then you have the 2-day, which is a synchro summon.
Makes me nervous just by watching it.
Scoops. There's nothing for them to do. All right, the last thing that I want to go over with you guys is I want to show you some seal targets. Once you full combo in your opponent's specials, you can just kind of go over with some safer plays or some different things like that. So we'll actually do an AI duel where I just take on an AI and you just kind of see the different things that we do. But you have to admit, this board is crazy. So I'm glad I got to show you kind of the full combo. And I know it's a little RNG with the drawing, but you do so much drawing in this deck, it's just bound to happen the way that the deck's built. So I'm glad you got to see that. Now let's do a little AI competition so I can show you how you can interact with your opponent. Okay, so we're gonna go up against an AI, and the AI, they actually get to play a lot of the ban cards in TCG, but this is just for your purposes, so you can check out and see what you're able to do with the Bestial going first and off of Seal and different things like that. So
oh, now we're testing against an AI. Okay.
Insane.
And we've drawn Ringo Worm right again. All right. Okay. As much as I wish I could tell you something else, I don't think this is very viable. It's not terrible either, to be fair. To be fair, it's like not bad. When I say it's not good, I don't mean it sucks. I just like I'm always looking at it from I have very high standards, right? When it comes to a competitively viable deck, right? It's like I just like by nature I'm kind of like forced to play like very competitively strong decks, and like this deck is okay. It can probably top regionals and stuff like that, but I just from my perspective, it's not a strong deck. But that does not mean it's bad. Bad. But yeah, it's probably playable. Chat, can someone send me the MathMech Singularity combo? No, Narcs. No one send them. No one send it. No one. No Narcs. We don't know about any MathMech combos in here. We don't talk about that. There's no MathMech combos. What is that? What is that? MathMech? I don't know. Never heard of that. Never heard of that. If you send it, I will ban. Okay. You have my permission to ban anyone who links a MathMech Singularity combo. 1984 on the MathMechs. In all honesty, is there anything else we need to talk about from Cyberstorm Axis? Because I do want to stay until we get the Cyberstorm Axis openings. But I don't really know if there's anything else that's worth covering here. Hypnos, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that so much. There's been a lot of subs today, guys. I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you so much, everyone. Sakitama? Oh, is that the spirit? I guess that is seeing play in the OCG. We did look at some decks that had this today. No one tell me in which deck they played that. I remember, but we will not talk about which one. Don't look up Aratama price. You know what happens whenever you say that. You know what happens every time you say, don't look at that price. You know what I do. It's not fair. It's not fair. You do that, and like, I always get punished for it. I always get punished for it. Okay, so if you're an Italian, I guess you're eating good tonight, because it's 2 cents for Italians, apparently. If I want it from Germany, it's okay. Why is that? Can someone explain that to me? Why is it? Is that just German tax? Like, what happened? Why is it? This might be the second or third worst time in the history to be German. It's definitely not the worst time in the history to be German. But it's close. Because Aratama is 2 cents. No, we don't. The first one, no. Nah. Yeah. Now select UK. Oh, is it even worse? Wait, there is none. There's just none. Try France. It's pretty much the same. Why is Italian so cheap? Why is it only Italians? I'm genuinely curious. I don't understand. Why is this a thing? Look at English card. I mean, I know English is always very expensive. I'll give you another tip. When it comes to these types of cards, I don't care about the language. It has saved me so many headaches to not care about the language in these cards. Like, I just like, you know, the only reason why I prefer ordering from Germany is because it's faster. I don't actually care about the language on cards like this. Like, if there's a German seller that has Italian copies or something, and they're like half the price of the others, I'll just take those. I don't care. I don't care. Anyways, let's find out why that is. Let's find out why Aratama is spiking in price. Which Aratama is a spirit monster, and then If this, when this card is normal summoned or flipped face up, you can add a spirit from your deck to your hand. And it has very good synergy, I think, with Sakitama, which is also once per turn during the end phase, returns to the hand. You can only use each of the following effects of Sakitama once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a spirit from your hand. If this card is tributed, you can target a spirit in your grave, add it to your hand. So, I think what you do is you just normal summon Aratama, add Sakitama to your hand, reveal it, normal summon it. I think that's it. Just a rank 4 with one card. Why not just play Stick Chair? Now, what do you mean by that? Because Stick Chair is a 2-card combo, and this is a 1-card combo. Do I really need to explain the difference between a 1-card rank 4 and the Stick and Chair combo? Yes. Okay, you got me. You got me. All right. What else is interesting? I guess Wannabe. Wannabe is somewhat interesting. This is the thing where during the end phase, you can send this card from your hand or field to the grave. Excavate cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of your opponent's unoccupied spell and trap zones. You can set an excavated trap, but it gets to send to the graveyard during the next end phase. I think this card is okay. But yeah, you have to put it into trap decks. So it's kind of cool that you can set traps in your opponent's end phase, and like you can use board clear traps maybe, but like it's, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. Like, I think there's some trap decks that want to play this card, but I don't think the trap decks get, like, a lot better because of this card, is essentially what I'm trying to say. I remember the B-Trooper fusion being somewhat okay. You cannot special summon monsters except insects. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can add a B-Trooper card from your deck to your hand. If an insect monster becomes banished, you can target one of your banished B-Troopers, special summon it. This is a good card, right? I just don't know if it makes B-Troopers enough good, right? But it's a very good card. Surely. It's bonkers, but it's not what the deck needs. Okay, I have another question. Does B-Trooper even have a way to fusion summon? They have a fusion spell, right? But that one's not particularly good, right? I guess you could play like patchwork in it, but I don't know if that's all worth it, because I think B-Trooper just lacks end board material, right? Like I think B-Trooper has a lot of cool cards like in its combos, but it doesn't have the cards that it wants to end on, right? Yeah, they have no monsters that offer disruption, no boss monsters, that type of stuff, right? Yeah. It's basically like if, I guess it might be a bad analogy, but it's basically like if what's it called? If like Tearlaments had Kid Kalos, but no other good fusions to go into, right? It would also be kind of weird, champ, right? Something like that. Something along those lines. I guess this card is worth talking about. This card, I think, is worth talking about. This card is being played a lot in the OCG, at least. This is kind of like This is kind of like a level 10 generic synchro done right. I love the design on this card. Basically, everything I hate about Barone is cooler about this card, I think. Because, yeah. So the way it works is this card is very unique because it's basically a Link monster. If we're real about it, this is basically a Link monster. Because it needs a tuner and a non-tuner light or dark, but you can treat a light or a dark as a tuner. So if you ever have 2 lights or darks on the field that their level equals 10, you can just summon this even without a tuner. So if this card is special summon, target a card on the field, banish it, which I think is very cool to have a generic out to everything going second. This card gains these effects based on the original attributes of the materials. If you use a light, synchro monsters are unaffected by opponents' activated monsters effects, and dark, your monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. So if you make it with a light or a dark, a light and a dark, it has both. You can't use 2 tuners to summon it though. That is true. 2 tuners does not work. There needs to be at least 1 non-tuner. That's true. But I don't think that comes up very often. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's broken AF? I don't think it's broken AF. I really don't think so. It's a good card. It's a good extra deck option, but I don't agree that it's busted or like a broken AF. I think it is good. Like, it's very good, but I don't think it's broken in the way that it's like actually going to be a problem. It's like broken in the level of like Nightmare, Phoenix, Cerberus, Unicorn when they were first released, right? They were like insta extra deck staples in a lot of decks. Really good, but never problematic. Right? Like, this is like removal effect. It's like a removal effect that's pretty neat. And it has some bonus that makes it hard to out sometimes. But it's not a huge problem. Super Heavy Samurai can't out it? Yeah, but like Super Heavy Samurai is also a very linear deck that can't play spell and trap cards, which is why it's a problem for that deck. That's not because this card is busted. That's because Super Heavy Samurai can only play monsters. Right? And this is unaffected by monster effects. So like, of course it's good against a deck that only plays monsters. Like that does not make it... This does not make it like busted, right? Like, that is not how it works. Oh yeah, did you hear? Someone linked this somewhere. Because someone just sent. Hold up. I think this is super funny. I think this card is incredibly funny. I don't know if it's... I don't think it's good, per se. But I think it's funny. This card. I think this card is hilarious against Super Heavy Samurai. You cannot pendulum summon except from the extra deck. This effect cannot be negated. Each player applies one of these effects based on the number of set cards in their spell and trap zones. 0. All monsters they control cannot attack or activate their effects. Now, this card normally is really bad because you can simply set 1 card, any spell card. You can just set it and then you disable its effect. But if you play against Super Heavy Samurai, they cannot set. They cannot set, so they just lose. It's Mystic Mine against Super Heavy Samurai, which is super funny. I don't know if it's actually good. Don't check. Okay. I mean, that's still a lot for a random Battles of Legends ultra rare. That's still painful if you need to buy this. But it's at least not like completely insane, right? It's not like insanity. Clockwork Knight did seem like a solid out. What is Clockwork Knight? Clockwork Knight. Ilzeref, thank you for the 6 months. Give me that remix. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna give you that remix. You deserve it. Thank you for making us hit another sub goal. Today is insane. What is different today than okay, anyways. I'm not complaining. Thank you. I'm not asking questions. I'm just enjoying the support. It's cursed from the get-go again. Okay, Chad, I actually need to know. I need to know something. Chad, do we fix the mix? I need to know this. I need to know. This is we're gonna be democratic about this. We're gonna be democratic about this. It looks like, as funny as some of you find it, I think it is probably more enjoyable if we fix it eventually. It seems like people want it fixed more than they don't want it fixed. So I'm gonna make sure to fix it. I'm gonna make sure to fix it. All right. Clockwork Knight. Clockwork Knight. All face-up monsters on the field become machine monsters. Machine monsters you control gain 500 attack and defense. Also, machine monsters your opponent controls lose 500 attack. You can banish this card from your grave, discard a card, add an earth machine from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Clockwork Knight once per turn. You can only activate one Clockwork Knight per turn. Wait, what was the point of this card? You mean playing this? You can play this in... You can out the Performapal. Yeah. It's a card you can set that doesn't conflict with Super Heavy Samurai. Yeah, but you still need to draw it, right? But that makes sense. Yeah, if people actually play this card, then yeah. The problem I see with this card right now, the problem I see with 5 Rainbow Magician is the fact that it is exclusively, and I mean exclusively, only playable against Super Heavy Samurai. And as of right now, the next format is looking incredibly diverse once more. And I don't know if you can afford to play a card like this just for Super Heavy Samurai. I really am not sure. And I'm not sure if that's a cool thing. They side 3 Eccentric. Yeah, Eccentric also outs it. Eccentric also outs it. One thing I just noticed about this card is that the German translation for this card's name is incredibly bad. It's laughably terrible how badly they translated this card. I don't know, if anyone speaks German in chat, this is the worst translation. How do you not know? I've never looked at the translation for this card before. What does it mean? Okay, so basically, you know how the word knight and knight with a K sound very, very similar, right? But the one, like this one, you know, which this is obviously referring to, is knight without a K, right? but they have translated it to Ritter, which is the exact translation to knight with a K. So this German name is literally like a clockwork little soldier, and this is the image. So they've literally translated it completely incorrectly. It's not even a you can't even possibly think that it might be like a wordplay or something, right? Like, oh, they did it on purpose because it's funny. No, it's not funny. It's just wrong. This is not intended. This is not a pun, right? It was not supposed to be a pun. It's just bad. Anyways, I just happened to notice that. That is probably the worst translation I've ever seen on a German card, next to maybe only Totally Awesome. I think Totally Awesome might be worse, but yeah. What's Toad in German? I can't even explain how, like, the thing is, Toad in German is krötelig umwerfend, which is, it does not make any sense. It does not make any sense. Toad is Kröte. What do you mean it's the same pun? No, it's not the same pun. Totally refers to another word. Totally is a pun of totally. But there is no word that krötelig refers to. It doesn't make sense. There is no adjective that this refers to. It's stupid. The pun, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. There was at some point, Eugen at some point came up with a better name for Totally Awesome in German, but I forgot what it was. I forgot what it was. I forgot what it was. I forgot. I really forgot what it was. I'll have to ask him at some point. But yeah. Some of you are telling me to read Firewall Defensor, so I guess I'll read Firewall Defensor. In all fairness, it is hard. It is hard to make that wordplay work in German. All right, chat. We have 20 minutes until Cyberstorm Axis openings. And we're going to quickly look at some of the rest in Cyberstorm Axis, because I don't think there's anything else we can really do in this 20 minutes, so let's just talk about the game, you know? If this card is sent to the grave as link material for a Cybers monster, you can special summon a Firewall monster from your deck except Defensor. You cannot special summon monsters to turn you activate this effect except Cybers. If a Firewall monster you control will be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish this card from your grave instead. I love that design. I absolutely love that design. This finally gives... This gives Cybers decks finally exactly what they needed, right? The one thing that Cybers decks needed was one card combo starters that lead to turns that are as long as possible. That's exactly what I wanted, what I wished for Cybers decks, right? That is a design like no other, never seen before. Genius concept. I like that so much. They should do more of these. If this card is sent to the graveyard as link material for a Cybers monster, you can add a Cynet spell trap from your deck to your hand, then discard a card. You can banish this card from your grave during the end phase of this turn, shuffle a Cybers from the graveyard into the deck. I like that even more, right? Because now we can like start with Firewall Defensor, link it off, special Firewall Phantom, link that off, add a Cynet spell from... You see how... Oh, that's cool, that's cool. Now we can like... we can like finally play for forever, right? I wonder if you could actually like play your entire turn off of one card. Wouldn't that be just sick? Wouldn't that be so cool? Like what if they just made decks that can draw one starter card and like 4 non-engine and just like play for 10 minutes? I feel like that would be outstanding card design. Outstanding card design. I love that. In all seriousness, though, if there's one change I can make to Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm deleting the Cybers type. I'm deleting the Cybers type. I am sacrificing the Salamangrate. You know, I'm sacrificing all of the Salamangrates for the greater good. I know. We'll just make Salamangrate Pyros, chat. We'll just errata Salamangrates to be Pyro. It's all good. No problem. We don't care. They are now Pyro monsters. We are saved. And we delete the entire Cybers. You know. We even get bonus points for deleting Ibli as well. Because fuck that card. Cybers did nothing good for this game. Marincess to Aqua as well. I don't care. You can keep Marincess. Yeah, you can keep Marincess if you want to. Exactly. Cybers never existed. We don't talk about it. No, delete Marincess too. Do you like illusionist cards? Yeah, I like that type. That type sounds cool, you know? The illusion type seems cool so far. I really like that they gave him that. I like that they gave him that little thingy where they cannot die by battle and they also can't destroy other stuff by battle. I think that is a very, very cool design twist to a type. Because, you know, it just makes sense. They're illusions. They're not real. They can't die, but they also can't kill anything. I think that's a very cute design thingy, right? I like that. Do you think Cybers would be fine if there were no Link 1 monster? Yeah, probably. I think Link 1's except for the M word, archetype, most Cybers decks would be fine if there wasn't a Link 1, yeah. You know that later they will throw that mechanic? I mean, they might. They very well might, but yeah. Alright, I think it's pointless. I think it's pointless to talk about more cards from Cyberstorm Access, because honestly, the rest is just not as exciting. The rest is probably filler. So now we have like a solid 15 minutes where I guess you can just throw questions at me and we can just talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't that sound great? Until we have the openings. I have no other reactions or whatever prepared, so now we just need to wait for the full spoilers of Cyberstorm Access. The thing is... Oh, are you? I'm great, thank you. How are you? I am doing good. Did you go through the Red Dragon Archfiend support? Yes, I have. I have talked about that before. It should be up on either the VOD channel or the Plus channel on YouTube. You can go ! YouTube to check that out. Tielemans post Sayag. No. Opinions on Max C. I think it is better if they don't bring it back. Short answer. Will you ever make guides for Master Duel decks? I am planning more Master Duel content if it is well received on my YouTube. Yes, I will start making some Master Duel content. Because I do play Master Duel a fair amount, and especially this upcoming month, right, with the World Championship qualifiers, we're going to play a more Master Duel than usual. So I think we're going to start Master Duel content a little bit more next month. Are you going to any nationals? I'm going to German nationals, yes. German nationals. When are you getting married? Well, we're already engaged, but we don't have a date yet. So I don't know. Banlist predictions? That video, good question. That video is releasing today or tomorrow. Is Chad invited? we'll we stream it, and like right when we're like in front of the thingy, you guys just start playing the remix and all that type of shit. You cannot be invited. It's not, you cannot do it. You could not hold back. You would redeem remix and wombo combo every time in the worst possible spots. We can't do it. I would do it. I know you would. I know you would. Oh no. I think there is parts in life where as a streamer you draw the line. And I think your wedding is one of those. I don't know. I have a feeling that your wedding is one of those where you draw that line. How old are you? I'm 27. I hope your ring won't be circular, or we'll make sure it's not circular. We'll make sure the ring is not circular. Is circular invited? No, circular at my wedding is exactly what he should be in Yu-Gi-Oh! He's banned. Have you seen anything about Labyrinth in Cyberstorm Access format? Not really. It doesn't really do that much in the OCG yet. On the other hand, I don't see why it would get much worse. Like, it's probably still fine like it is right now. I don't think it gets much worse. The birth of Josh Jr. is legit? No, at this point in time, I do not want any kids. Gone over the Edison deck lists from the tournament. Only my own list so far. I don't have all the top 16 decks yet, but I will get them. I will get all the top 16 decks. Do you both agree on that? Yeah, we do. Hold up. Let me quickly check if I've already gotten the deck lists. No, I have not. I have not. Do you think Draco Samurai could be decent? It has Village as an option against Purely and protects Fight Rainbow with Sky Iris. I don't know. It sounds like that deck would be very bad going second. Will they go on format library? They probably will be posted on like they'll definitely be posted on edisonformat.com. But you can also see them. I'll show them on stream. I'll post them on my Discord. You'll see them. Is that spreadsheet still being updated? I think Septo was in the process of moving, and that might have been the reason why it's not updated. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with the situation. He has no internet. Okay, then, you know, that's probably the reason. That's probably the reason for no updates on the spreadsheet, which, you know, I don't know how long that situation is going to last. Do you play League of Legends? I do not play League of Legends. I am usually pretty bad at all kinds of games that require any sort of, you know, finger dexterity, whatnot. I'm good at logic games. I'm not very good at everything else. Like everything else, I'm not very good at. I'm pretty mediocre at all those other things. Okay, waiver. I clicked on this video, okay? I clicked on this video, and I'm offering you something. I'm offering you something, okay? I will watch it. I will watch it on stream, but after we've watched it, chat gets to vote on whether you're banned for a day. Do you accept the offer? We go in? We go in. Okay. The video is called... The video is called Raz Disciple Lock in Mathmech, question mark. New firewall card combos. I wonder if Waiver is going to be around the next 24 hours, chat. I think I already know the answer, but we'll see. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out.
The 250th YCS series behind us, it seems like a good time to look ahead to the next set.
Bro, this is
Access,
22
and
minutes.
see what improvements we can make to Mathmech. Now, if you've been watching the channel for a while, you'll know that I'm a big fan of Mathmech, as is a number of members of the team, Aegis. And Cyberstorm actually has some really interesting cards that can further the strategy going on to the next. Applied to them is just full standard. So, ones that you want to so, Loki, remember how and do other.
Bro, show the combo.
If you do, Guardian from Phantom. This is also a new card. It's the first one you probably figured out of Cynet Mining, which also allows you to search for any level 4 or lower Cyber monster by sending a card from your hand to the graveyard. You can also technically search for Cynet Ritual, however we have other monsters. This one is a one-card defenser line, and it's just a standard one-card line that does the things that Mathmech normally does without playing too many bricks. So we're going to start off by normal summoning a defenser and turning it into a link 1 in Salamangreat Balinks. We're then using defenser to special summon a monster from the deck in Guardian. We're using Balinks here because I forgot to swap out the link 1s when I went to record this video. Balinks can be link Grebo or any other monster. And if you are playing Salamangreat Sentry, which you can do because it is a free discard in a lot of the lines, you could search for a Sentry here, and it also chain blocks the defenser if you want to go down that line. We're going to special summon the Foul Guardian here, and we're going to link the Balinks and the Guardian into a Splash Mage, as I mentioned earlier. Since the Guardian was used as link material, it's going to special summon itself back, and then we can use the Splash Mage to special summon back this copy of Defenser. From here, we can overlay Defenser and Guardian for an Allen version, and use the effect to search for a copy of Mathmech Circular. From here, we can use the Mathmech Circular's effect to dump a Nabla to the graveyard and special summon the Circular. We're going to use Allen version's effect to trigger itself to special summon back this copy of Nabla, which triggers our Circular to be able to search for a copy of Super Factorial. We want to use Nabla here rather than Sigma because the Sigma can't special summon itself back because the Splash Mage is in the EMZ, and Nabla is also going to allow us to get diameter and into rotation and giving us a total of 3 Mathmech monsters for the Super Factorial. So from here, we're going to use not the Circular effect, but turn the Circular and the Splash Mage into a Cyberburst Wicked and use the Nabla to trigger itself off to special summon back the deck. This will trigger our Cyberburst Wicked to be able to banish our Allen version from the graveyard and add a copy of Mathmech Diameter as a follow-up. From here, we can turn the Diameter and the Wicked into a Heat Soul, use the effect to draw a card slowly, and then we can set the Super Factorial on pass turn. So we end with the Heat Soul Super Factorial combo, which is pretty much the standard line that most Mathmech lists are using at the minute. It's the one that I use for the 250th YCS, and it's the one that Toby used for the 250th YCS. And this represents an additional draw for more hand traps and a Super Factorial, which is going to send a, monster, a card from opponent's monster zone, spell trap zone around the hand, and being non-negate because we have Diameter in graveyard. Pretty boring combo, pretty standard, but if you wanted to go bare bones and not play so many bricks to make the deck more consistent, this is probably the combo you're going to be using with Defenser. Still pretty strong. The second combo is going to be Defenser plus a discard. And this one is going to use a few more bricks, but it's going to end on a much better board. So we're going to start by normal summoning Defenser and turning it into a link 1, in this case Balinks. We're going to use Channel 1 Defenser and Channel 2 Balinks to add the Salamangreat Sentry and special summon a Firewall Phantom from our deck. From here, we can link the Phantom and the Balinks away to go into a copy of Cyber Switch. We can then use Phantom's effect to add a copy of Cynet Mining and discard this Salamangreat Sentry. We can then use the Mining to pitch the other discard in the hand impermanence to add a copy of Mathmech Circular. From here, we can use Circular's effect to send a Nabla to the graveyard as we did previously and special summon the Circular to the zone the Witch points to so we can trigger it, banishing the Sentry in our graveyard to add a Cyber Sage and a copy of Ritual. If you don't know what Witch does, essentially it has to banish a spell from the graveyard to add a Ritual, a Cyber Ritual and a Cyberburst Ritual monster, and these are the ones we're going for in this combo line. If Witch uses first effects, it can also special summon a monster from the graveyard, which we're going to do here, special summoning the Nabla, which allows us to trigger the Circular to search for a Super Factorial. From here, we're going to use Nabla's effect, triggering itself to summon a Diameter from the deck and overlay for a copy of Prime Mathmech Allen version. We can then use Allen version's effect to search for a copy of Diameter. From here, we can use Silent Ritual, pitching the Diameter in our hand to special summon this copy of Sage, and then we can use Allen version's effect to trigger itself to special summon back a copy of Circular. We can then use the Sage, banishing the Phantom and the Allen version in our graveyard to be able to fusion summon our copy of Cyberburst Disarm 1. Fortunately, here we're not going to be able to use the effect to special summon a Cyberburst monster from hand since we don't have one, but if you did have one, you could use it for further extension. From here, we're going to use the Sage and the Disarm 1 to go into a copy of Wind Pegasus Attic Nista. This is going to allow us to trigger the Sage to add back a Diameter from our graveyard to our hand as follow-up, since we already have one in the graveyard alongside the Circulars on the field to be able to have our Super Factorial be live. From here, we're going to link off the Mathmech Circular for the Link Decoder, and then link the entire board, not the entire board away, sorry, the Wicked and the other monster for Protect Code Talker. This will trigger our Decoder to be able to summon himself back, and then we can link the entirety of the board away for a copy of Firewall Dragon Dark Fluid. Firewall Dragon Dark Fluid will trigger his effect here, and we can place 3 counters on him since we have a Synchro, Fusion, and a Ritual in our graveyard, and this is going to give him 3 negates. I don't think I read this card in deck building, so we'll just read it here. If this card is link summoned, you can place counters on this card equals the number of different types of Cyber monsters in your graveyard, Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, or XZ. This card gains 2,500 attacks, each counter on it during the battle phase only. When your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, you remove 1 counter from this card, negate the activation. Also, if this effect was activated between this card's attack declaration and the end of the damage step, this card can make another attack in a row. So essentially, this is Appaloosa. It's got 3 materials on it, and it can remove a counter to negate a monster effect. We can now use the Protect Code Toolkit in the graveyard's effect, banishing the Witch and the Balinks to special summon him back, which is going to allow us to protect our Dragon Dark Fluid from being destroyed by battle or be targeted.
Thank God I got an ad that killed me, dude.
We have Super Factorial, which can special summon the inflation in our opponent's turn to both remove cards and be an omni-negate. Protect Code Talker, which is protecting our Dark Fluid from
Someone just said, thank God I got an ad. This ad is pretty interesting.
We also have the Diameter in our hand as a follow-up, so we can also summon this to be able to OTK our opponent on the crackback if we have
Oh, God damn it,
Right, we've got the third combo here, and this is the one I like to call the thumbnail bit. So this is circular plus any discard. Technically, it could be circular on its own if you want to play Balinks and the Sunlight Grid Sanctuary to search, but assuming you don't, make the same circular and discard. So we're going to special summon the circular by sending a Sigma to the graveyard, and then we're going to use the Sigma and graveyard to special summon itself back, triggering the circular, allowing us to search for a copy of Mathematic Equation. We have to search for Mathematic Equation here because we do need a spell to banish off the Cyberburst Witch. But we're going to make a link disciple and then special summon back the circular with the equation to make a devotee, triggering the mandatory effect of devotee to lock us into link to a lowers, and then disciple away the devotee, drawing a card and putting it back.
How is 2 times speed not even enough for this shit? How?
Token in the disciple away to go into the and then turn this token into a copy of Link Revo. This could be a Balinks to search for a Sanctuary, but it's not really needed. We can then trigger the Wicket to banish a monster from our graveyard to search for a Cyberburst Tuner, and that is Mathematic Diameter. We haven't normal summoned yet, so we can, after we link into a Cyberburst Witch, normal summon this.
Please stop summoning.
Banishing the equation from our graveyard and search for a copy of Paladin Storm Dragon and Silent Ritual. Now,
please, I'm begging.
Silent Ritual. At the start of the damage step, this card attacks a monster, you return that monster to the hand.
What the hell is that card?
Monster from your hand or deck, but it cannot activate its effects this turn, and you can only use each effect of Paladin Storm Dragon once per turn. So this is going to allow us to get into our copy of Phantom. But first, we need to overlay for a copy of Prime Mathematic version for 3 materials.
Delete Cybers from the game.
And would you believe it, but a level 4 monster happens to be Ra's Disciple. We can then use the Silent Ritual, pitching this Disciple as the cost to summon this Paladin, and use the effect to special summon a Phantom. It can't use its effects on the field, but as soon as it hits the graveyard, it's a new card, so we can use its effects. So we're going to use the Witch's second effect here, since we did search for Ritual Monster spell with its first effect, turns back circular, and we can link the circular and the Phantom away for a copy of IP Master Arena. From here, we can trigger Phantom's effect to add a Signet spell trap, and we're going to add Circuit, discarding this Ash Blossom in our hands, and set the Signet Circuit. This is the Cyberburst whatever that random card's called, we've got Expulsion, where we can target 5 with a monster and special summon any number of monsters from our graveyard to your place field. We're going to pass turn to our opponents here, and after they've made their first action, we're going to use IP Masquerade's effect to link off our entire board and special summon a copy of Dark Fluid. And Dark Fluid is going to use its effect to gain tokens, or gain counters, sorry, and Silent Circuit is going to allow us to special summon 3 monsters from our graveyard, 2 to our field, and 1 to our opponents. So we're going to use Circuit first, and we're going to summon this Ra's Disciple, give it to our opponent, and then special summon back a Phantom and a Link Revo. And then we can put the counters on our Dark Fluid since we have a XZ and a Ritual in our graveyard, which is going to give him 2 monster negates. Obviously, if you give your opponent Ra's Disciple, they cannot special summon monsters, and they also can't tribute this card anything other than a God card, which nobody's going to be playing, unless they're playing Sphere mode, I guess, even then they have to get 2 materials on the field to tribute. Yeah, this is quite strong, isn't it? Why do Konami keep printing cards, which are just expulsion at home? But yeah, so we special Ra's Disciple to our opponent's fields, they can't special summon monsters, and we summon to our field a Linger Revo and a Firewolf Phantom. The Firewolf Phantom represents follow-up, since when it goes to graveyard, we can add a Silent Spell Trap, so we can add a copy of Silent Mining, which is allows us to get to Diameter, which is going to allow us to continue on with our plays in the next turn. Very likely our opponent's going to kill us through Ra's Disciple. We have the Dark Fluid, which is 2 negates of monsters, and during the battle phase, for some reason, it's 8,000 attack, because that's fair, I guess. And Link Revo, which hypothetically negates a evenly matched if our opponent has Droplet descends the Ra's Disciple. You can special summon any of these cards back instead of Link Revo, but Link Revo actually does do something. You can summon back a Link 2 to have further Link material for the next turn, but I don't think that's highly relevant when we have Firewolf Phantom to search for a card. But yeah, that's the final combo, and just off of 1 card and a discard, 1 card if you want to play Silent Sanctuary, we're able to Ra's Disciple lock our opponent with follow-up to kill them, which is quite strong. But also you have to play quite a few bricks, so whether this combo is actually going to be relevant moving forward.
Elbow, thank you for the 6 months. You did this to yourself, Waver. I asked you beforehand. I knew what was gonna happen. Okay, 07. 07. It's close. Yeah, it's close. The community is divided. Bro, I swear, I'm only doing all this. I'm building reach in the Yu-Gi-Oh community and all that stuff. I'm building a community just so that at some point I can make a petition to remove Cybers from the game. Yeah, Waver apparently has 34 alt accounts. I don't think anyone else would ever wait for that. You know. Waver, you have like, I don't know, what is that? 20 seconds left to say your last words? What do you mean? That was a sick video. Okay, you're dying on that hill. You're dying on that hill, I see. All right, Waver. Talk to you on Wednesday. See you on Wednesday, Waver. Bye-bye. 07. All right, it's now almost 5, so we should have the openings in a second. All right. Cyberstorm Axis opening. Let me see. Now we wait. Now we wait for the openings. Are they here? Not yet. Isn't it 5 UK? It should be now. It used to always be 5 my time. They are here. Lithium is online. Oh, is there a yo? What's up, guys? Where is it? Lithium. I hope there's a yo. What's up, guys? Hold up. I can't see it. I can't see the lithium one. Someone link me the lithium one. I can't. There's nothing here for me. There it is. Okay, weird. I couldn't see it. I still can't see it. Yeah, I still can't see it, but here it is. All right, lean back. There has to be a yo, what's up, guys?
Yo, what's up guys, welcome back. So our
Good
new
one
set,
today.
our next set here in the TCG is going to be Cyberstorm Access, and I'm looking forward to this one. A couple of reasons. First of all is that of course a couple of new archetypes, new synchro-based archetypes, at least a new synchro-based archetype, a new these new upgrades for Satellanites as well. So looking forward to those, and of course maybe some new cards as well. So we'll see. Huge shout out to Konami for sending over 2 boxes like always. Plus there's also going to be a giveaway. Like always, you know, check out the pinned comment for more information. So without further ado, let's zoom in into the first box. Alright, so first box, let's take a look. As always, right, let's open up the first 3 packs together. And then, well, all the other packs are already open, but again, I have no clue what's going on.
Once again, I know some of this has been spoiled already. But I don't know any. I avoided all the spoilers. And so most of this is completely new to me. Most of the rarities that we haven't seen in the reveal videos. Will you open some? I will open at least a box at release.
To be in them. Nemliria. That's, you know, that's that should be new for us here. Okay, so Manadium. Okay, that's the new synchro-based archetype. You know, level 8, level 10.
Mikanko
so
is a common. Bestial Allure is super rare. Trap Track's a common.
Okay, so this one is a common. I expected this one to be a secret rare. Break Heart. I'm not so sure if you're... oh, new Amazement as well. Right, so speaking of the new, you know, new cards for us TCG players, I will come back to those at the end of the video. So right
I'll have an
after the
English box.
Enthusiasts. Oh, is that new?
Is that new? 85? That's a new card, right? Yes? Oh, okay. If a monster you control is destroyed by your opponent's attack or card effect, place face up in your field zone a field spell from your deck with a different name than the cards in the field zones, then reveal 5 monsters from your deck that can be special summoned with different names from each other. Your opponent randomly picks one for you to special summon. Is that an import? Or is it a, you know, it's completely new? Okay. It's not that exciting. It's not that exciting for a trap card. Really not.
Ring a bell, yup, that's new. New Frontier, Circuit, and Wannabe. Okay.
Wannabe is a super rare. The new gold price common.
We'll
What
get
was
to those
that?
in a couple of moments.
What was that? Was new? Was there something new in there?
Open together, and then, you know, to the pile here on my left side. That's the first box, right? So again, more. Okay, Gunkan as well. Double hooking. Sign it rollback. We'll see in a couple of moments if that's new.
Hatsugai. Okay, this is
so
where.
There's a new gold pride. We'll get to those in a couple of moments. Okay, so Grand Solfa chords. So new Solfa chords as well. Amazement, dual avatar, and.
Wait, that's new. They did not really call it Malong.
As well.
They did not call it Malong. Chad, have you seen Malong? Have you seen Malong? I won't say it. If this card is special summoned, you can increase or decrease its level by 1. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one face-up card your opponent controls, I assume. Return it to the hand. You can only use this effect of Golden Cloud Beast Malong once per turn. Why did they call it Malong? Why did you do that?
And
It's not that bad
Let's
because it's a tuner
continue.
too.
Alright, so any cards I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to the new synchro based one, right? The new synchro archetype, the level 2 ones. Harvest Angel of Doom again doesn't ring a bell. You'll see at the end. That's
Sakitama is a common. All right.
More Kashtira cards. Okay. Let's see. Reinforce, Bunny Ear. You already saw that one. More Gungan. Okay. Beast.
That have we looked at? I guess I need to look at the set number for this.
Let's see. Reinforce.
That's an
Bunny Ear, you already
import.
saw that
Okay.
one. More Gungan.
96. Yeah, the number tells me whether a card is new or not. If this card is normal or special, you can target a beast, beast warrior, winged beast, insect, or plant in your grave. Send a monster from your deck to the graveyard, the same original type. If this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can add a beast, beast warrior from your deck to your hand, except... okay, this is not that great. No. It's level 2.
Beast types.
Pog.
Level 2, so no ultra just yet.
What the hell is pig iron?
Right, we are getting
Oh,
super
that's a
heavy spawn.
common.
You know, the big support. I'm looking forward to that one as well. I'm not so sure about.
I'm
the
not
correct
looking
name.
forward
It's
to that
basically
one.
a one-card combo featuring the new, super heavy samurai. So Gold Pride. Okay, this is a new one. We'll
That
get to
came
those
out of
in a couple
nowhere.
Let's see. New Gold Pride is an ultra rare. Oh, I'm looking forward to this one. We tried out the first wave, but we'll see. You know, new
Which
cards, so
XYZ?
we'll see
Where?
about that.
I'm missing
I'm
the
looking
new
forward-
cards.
This is a new. It's basically a one-card combo featuring the new,
Oh, this thing. Oh, okay.
super.
No, I had the perfect frame and I clicked play. There it is. You can detach a material from this card. Target a level 5 monster in the graveyard, probably. Special summon it to either field. If a face-up level 5 you control is destroyed by battle, I assume, or leaves the field by an opponent's card effect. While you control this monster, you can add to your hand special summon level 5 monster from your deck. You can only use effect. Detach, target level 5. That seems okay. Not crazy,
Super heavy
though.
samurai. So Gold Pride. Okay, this is a new one. We tried out the first wave, but we'll see. You know, new cards, so we'll see at the end. Okay, hopefully it's going to be good. Okay, let's continue. Double hooking. Protect Coach Talker. Okay, Pearly. Okay, new Pearly support.
That's a common? Oh, that's good. That's so good. I have all the old ones already. I have the core already. Oh, that's nice.
Right? It's probably
The
going to
memory too?
be a top tier contender, Pearly. You know, it kind of reminds me of Zodiac in some way. So more super heavy samurai.
Okay, the
sweet
motorbike is a
dreams,
common.
and, okay, Fearless. This is one of the level 2s. Like, what is it called? Manadium. Manadium. It kind of reminds me of like Sagi the Dark Clown, right? When
You can move with... Wait, really? You can move frames in YouTube? Interesting. I never knew
like
that.
in this case,
How is
these
that?
guys are destroyed. You can special summon the other one from the deck or another one from the deck with the same name. You know, basically easy. Oh, Singularity. Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay,
that's a stinker secret.
I'll
It's
take
like
this
not
one.
bad.
So let's
Not
see. Fire
bad,
Ring
but
Singularity.
it's like...
The Link 6, right? Yup, Link 6.
I never knew you could go frame by frame. This changes everything. I'm a pro React dandy now. Look at this. Look at me reacting so well to this. Okay, crazy. Okay, this is, I think, a worse secret rare than World Dragon Zealantis. To put it into perspective, roughly. But it's not
Really
terrible.
nice.
It's gonna be like
so the
cheap,
first
though.
secret is pulled. So one of a couple of secrets is known being kind of expected, right? Seeing that this new virtual world as well. Okay, fusion duplication. Oh, Morganite is in here. Isn't Morganite? That's the name. Morganite. Okay,
Bro, why are we pogging so hard at Morganite? That card is ass. Stop.
maybe something for Monarchs, right? Gives you like an extra normal summon every turn. Draw 2 during a regular draw phase. Oh, sweet. And it's only a super. Okay,
He
I kinda
pogged
expected-
so hard at that Morganite. He pogged so hard. He ignored the fact that the purely memory spell is a common and just pogged the hell out at Morganite being a super rare. That's great. I love that. JM Gamer, thank you for the 8 months.
This one to be a secret.
He's a Monarch player, yeah.
Another, okay, Libromancer. Okay, let's see. More Libromancers. Origin story.
The origin story is not bad,
huge.
but...
Okay, that's an ultra rare. So that's 2 ultras and 1 secret. Let's continue. Duplex, Gold Pride. Does it ring a bell?
That's new. That's new. I don't remember. Number 95, yeah, that's new. Adularia of the June Moon. If you control a face-up card in your spell and trap zone, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon this once per turn this way. Gain 600 attack for each face-up spell and trap on the field. You can send 2 face-up cards from your spell and trap zone to the graveyard. Send a level 4 or lower monster from your deck to the graveyard. You can only use this effect of Adularia once per turn. That's an interesting card. It's an import, so it's not a world premiere card. But that could still be somewhat interesting. No, foolish, but it's as because level 5. We'll see. I don't know. It's not a it's definitely not a bad card though. It has potential, right?
It's a new card as well. Okay, we'll come back to those in a couple of more. Is this the one? No, that's not the one. That's not the one. No, the one that facilitates those one card plays, right? Crazy cards. Oh, please. Like that's the one I definitely want to pull. Oh, this is the Destiny draw for the archetype. Right, new tellers.
Super rare, okay, makes sense.
New Satellanites. I guess with, the OG Satellite cards, you're also main decking the Constellars, right? I'm not so sure about their correct names. Oh, okay.
Ooh, that's a good looking secret.
Despian cards. It doesn't ring a bell, right? New Synchro. Oh, yeah, it does ring a bell. Despian, Lulu, well, Lilith. Okay, so 2 secrets.
That's a good looking secret.
The Despian one. Okay, so 2 secrets for the first box. I think we still need to pull 2 ultras, if I'm not mistaken. That new, okay, this is definitely a 3-off. It's only a super. Burly is a common. Okay,
very low rarities on mana though, but we knew that.
New cards in Sword Soul. So let's continue. Rebirth of the 7 Emperors, more Firewall cards, Super Heavy Samurai. So I think we pulled every of the new Super Heavy Samurais, but not the 1-card starter. More Gold Brides. Okay, we'll come back to those in a couple of moments at the end. So that's another ultra rare for Gold Bride. They got a couple of secrets, right, in our previous set. More Gungan, the Bestial Alluber. Burly is only a common. More Dynamorphia support. Okay, couple of packs left. Let's see. Circuits. Rollback.
It doesn't look like a set where you need to invest a whole lot to get hold of most of the cards that you need. I don't think. What is even as of now? What's even like a huge chase card in this set? I don't think there is anything that's like to the level of Thrust or like Pearl Rhino or the other planet, Chaos Angel. But you need one. You need one. I don't think it compares.
New tellers?
This Potter also, you only need one.
More Burly, all common, right? I'm not so sure.
You don't. There's nothing like crazy that you need 3 copies of.
Then Lyria, okay, dream-based archetype.
I feel like.
Let's see, 2 packs.
Quem gonna be 50 plus?
Right? So
really?
Okay, another Gold Bride, another Ultra.
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll come back to those in a couple of moments, right? At the end, after the second box. It seems that Gold Brides got the
set his ass. No, I actually like that. I think that's cool. I think it's nice. What the hell is Wish Dragon? You can tribute this card special summon 2 dragon tokens. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except level 5 or higher. Is that import? Okay. Yeah, it's not that great though.
And Wish Dragon. Okay. So I think, again, another Super Heavy Samurai. So we might have pulled all the Super Heavy Samurais other than, your 1-card starter. So that's it for the first box after the second box. Alright, box number 2. So let's see what other secrets. Again, Manadium. Oh, come on, those Manadiums. I'm looking forward to those, right? New Frontier, Virtual World, Fearless, and did I miss something? Okay, Fearless, yeah, okay, nice. Alright, so Fearless, that's the second copy of Fearless. They also got another one, another level 2, which I think can double its level, right? Okay, more Gungan, Bunny Ear. Okay, Morganite, that's nice.
Pog, Morganite, Pog!
Potential for Monarchs, I don't know. The extra normal summon, the extra draw during the draw phase. I think we already saw this one, more Spirits, more Pearly. So again, I'm not so sure if Pearly get more extra deck monsters. I think so. Super Heavy Samurai, let's continue. Oh, this is new. Sacred.
I've seen this before. This is an import, I think. This is not a world premiere card. 2+ level 4 2 plus level 4 monsters. Detach a material from this card. Target a normal trap in your grave. Place it on the bottom of the deck, then draw a card. If a normal trap is activated, except during the damage step, you can detach a material from an XYZ you control, and if you do, special summon a level 4 from your hand. I feel like the reason why they put this into this set is trap tricks. I don't know if this makes the deck much better, but it seems like you could play that as an option. I feel like you could play that one as an option. That seems like a good option for trap tricks deck.
Cheap. Alright, ring 4. Okay. Fusions. Come on. I believe the synchro-based archetype also got a new fusion as well, which can be used or can be summoned off of Contact Fusion Origin Story.
I'm a little worried because we have not seen the Super Heavy Samurai scale yet, the small scale. I'm not sure if that's a secret. That'd be annoying.
Okay.
Serdnas, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Let's continue. Come on. Oh, Tri-Brigade
Roar.
Not so sure, how competitive Tri-Brigade is going to be after this. Okay,
S-Force Night Chaser, that's a skip in Card Guesser, easy clap.
More support. come on. We can go as well. Okay, we can go rollback.
Sign at rollback.
Vanadium. I think Vanadium.
We know
that's,
all the
how it's
secrets.
pronounced.
Well, I
They,
don't
they'll
yet.
also be getting noob spells.
But
We
if
saw
you
the
have a
Konami
list,
Destiny drop, but they got,
you can send me
two
on
others. Okay, that's a
Discord.
list.
That'd be hype.
They also got like one that destroys one of your cards. And what's the other one? It's a field spell. Their field spell is solid. But that's probably going to be a secret. That might be a secret. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, almost halfway. Super Heavy Samurai. This is the fusion. This is the fusion I spoke
That
about.
looks good. Like I said, that looks good. We knew this one, but that looks nice.
Starfrost, and then one monster with 1500 attack and 2100 defense. So that's basically your Visa Starfrost, if I'm not mistaken, or at least for this in-based archetype. Not the Visa Starfrost, but what should we call it? The Scareclaw cards. Those were the names. As I was looking for. Bunny Ear. Oh, Bee Trooper. Okay, that's only a super. That's actually a good fusion. You can summon it with instant fusion if I'm not mistaken. So that's solid. The new Bee Trooper fusion as well. So Saturnus. Okay, come on. We already got. Oh,
Thank you for the 2-1.
We already saw this one in the first box.
Kizan,
so
appreciate you.
It's actually good support for the tellers, featuring the new Constellars as well. The Bestial Allure. Yep, so we saw that one in the first box. I think almost halfway. Come on, the new Super Heavy Samurai. Come on, come on. Are we able to pull that one? New Infinite Track. Okay.
That's
another Ultra.
I don't remember reading that, but I think that was known already. That's not a new card.
Secrets.
I just don't think it was exciting.
Okay, let's continue. I guess the new Super Heavy Samurai is going to be a secret rare as well. A couple of the synchro-based archetype. Here it is. It's
a super rare. Actually, I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that. I changed my mind. I was pogging for a second, but I want people to, if they want to play that shit, they should spend their life savings on it. Unfortunate, actually. Never mind.
Only a super. Oh, it's only a super, guys. It's only a super. Okay. Wakaushi. This is your one-card starter. This is going to turn over the format, like the whole, format wide. At least it's going to, break the format wide open. Yep.
I'm joking.
Super,
calm down.
Only a super, but not in the first box. So
I think that's good.
One in the second box, but these are randomized. So let's see. Let's continue. Okay. Okay. The new Ultra. So 2 Super Heavy Samurais back. New synchro. I need to get myself into the new combos right. Super Heavy Samurai, I think. Maybe 1 Ultra left and 1 Secret, I think. Meek, is this a new one? Yeah, that's a new one. So both of the, Manadians are super. Again, very similar to, Pet and the Dark Clown. They will search.
Didn't Lithium reveal the Manadiums? I'm pretty sure Lithium did the Manadium reveal. Why is he surprised by the rarities?
Each other, right? Or at least they search one another of the same name.
Oh, super rare Pog. I knew this, but anyways.
I think tellers are pretty competitive, especially with this.
Maybe he did the opening beforehand.
Yeah, maybe. You definitely want to, what is it? Is it Sheridan? Sheridan, the one? The Stratos one for that archetype. Definitely get it now. Rebirth, we saw that one before. More Firewall, a couple of
Yo, Pizza Sandwich. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back.
Come on. Okay, Teller Knights, right? And I think the last pick. Okay, let's see. Vanadium, Super Heavy Samurai. Okay. So
Ringo Worms and Ultra. Okay, not bad.
Ultra.
That's an okay Ultra.
Okay, so this is pretty cool, right? It's another tuner, basically. Okay.
That looks cool. That looks good as Ultra.
Alright, to conclude the video, so let's take a look. The new cards here for us TCG players. So Gold Pride, Chariot Carry. That's new Exceed, the 2 level 3 monsters.
Alright, so does anyone have a list? Which Rev's opening? Okay, hold up. Revs cards. I don't want to look at too many openings. Opening Cyberstorm Axis. Unbelievable. Okay.
Subscribe.
Cyberstorm Access is finally here, and with it, a brand new competitive format. There are a lot of cool cards and archetypes in this set, and I'm hoping to pick up exactly
it
what I need to
actually
pick
is? Okay, let's see if I can
2 early
believe
boxes
it.
to crack open. And if you hit this button, we might pull a Starlight Rare.
You know, it's a great feeling when a new set comes out that makes your deck better. That's how we feel today with our branded deck. Guiding Coin the Virtuous, Despian Lulu Lilith. There is so many nice cards in this set for a lot of different archetypes actually that make them all better. You got Parley, Super Heavy Samurai, lots of good stuff in here, and we're going to be opening, of course, 2 boxes, thanks to Konami. 48 packs. Can we pull a Starlight for the first time since Eternity Codes? It's been that long. But yeah, I do want to pick up all of the branded stuff here, and also...
What do you mean it's that long? I've never pulled a Starlight in my life.
Bestial stuff, Bestial Dispater. Honestly, so many good cards for so many different decks in this set.
Have you pulled a Starlight Rare yet, chat? I've never pulled a
as well. It's really cool when I pick up that, because that deck looks really fun to play. So that's also stuff to look out for. Obviously, we also have the imports and World Premier cards potentially. We'll have a look. It's just gonna be a good old time. A good old Cyberstorm Access pack opening time. So, of course, we'll go through all the commons in the first box and then just kind of skip to the holos in the second box, or maybe halfway through the first box. Depends if we start seeing the same commons over and over again. But let's get into it. Guiding Quaim, Despian Lulu, and then pretty much sorted for the early release weekend. Let's go. Okay, so we have a double hooking. Was that Terror King Summon, or am I just dumb? Kitsune Hitsunebi. What is this, dude? All face-up monsters on the field become fire. Okay, that might have some fun applications. Huli, the dual Mekanko. Oh yeah, we got more Mekankos in here. One of my local boys plays Mekanko, and dude, it's such an annoying deck to play against. Etude of the Branded, our first branded card, common, of course. And we have S-Force, Night Chaser. We have some S-Force cards in here. Very cool. Like I said, so many new cards for so many existing archetypes. I don't think a link 1 pointing down is a bad thing whatsoever. So very nice super rare from our first pack here. We have the Vanadium, a great card.
A link 1 pointing down is not a bad thing whatsoever.
Brightest Blazing Branded King, what pack? We got 2 branded cards. Let's go. Kashtira Extra and Sword Soul Punishment. Dude, look at that artwork. That's crazy. We got Lilith in the artwork there. Insane. Let's go. Okay, next pack. This is so exciting, man. I love opening new sets. We have Gold Pride. It's neck and neck. The trap card. We got New Frontier, the other common, the artwork that suggests maybe we see more from Albaz and Ecclesia. Who knows? We have, already seen that. Signet Circuit. We have a bunch of Firewall cards in here, of course, as you can tell from the front of the pack. We have full active Duplex. Oh, yes, dude, let's go! Secret Rare, Despian Lulu Lilith. That's perfect, man. Okay, we just need Guiding Quaim now. Oh my god, okay, second pack. We got one of the most important cards that we need. Let's go, dude. Oh my goodness, that's going straight in my deck. Amazement, Abomination, Arlecchino. I've seen this on a playmat coming out. I think it's maybe the upcoming regional playmat. I can't remember for sure, but it looks really, really sick. We have Pig Iron versus Pen Peg. Dream Tower of Princess Nemleria. Oh yeah, we got this archetype in here. Nemleria, that's quite difficult to say. And we have Parley Sleepy Memory as a common. Draw 3 cards in the standby phase. Epic stuff. Actually interested to see if Parley is going to do as well as it's kind of expected to do with the new support. It seems really, really difficult to play correctly, to be honest. We have Signet Circuit here, Mekanko Dance, Mayo Wishidori is all the Mekanko stuff, gonna be common, like low rarity. Fusion Duplication. I've seen a few people coping on this in the branded deck. If branded fusion gets actually triple tactics thrust into Fusion Duplication and then activate it on your opponent's turn, which is pretty funny. We have Imperial Princess King Kiri. What is this? Just a generic rank 5 it seems. Very cool. And we have Wish Dragon. Yo, you can tribute this card. Special summon 2 dragon tokens. Simple as that. Very interesting. We have Cyberse Sage, Ritual Monster, Pendulum Moon. Very cool. We have Dream Tower again and Sakitama. What's our other secret rare going to be? Can it be Guiding Quaim? If we get Guiding Quaim and the Lilith in the same box, that's gonna be nuts. Sweet Dreams Nemlaria. Yo, is this gonna be a common only archetype? Come on. Gunkansu Ship Catch of the Day. We have Virtual World Tiger Fufu. Another Virtual World card. Very cool. Is that yeah, 2 level 9s. Double hooking. We have Rebirth of the 7th Emperors. Burns your opponent though. Very, very funny. We have Gold Pride, Pedal to the Metal Quick Play Spell, Sakitama Hatsugai, and we have Kashtira Extra.
I think it's just the lighting.
Family again. Alright. Moving on, let's pull our first ultra rare. We have Reinforce, New Frontier again, Cyberse Desave Worm, a Cyberse Ritual, Fusion Synchro Xyz or Link Monster. Oh, okay, +1 Cyberse Monster. I thought it was requiring all of these. I was like, holy what? Fallen of Argyros is a common. All the sprites are like so dripped out. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you target one Xyz monster from the field, detach 1 or 2 materials from it. Might be quite good against Parley, actually, as a little sprite tech. That's funny. And then we have Tri Brigade, Roar, Quick Play Spell. Dude, all of these new like final battle artworks are so crazy to me. They look so sick. Seems like a really cool card as well. It can actually do quite a lot there. We have Nemlaria Dream Defender, Aureoler. Every card in this archetype is
Zero Bell, thank you for the 7.
A Shattered Colorless Realm. We have a Dual Avatar, Manifested, more Dual Avatar stuff. And we have Golden Cloud Beast, Malong. Level 6 Dragon Synchro Tuner. If this card is special, summon, you can increase or decrease its level by 1. If this card is graveyard,
This is such a cursed name. Why did you name it Malong?
Actually not bad for synchro climbing. Dude, I'm literally just being enamored by all of these new cards. We have Vanadium, Reframing, the Counter Trap is a common. Super Heavy Samurai Motorbike is a common. Are all the super heavy cards going to be low rarity? That's also something I want to find out. Vanadium Imaginings, we have Sweet Dreams, Nemlaria, and we got an ultra rare Talonite Constellar Caduceus. We have some new Talonite cards in here, and they're actually pretty good. This thing looks sick, man. Ultra rare, very, very cool. Let's go. Firewall Phantom, Super Heavy Samurai Monk, Big Bankai, also common. Metamorphic Attack and Trap Tracks. More easy access to D-Barrier. Please make it stop. Make it stop. Let's go. I think we're like what, quarter way through the box or something. We've got Fufu again, Desave Worm, full active Duplex. We've had all of these before. Dreaming Nemlaria. There we go. We have a super rare. This is like the main card, right? The main card of the archetype. So it is just a completely low rarity archetype, it seems. Like Dream Mirror 2.0, kind of. Except Dream Mirror had high rarity cards. Orieller, we have Arlecchino again, another Aun and Sakitama. Okay, see a bunch of the same commons there, but I don't think we've seen most of them yet. How did I get here? That's a name. That's a name. That seems nuts. The payoff is incredible. Get a field spell and a special summon from your deck. That's like Painful Choice, in a way, in a weird sense. That's kind of like Painful Choice. That's kind of crazy.
That is not even in a weird sense, kind of like Painful Choice. But okay, I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay, we have a Huli, the Jewel Mekanko, and Gold Pride, a Pinballer, that insane fusion monster. Can't respond to its on-summon effect, and that's a very crazy on-summon
My long-ass math mech combo.
effect. Just equip 2 of your opponent's monsters, or more, depending on the materials used for it. Summon. Very nice card to pull. Let's go. Very cool cards. We got Extra again, and Pedal to the Metal, and Cyber Sage. Okay, we can start speeding through the commons a bit more here. We have Moisa Knight, the Comet General. If you pendulum summon a monster, place this card on either the top or bottom of the deck. When you draw this card, you can reveal it during your main phase turn. You can conduct a pendulum summon of a monster from your hand in addition to your pendulum summon. We're getting an extra pendulum summon from hand specifically.
Wait, that's new. If you pendulum summon a monster, place this card on top or bottom, and when you draw this card, reveal it during your main phase this turn, you can conduct a pendulum summon of a monster from your hand in addition to your pendulum summon. Okay.
Okay.
We
Very
can
interesting card. I'm sure there's like a combo line you can do
pendulum
that
summon
guarantees you
even
enjoy. Also,
more.
Talk about the art. Kind of reminds me of the World Legacy stuff. Looks sick. All right, we have another counter trap from Vanadium. We have the Soul Gaia booster in common. Every super heavy card's been common so far. Kitsune Kitsunebi and Libromancer. Origin Story. Continuous spell. Ultra rare. Even Libromancers are getting some good new stuff in this set. It's crazy. 3 ultras so far. 1 secret. We're picking up pace with the holos here. And oh, we got super heavy samurai stealthy. Also as a common. All the super heavy stuff is common. Interesting. Okay. Etude of the Branded. We have Signet Circuit. Huli the Dual Mechanical Dance and Harvest. Angel of Doom. Oh, that's a Horn of Heaven support. Super rare. Very nice. We have Paralily is a common. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sleeping Memory is also common. So the Paralily stuff is just common. In contrast to the rest of the deck, which is like basically all ultra. Damn, there's so many good commons in this.
That was originally called Purely Lily. They just made it one
Moving
word.
on, what do we have?
That's
Reinforce
fair.
once again, Kitsune. Yep, we got a little Moist Tonight. Moist
That
Tonight,
kinda works, that
and
wordplay.
Adelaria of the June Moon. Oh, it's like a free generic summon of a level 5. And also, can dump you level 4 from deck to grave. Kind of like Foolish Burial. Interesting super rare. Pendulum Pendant. Banish 5 face up pendulum monsters from your extra deck. Place 1 pendulum.
That's also new. Banish 5 face-up pendulums from your extra deck. Place 1 pendulum monster from your deck or face-up extra deck in your pendulum zone. You can banish this card from your card. Target a card. This card's garbage.
Monster from your deck or face up
Thank
extra deck in
God.
your pendulum zone. Huh, okay. Sleeping Memory again, Hatsugai, and Stealthy. Alright. I think we're about halfway through the first box here. Sweet Dreams, Nemlaria. Oh my god! Oh my god! Yo, we pulled a Starlight! We've actually pulled a Starlight! I've not pulled a Starlight in years, man. Eternity Code was the last time I pulled a Starlight, and that was the Traptrix Alumaris. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, oh, what's it gonna be? The Save Worm, Vanadium Reframing, Moist. Oh my god. Okay, so we know Visa Starfrost is a Starlight in the set. Don't know any of the other ones. This is an Xyz monster. Is it gonna be the Tellarknight? Oh, Gold Bride! Chariot Carry!
Of course, you're gonna give that a Starlight.
Starlight Rare Pool! Oh my god! We finally pulled a Starlight Rare! Oh my god! Let's go! Yo, let's pull 2. Let's pull 2 Starlights. Captain Carry, of course, got a Starlight Rare in, what was it, Photon Hypernova? Continuing on with the Gold Pride Starlight Rares. Damn, dude, I'm so lucky! Finally! Let's go! You already know. We got to sleeve this puppy up. Holy, these are extremely rare. Let's go. Oh, I'm so happy with that. Another Pendulum Pendant, and we've seen all of these. Firewall Phantom. Okay, well, we have peaked. There we go. That's our Starlight pull for the next 2-3 years. Unfortunate. Nemlaria, we got Motorbike, Double Hooking, Nemlaria, Dream Defender, Quit. God, that thing looks crazy, dude. And we have Baromet, the Sacred Sheep Shrub. This thing looks kind of like Kalintosa a little bit. Detach 1 target, normal trap and grave, place on the bottom of the deck, draw a card. Okay, if a normal trap is activated, you can detach 1 material from an Xyz monster.
10 euro Starlight?
I'm sure there's maybe some
no
cool things you
shot.
can do with that. I really like the black and green sort of vibe we got going on here, though. Vanadium Break card, we have another Dream Tower.
You say it's a 10 euro Starlight. I say if you pull one of these, I'll even give you 15 for it. Isn't that one hell of a deal then?
Branded King and Pendulum Moon. We have Bunny Ear, Enthusiast, Fusion Duplication, Vanadium Imaginings as a common. We got Motorbike again and Constellar, Tellar Knights, the continuous spell as a super rare. Very cool. Probably seen most of the commons now, so let's just do a little boom. Vanadium Abscission. I'm starting to think the other Pendulum Super Heavy Samurai is not a common because at this point, like more than halfway through the box, we haven't seen it, but I could be wrong.
Is it considered waifu? If you're really weird about it, I guess you could, but if you're just acting normal about it, then no, it's not.
Fusion Duplication, Reinforce, we got Soul Gaia, Vanadium, and a Synchro. Oh, okay. Super Heavy Samurai, Commander Shanawo. I'm not actually sure what this one does. Very cool, though. That's our first Holo Super Heavy card. Paralily and Sleeping Memory right next to each other. Look at that. And Pen Peg and Pendant. Let's go. Let's turbo through the rest of these packs. Signet Circuit, we have Kinkiri, yep. Maya Washidori, we got its Neck and Neck, and Protect Code Talker. This is actually the playmat for Nationals, which looks really, really sick. So a Link 3 with really nice art. Kind of looks like Access Code, almost. It's like Access Code at home. Ooh, Sourceful Punishment too. I love the art on that. And Symphony. Okay, let's go. Is the Starlight going to replace the Secret Rare is my question. 2 to the Branded. Full Active Duplex is the big, was it Cyberse, like Lego dinosaur or something? Motorbike, we have Virtual World Tiger Fufu, and another S-Force Night Chaser. The 2, we have Bunny Ear Enthusiast. How did I get here? Catch of the day, and we pulled the cover card, baby. Firewall Dragon, Singularity, Link 6. Let's go.
In one
colors
box.
in the art. That was really, really nice.
Pretty above average,
So happy with
I'd
the pulls,
say.
man. And yeah, big K. All right, 5 packs to go.
That's pretty sick.
Potentially an ultra rare still to come. Vanadium Reframing, can it be Bestial Dispater, maybe? Fallen of Argyros, we got Sweet Dreams, Gold Pride, and Time Tearing Morganite. Time Tearing Morganite, actually. Oh, this is that weird card where it's like you can draw 2 instead of 1 during your draw phase. Actually, a really interesting card. I'm interested to see if anyone like does anything with this. And we've seen all of those. All right, what else are we rocking in this box? We have another Wish Dragon tribute for those tokens and Synchro Summon with those tokens. It's kind of like a Link Cross. Kind of. We got another Cyberse Fusion monster
really
here.
a Link
Dance,
Cross.
Dance, 2 to the Branded, and Gold Pride. That came out of nowhere. The Continuous Spell's a secret rare, right? Very cool cards. Just essentially a quick play reborn, which is really nice.
Okay,
especially
so
for the
now
first
what's
3 points.
unbelievable about this? Is it already unbelievable that he got
These are rules for
one
box number 1. But we do have
Starlight,
another
or is there
Super Heavy
multiple
Samurai
Starlights?
Prodigy Wakaushi is a super rare. So all of the super heavy samurai stuff is a low rarity,
No
and it's a very,
spoilers,
very
no
good deck going
spoilers.
forward. So that's really cool. That's really cool with Cyberstorm access. A lot of really good low rarity cards. That's insane. And
There's
Sword
no
Soul
shot
Punishment
you
there.
get
And final
2
pack of box number
Starlights.
1, we have a Tri-Brigade Aurora Shureg. Going
You will
mental there. Or is that
find
level
out
5? I'm not
there's
sure.
no
I mean,
shot.
low
You're not
pack essentially
this
is
lucky.
Shureg.
That's
Oh,
impossible.
very
No
cool.
human
Absolutely
has
insane
pulled
first
2
box there.
Starlights from 2
The
boxes.
Starlight, but let's go. We
You
do
have
still want to pull
2
a
boxes.
Gwen, a Chaos Angel, a Bestial Dispatter. Lots of cards still to pull, and let's just pull them. Let's just pull them. Oh, what's this? What a me! Man, I'm so happy we pulled a Starlight Rare. Baromet, the Sacred Sheep Shrub once again. We have seen all the commons, I'm pretty sure. So it's just holos galore. Chaos freaking Angel.
Okay, Chaos
Let's go.
Angel.
This
Wait, is
opening
that
is
Ultra or
correct,
Secret?
bro. We
That's
got the Chaos
Secret.
Angel. This card is insane. Like, this card is actually so correct. Makes all of your boards indestructible by battle. Makes all of your synchros unaffected by opponents' activate monster effects. Actually just crazy. But you know something? Mirror Jade bypasses all of that. Mirror Jade is a good card. Chaos Angel Secret Rare pool. Yo, this is, oh my god. These 2 boxes, I'm happy. I'm a happy boy. What else? We have Dreaming and Nemlaria. Yo, if we pull another Starlight Rare, I'm actually gonna go crazy, but that's not gonna happen. Like, guarantee it's not gonna happen. Super Heavy Samurai Prodigy number 2. We do want a 3rd one of those, of course. Very, very good card. We have a Numbers Eveil. Okay, reading this is gonna be a bit of a headache.
What was that?
that's hard. That's hard. I don't know.
No.
Numbers Eveil. Okay, no, we don't.
Okay, hold up. I'm using the technology. stupid thumb.
Veil. Okay, reading this is gonna be a bit of a headache.
If your opponent controls a monster special summon from the extra deck and you do not, choose 4 number XYZs from your extra deck with different ranks, plus a 5th number XYZ whose number value in its name equals the combined number values of the other 4 monsters. Special summon that 5th number monster, street it, and attach the 4 chosen. You cannot special summon monsters except number while you control that face-up monster. That's funny. That is funny. Here's the calculator to see every combination. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can. You are probably able to make every monster with that, right? If it's, well, you cannot do the low level monsters, right? Actually, no, you can't because they have to be different ranks. I don't know.
That's hard. That's hard. I don't know. Numbers eval. Okay, no, we don't want to cover the Starlight. Come on there. Whew. Okay, moving on. What else are we gonna get? We have a B Trooper. There's more B Trooper cards. Cruel Saturnus, fusion monster, level 5. A B Trooper plus any insect monster. Okay, didn't actually know there was a B Trooper card in here. That's kind of cool. There's actually a few plants and insects. Okay, we have Kitty Tail, mystical beast of the forest.
Seen that one before?
Wait, is it a little blep? Is it a little tongue? Obviously, big fan of the mystical beast. Kalantosa gets a new furry little friend. Let's go. Moving on. What else do we have? Constellar Teller Knights, of course. Oh, there's no way! There is no way!
Bro.
What is going on? There is no way we've pulled another Starlight Rare. No, this can't be real. This cannot be real. I swear to you, this cannot be real. There's no way. How is this happening? You do not get a Starlight in every box. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. Cyberstorm Save Worm. Oh my god, Kitsune Kitsunebi. Wait, if we pull a Starlight, Guiding Quem, I don't know if she even comes in Starlight Rare, but I swear to god, if that is what happens here. Manadium Reframing, Moisa Knight, the Comet General. Wait, another Chariot Carry?
Oh, come on. Why is it the same one?
What, bro? What is going on? Dude, what? I have no idea what's going on here. We almost have a playset of Starlight Chariot Carry in 2 boxes. Oh my god. This is unreal. This does not happen. I swear to you, this does not happen. I'm gonna slap that puppy in a sleep. Don't mind if I do. Like, is this a 25th anniversary thing? Or have we actually just... I need to buy a lottery ticket, man. Holy moly. Okay, what else is gonna happen here? I thought we weren't gonna top that box. Apparently, we might just do that. Ooh, let's go. Ringo Worm, the Dragon guarding the 100 apples, is an ultra rare in this set. This card is actually really, really good. We may see some bestial synchro shenanigans with this card. We might need another card coming out in, I think it's the Battle's Legend for that deck, but this card is really, really cool. So very happy to pull that as an ultra rare. It looks really nice as an ultra rare. The gold lettering to go with like this, or golden artwork. Very, very nice pull. Dude. I don't know. Hugh Lee, we have Adelaria of the June Moon. I'm actually
okay, while we finish watching this really quick, does anyone already have a full list of the secret rares? Surely we know all the secret rares already. I would like to quickly touch on that, like all the secret rares in, you know, Wikipedia already has it. Okay.
Like, I haven't pulled a single Starlight Rare in years. Eternity Code was what, 2018, 2019? 2020? Yes, 2023. God, time flies. Like, 3 years ago was the last Starlight I pulled, and now we pulled 2 in 2 boxes. That doesn't... dude, I'm... Actually, I don't know what to say. Grand Sulphur Coolia. Very nice, another Sulphur card. Really nice artwork. Love the colors on the Sulphur cards. Give us a Guiding Quem, and I'm just gonna... mic drop. Don't you imagine. Votis, what's this? This reminds me of like old style.
Votis. When this card is normal summoned, you can excavate the top 3 cards of your deck, and if you do, you can banish one excavated monster to add one monster with its same name to your hand from either your deck or the other excavated cards. Also, shuffle the rest into the deck. Once per turn, during the end phase, if this card is in the grave because it was sent there this turn after being normal summoned or set, you can excavate the top 3 cards of your deck, and if you do, place them on top of the deck in any order. That's... I don't know where you put this, but that's not a bad card. It's kind of like a free agent card that I don't know where you put this, but that doesn't seem too bad.
You know, like the original packs? This seems like that artwork from one of those. This card is normal, something you can activate the top 3 cards of your deck, and if you banish one excavate monster to add one monster with the same name to your hand from either your deck or the other excavated cards. Also shuffle the rest into the deck. Once per turn, end phase, this card is in the graveyard, this turn after being normal summon, you can activate the top 3 cards of your deck, and if you place them on top of the deck in any order. Actually, a really cool card. It does cost your normal summon to essentially add, I guess, anything that you might be playing free of in your main deck. I don't know, it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It's a fiend. You would have thought it was a reptile. Interesting. Okay. My goodness. What else do we have in here? Wait. Oh, I seen the G. I thought it was Guiding Quem. Gold Pride Roller Baller to go alongside our Gold Pride Ball here. Very nice secret rare pool.
Wait, did he pull 2 secrets and a Starlight in both boxes?
Yeah, like I said, there's so many cards in the set. I want the Gold Pride stuff.
Holy
I want the
shit!
Ren stuff with Chaos Angel. So many cards in here I wanted, and we're just pulling all of them. Let's go. We got Roller Baller and some more commons. So potentially a couple more ultra rares left to pool here. See what we get. Another Commander Shanawo.
That's normal. Well, I wouldn't know. I've never pulled a Starlight in my life, so I figured the Starlight was going to replace a secret, but apparently not.
We have Tri-Brigade Roar. I think that's our playset completed on Tri-Brigade Roar. What else? How did I get here? That's such a funny card. We have Infinitrack.
Usually you have 2 secrets and no Starlight. That's the normal case.
Road Roller. There's some more Earth Machine stuff. Looks quite funny, actually. Cool looking card. Ultra rare. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. Super heavies are all Earth Machine, right? I think Prodigy's a dark. Okay, what else do we have in here? Super rare Harvest Angel of Doom. That's 2 of those. 4 packs, 5 packs left. We are coming up towards the end of this absolutely insane, nutty opening. Another Arcade Tail. This could be the forest.
Nutty.
Holy. I'm gonna get... I can't wait to read the comments on the 2 Starlights. That's crazy. We also have another little Sacred Sheep Shrub. That's 3 of those. 3 packs to go. B-Trooper, Cruel Saturnus. Can we end on one more higher rarity pool? Oh, we have the ultra rare Vanadium Rheum Heart. I believe that's like our final ultra rare. Dude, this haul is actually crazy. These 2 boxes have been unreal. Not gonna lie, it's about time I get lucky on Starlights and that. Alright, final holo of the opening. We have Protect Code.
Alright. I'm jealous of that. Give me I want a Starlight, please. I'm happy with 1. Okay. Cyberstorm Axis, TCG rarities. Starlight rare so far known. Despian Lulu Valith and Visa Starfrost, and now we also know that there's Gold Pride, the rank 3 is Starlight. So we're missing 2 Starlights, I assume. We don't know about 2 missing Starlights yet. Here's another reveal with a Starlight we haven't seen. Well played. Well played. I did click it, so... You win this time. You win this time. Yeah. All right, chat. Chat. I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll see you tomorrow. That's a good. I think that's a good ending point. It's already over 30 minutes past my normal streaming time, so I'll send you guys over to Farfa. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. We'll talk about the entirety of Cyberstorm Axis a little bit more tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Say hello to Farfa from me. And yeah, peace out. Thank you for all the support. And I'll see